women's doubles title.
We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Welcome to the show.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Situated at the beautiful USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Welcome to day 4 of US Open Fan Week. It is 74 degrees on this Wednesday in Flushing Meadows, New York, where it's second round qualifying matches commencing today. And there's tons of enjoyable activations around the grounds. Players are practicing on the larger courts for the main draw and much, much more. Great to have you with us. I'm Dave Leno on our set. Pleased to be joined by tennis icons to my left, Zina Garrison, of course, and we have a very special guest at the top of the hour, USTA's Managing Director of National and Global Events, Jo Wallen. Jo, thanks for joining us.
Thanks for being here. It's nice. I've been in the booth before with you.
Yup.
Got some great stories with Zina here that she didn't even know about, which is, could have changed my career. But happy to be back with you, and the honor of being with you, a legend that I didn't help with in any way.
But you shared this story prior to us coming on our broadcast today for day 4 of Fan Week, and I think you have to say this to our national and international audience: the first time you played each other.
Yeah, so I had a couple wild cards when I started. I was 15, and it was Virginia Slims which that shows how many years ago, right?
Yes, quite.
But I was only 15. You were older than me at the time, so.
Oh, now you're going to go there. Shade.
Sorry, I think that was the year maybe you had just maybe got into the finals or did something really, really good at Wimbledon, and I got drawn to play you, and I got absolutely smacked, 6-0, 6-0. I got double bageled. I thought I'd won a game, and I hit a swing volley winner. The linesperson called it in. The umpire overruled it. I don't think I'll ever forgive her either. She's a dear friend. And yeah, I got smacked, but it was a great experience. I played you. I would say that it was one of those moments. I don't know whether it was good or bad moments, but now I'm here. I oversee every single pro tournament basically in the U.S. except for this one. So there's different paths. That's what I'm saying. It's different paths of everyone out there, all the young children that are trying to play pro, right? And you watch these players, and we're watching all these amazing athletes trying to make it, right? And you made it at such a high level. I didn't make it at that level, but now I'm here, and I have such a great opportunity to create these great moments and playing opportunities for all the youth that is in the world and the U.S.
But the great thing about it is the story that you just told. We're still in tennis. We're still doing something. It's still one of the best sports in the world. So you don't. There's so many avenues that you can go in. See, that was your path.
No, it is, and it's my path, and I know that, and I love telling my story about that because I was not that. Great player. IMG gave me one more wild card after that, and then they were like, "You're done." So I went and played I played in South America. I played, I did all those, and I learned so much, and I've just stayed in it. I've loved it. I love the sport, and now we're here. It's a crazy journey for me as I look back.
From your purview, and both of you can take this, how do you feel like Fan Week has evolved? Last year set a record of over 239,000 fans coming through the gates, and it's packed out there.
Yeah, I started with the USTA 10 years ago, and it certainly wasn't like this, but just being out on the grounds this morning, we actually have some people here from the Olympics and Paralympics, LA 28, that we're gearing up for and preparing. And so I met them outside the grounds and watched everyone come in, right? And they were literally running. We're like, where are they running to? We weren't sure if they were going to Ash or they were going to the Chase Lounge to get their free charms and all that stuff, right? But then we're just watching Jordan Lee, one of our top American players, and he trained us at the national campus. His mom's a head pro there for a high-performance program. So there's a lot of vested interest just in him in general, but watching him and watching that experience for the players, the stands are full. And, his matches are crazy. The Americans out there and the experience they have is unbelievable. So, and that's because of Fan Week.
Well, that's interesting. I was one of the fans out there. Yeah. I was actually watching Robin Montgomery, but I heard that he's playing next to her. And there was this guy yelling, Jason, Jason. They had banners and everything. And then they started film. And I actually have a picture. I took a picture of him. And like you said, it's so different now. And it's but it's really awesome. And I got a chance to see him watch a couple of balls, but that was amazing. I'm like, this is qualifying, and they have like basically a billboards type thing up there, and they're literally chanting and getting the crowd in it.
And right now they're playing on court 11 and court 12. Jordan Lee fell in the first set to Daniel Ricon of Spain 3-6, so he's trying to mount a comeback in set number 2. Montgomery just took the opening set 7-5. She was off the tour a little bit due to an injury, which she missed close to 10 months. Great to see Montgomery out there as well. Joe, I want to ask you about the USTA Coaches Conference that was last night. I saw a picture on social media, all the USTA coaches, and I'm sure dignitaries around the sport like yourself. Billie Jean King was there. What was that like?
I think that, we started taking over, helping support the coaching, and came out with USTA coaching just a year ago, right? So what they've been able to build in a year is just fascinating. And I went over yesterday. I had some staff presenting, and I think the thing that took me the most was the amount of women that are there, the amount of women coaches. I would say it was probably 60-70% women coaches.
You saw me dancing, right?
Yeah, I did. I saw you dance. Yeah,
I'm so
you
excited.
heard it from me there. And then got to, see as well, like the coaching landscape as well. It wasn't all about like the actual on-court drills. It was a lot of business development, and that's kind of where I've come from as well, gone from that coach into business and admin and seeing those different avenues. So I think those learning opportunities, and then we got to hear Craig Tiley, and then listening to Billie Jean is just always, anytime you get in a room with her and that knowledge and her passion is just amazing. But to see them all out here too, and a lot of them were out on those courts watching our youth and juniors play too.
What are some of the things that you're starting to get in place to help more women understand that they can coach at this level? Because let me say this too, because I also believe I really want people in country clubs or parks or whatever to start implementing more women coaches, because that's the start. That's literally the start.
I think for me personally, I really think it's a woman issue, because I think when you come off the tour, right, or you come off from playing or college, whatever it is, it doesn't matter, whatever level, but then you start having relationships, and when you're out on the tour, it's really hard, right? Mm-hmm. And you suddenly have a little bit of freedom, either after college, whatever, you start a relationship, start a family. It's really hard as a female to suddenly just leave your kids and go out and start coaching, because the times that you have to be there are the times you need to be for your kids. So I think it's really systemically a massive issue just in general for the females. So I think as coaches, and whether it's facilities or whatever it is, we have to create these environments and times that are also works with the women as well. Because otherwise, if you just say you have to be there from 4 to 7 every night, if you have a family, how are you going to do that, right? So I think that like doing some of that, showing there's different ways, right? You don't, a coach, there's many different coaching levels, different coaching pathways in the careers. It's not necessarily, as I said, a coach, not always out on the court. There's different ways to mentor and stuff. So I think that you do that. And I mean, Megan Rose has done a great job with USTA coaching, right? And you have a female really leading that, and she's put a lot of emphasis on that.
And the reason why I said that is because I never forget, I had coached at a high level, the Olympics, Fed Cup, all of that. And I was in D.C. and I started coaching again. And I never forget, I was coaching a grassroots, just ladies league program. And she wanted me to coach, one of the players wanted me to coach their son. And the son was like, a lady? But that's why I say we need to also start them younger to believe. But then I was just watching recently one of the most one of the people that had more impact in his life was Djokovic, talking about the women female. And if you think about it, those first people that really get your mind to possibly play the game, you have a different mindset. Or the Murphys, English, I'm losing my, Andy Murray. It's like you're sitting there. It's like because of their mom, they have a different way of thinking. So that's why I was saying.
And there's a level, right? I mean, I think that when you can coach a boy as well. Like I was coaching some kids, and then they get to be college and go in, right? Like I'm not moving with them. I can still hit in a corner. I can still hit the forehand. I want to take you on again. I actually want to take her on again, because I can at least get a game. I think I can get a game this time. I really do.
And I've seen Joe hit down in Florida. She's
my husband
player.
is like, do you think you can take Zina now? I'm like, I don't know, but I've got a better chance now than I did in 92.
I tell him I think you got me, but I'm going to be in that corner too. I can still place.
Yeah, exactly. So you stand there, right? But then you, as a female coach, you just have to adjust, right? You just have to make sure you have the hitting partners and that. But I think a lot of times too, is we've even started with USA Tennis, which is with player development, right? We've got a new leader in there with Tracy Davies. She's got multiple different departments that have now come under her, and I've come under that. And like, we sat down the other day and we literally started making a list of every single female coach that we knew. And we were like, has anyone asked them if they'd like to be a part of it? Because I think sometimes as well, they're not asked, right? And what can we do? We've talked about having two coaches, so one can stay home and the other one can train. Like, they can flip so they don't have to travel so much. So I think that's an interesting concept too. But I mean, we came up with a list between there was like 6 of us former players in the room too, and we came up with a list of probably like 150 women that can coach. But we need to ask them. And
that's a very good point. Like, because I remember when I started working with Taylor, I worked with Kamal Murray. And so Kamal was the one that could travel. I come in, but when she came home, I was the base, So it's just trying to figure out a way. But I'm so excited that you guys are trying to think of every ways or even sometimes just put a woman in that box. Mm-hmm. It's just a different thought.
How has that changed over time where some other countries might do something, like the Italians might do something, Tennis Australia might do, and others where I'm saying a centralized system of training versus, okay, you can go home and train the Philadelphia area or in Houston. Has that shifted with the USTA over time?
It's hard, I think, because we've done a lot in the last year of strategic planning with USA Tennis to figure out what that is. And I think that, because we're so vast as a country, right? And it's so hard. And I know Australia is. Italy's very different. They're 2-hour drive anywhere in the country, right? Australia is a little different. But really just trying to ensure that we are providing a support system and we're extra. And we're not saying, like, you have to come to Orlando to train and take away from the private coaches. That's not what we're trying to do anymore, because the private coaches are really getting them to that level too, and they've got that comfort. So what extra support, and looking at us more as a support system about what services and making sure that we've got the best services available. If someone needs to, if Jordan comes back and says, hey, his serve broke down, okay, do we have the best serve, that we can be a resource to reach out to, or fitness, right? Whatever that is. So I don't think it's definitely not saying you've got to come to Orlando to train in any way whatsoever with our coaches. It's how can we be a good support system for all the players across the US.
To be part of the team.
Yeah, to be part of the team.
Yeah.
Well, we're one big team and happy family right here on set, and our U.S. Open radio show is just getting underway. Zina Garrison and Joe Allen. I'm Dave Leno. We'll take a timeout. Joe will stay with us on set if you have a couple more minutes.
I have time.
Terrific. We'll continue the conversation. I want to talk to you about LA 28 and what events you manage outside of the U.S. Open. So we'll step aside. More to come right after this on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more, all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest, and book now at ihg.com.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Thanks to our friend Kevin Skinner welcoming us back. USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, part of our Day 4 coverage of U.S. Open Fan Week with Zina Garrison and Joe Wallen. I'm Dave Leno. We're pleased to be joined by the USTA's Managing Director of National and Global Events. We touched on the U.S. Open, but for the casual tennis fan coming in that just thinks of American tennis as the U.S. Open, what other events do you oversee that you want to tell the crowd about?
So the first entry point from my side is the Pro Circuit tournament. So ranging from 15,000s up to ATP Challengers and WTA 125s. We have about 135 of them across the country. My team does not run all of them, but we administer them. And that's really, I mean, that's a place I think where anyone that's listening or watching to go out into that community and find one local. You see those players, like Sinner played in Lexington a couple of years ago, right? The future champions are really there. It's so good to get close and personal and really gives the players the opportunities and the points they need then to be able to get into, you know, the larger tournaments. So that's one piece of it.
There's a 125 event going on in Philadelphia right now, and it's getting, just being a Philly native, it's getting a ton of buzz, and I'm told at the University of Pennsylvania it's really well attended there.
Yep.
And that's almost, I hate to use the word tune-up, but it's players also getting ready perhaps to compete at the U.S.
Yeah,
Open,
they do.
right?
I mean, that's why they put it there, right? Because they want people, they want an opportunity, playing opportunity for players this week to play in tournaments. And then we had wild card we had challenges leading up. So it's like whoever got the most points in a 6-week period would then get a wild card in. So it's really just they're great community events to go out and watch and to just see the next up and coming players.
Well, speaking of community, I was just mentioning this to Dave, like the Philadelphia, like the people were so excited to be back there because it hadn't been there in such a long time.
Oh my gosh, yes, I remember that place.
Yeah.
That's where you kicked my butt. I don't know whether I like Philly.
She will not forget this, okay?
How am I ever going to forget playing Zina Garrison? Oh my, come on, as a 15-year-old.
No, but really, on a very, very serious note, is I love the fact that, you know, when a tournament goes back somewhere that hasn't been for so long, that has so much history, that the community really gets behind it.
They do.
Yeah.
So. And those pro circuits, the community does get behind it. It's great to see when you have one that really gets behind it. And more colleges now are wanting to host too, because they want the wild cards and they want, you know, they're wanting to do that.
Oh,
so
that's right. That's a whole other angle.
Yes, it is. So we've got a lot of colleges coming on the calendar now and then they run it. Really? They kind of fund it. You know, they're getting their donors to fund it. They're getting people to fund it. Then they're using it for wild cards for their players.
So that's very helpful on your end as well, right?
Oh, if we don't have to give money, it's always helpful, right?
I know UCF trains at the national campus in Lake Nona. Any other programs that train full-time there around? I know there's a bunch of, what is the national tournament there collegiately right now, or just conference tournaments?
Okay, so NCAA is going, the national championships for NCAA will be starting in 2028. We have a big year in 2028. It's not too many things going on there. And my team is the host of that. So we've got 10-year bids, so that'll be at the campus. But the campus has gone from about 165 events to 300 events a year now as well. So just every kind of level that you could think of, Red Bull all the way up to, you know, 90-year-olds playing tournaments. So good, diverse group.
And I like that, you know, being down there, and you were gracious to give me a tour a couple of years ago, was that anybody from the community can go and play there. It's not like, the gates are locked and it's only for your high-performance players. The general public can check out the campus, right?
Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a fallacy that everyone thinks is that you have to be a good player to go there and play there. And it's a community. It's 100 courts. It's you know, it's very cheap to go rent a court there, to play there, lessons there. So we have everything from Red Bull, 3- and 4-year-olds. Saturday morning, the 3-year-olds coming in with the backpacks bigger than them. It's my favorite time to sit there and just watch them come in. All the way up to high performance programs as well. So it's a great place to go visit. It's the Disney World of tennis, really.
Well, going back to Fan Week, I saw a lot of it looks like 4-year-olds out there watching Robin, and they're hanging over. I got a picture of that too. They're hanging over the fence. I mean, but it's the cutest thing. It's like you can tell that there's probably been one of those that has hit, the red ball and everything, and but their eyes were so big and they were so excited.
It's exciting.
Yeah. How much, speaking of something that's exciting, how much are you gearing up for LA 28 and the Olympics? And for those that think, okay, these players are, going around the tour, and you've seen some that pursue the Olympics and try to qualify, others that maybe cast it aside and just concentrate on the tour level matches. So for an American player and for the American audience out there, how does one get to be part of Team USA?
I don't know whether I should answer this. Like, you got the expert here. You got everything. No, I'm just joking. So if I mean, it's very different with LA, right? Because in the past, my team has just dealt with the players, right? The player services, getting the coaches, making sure they have everything they need. But with it being in LA in 28, we have a once in a lifetime, for our lifetime, I'm sure, opportunity to really use the Olympics, right? You saw what FIFA did, soccer. Like, that was insane, right? We have this once in a lifetime opportunity to use the Olympics coming to LA to really grow, right? So I think we have 3 areas that we're really focusing on. So the player experience is the first one, right? We want them to know that it's a home games, it's amazing. We have a lot of but challenges with credentials, right? Here, if you have a coach come in or an agent, you're like, okay, you can get a credential, yes, it's okay. It doesn't work like that for the Olympics. Like the IOC, they limit it, and so coaches do not get automatic access. So like Maddie, all the players will not get that, right? So it's like, okay, how do you create that experience outside for them? I think they're such big stars now, right? They don't always want to stay in the village. They will for a couple days, probably. It just depends on the player. But then making sure that they have space outside, right? And then that comes with challenges with transportation, right? All that kind of stuff. And then money, too, because it's a big flow. So making sure the player experience, number one, is that. And then what we're going to try and do, we're going to be coming out with different programs across all of our 17 sections, school programs, like just different Olympic things, the flame going section to section, community. We got people here from LA this week that are coming to look at it because we're playing at Carson, and they have to, it's the training center out there on our West Coast, and it doesn't look like this. It's going to be temporary builds. So the build out is going to be crazy because it's temporary building. I mean, they've got the big stadium, but they don't have the other courts. They've got to do it.
How long would that take? It's
going to take a long time, and it's not going to be ready till probably a few weeks before the Olympics starts. So you got testing for that. And then so making sure that our sections are engaged, right? And what does that look like from a player front too? Our sections, I don't think they've ever been really engaged with the players coming out. How do they support and do help the players a little bit and feel engaged with the players? And then the last one is the legacy of what we're leaving behind. So that's the piece I'm challenging the most, just because I don't know it. So I think that, it's going to be incredible. And I do think you asked how players qualify. It's on ranking. And it's very different because like USOPC will come in and say, USOPC will come in and say, okay, we want to advertise your trials. Well, there's no trials. Like, it's based on ranking, and that's all it is.
And
so
it'll go down right to the end.
Yep. And then don't forget, we've got Paralympics afterwards, too. That's the same thing, based on ranking. But then we also have Pan Am Games, which is in 27. For the Paralympics, if you win Pan Am, you do get a spot into Paralympics. You don't on the tennis side. So Pan Am looks a little different as well. Trying to figure out what player will play Pan Am. It's on clay in the middle of hardcourt season. So what experience do we give to those players, and what does it represent? It's you're representing your country. You got a chance to represent your country. But really just thinking through those and how we build and how it ties in with our USA Tennis philosophy, brand, all those good things. It's a lot.
So, question.
Oh, no.
It's so funny. Back in my day, or even, when I was coaching Fed Cup and also the Olympics, like, does it still hold, like, playing for your country, is it still, like...
A great question. I personally, like, for BJK, there are some rules, Dave, around BJK and Davis Cup that they do have to play a certain number in the 4 years prior, right? So that's a little thing that we can hold to be like, well, you have to play, otherwise you're not going to qualify. And it's not we can't say you're going to qualify. Like, they have to play those, right? So we've got BJK coming up in November. If you haven't already heard, it's in Delray. And you might see some good players playing that because they've got to qualify.
And that was the why. Thank you for leading into that. I knew that part of it, and literally, she's right. You got to hold that carrot over their head. If not, they probably won't play.
Yeah, they won't play. So you could have someone, our best players in the world, and they're not going to qualify. So they do have that to do. And then I think, though, I do think the Olympics, right, for different sports, right? Like, the Olympics is everything for a lot of other sports. It's everything. For tennis, because our tour is so big and because they make so much money, I don't think it holds the same as what it did back in your day.
No, it doesn't.
I don't think it holds that. But I still think there is that thing where they say they want to win, right? I mean, Djokovic during Paris, right? I mean, they wanted to win those.
Well, and there's still something to be there with other athletes.
Correct.
I think that's another little carrot, to be there with other athletes from other countries and other different sports. And so in the social media has helped in that respect of wanting to be there.
What was your experience being named to the Olympic team for the first time? And how did you find out?
I found out, I knew my ranking. I knew I was close and everything. And so for me, it was like, I was totally like excited. And it was, I think, Chrissy went, and it wasn't such a good experience for her because of the fact that she was Chris Evert. You get shoved in a dorm, your life changes. It's a whole different, situation. But I absolutely loved it. And for me, my brother, who is a sports fanatic, got to go, and I still, some of my best friends right now, Carl Lewis and Jackie Joyner-Kersee, I met them at that Olympics. I mean, so it's like you meet other people from other sports and other places, and you have those friends for life.
Do you know she just name dropped that too? Like,
well, they really are, mate. They really are.
I've sitting here with her, like, this is,
listen, I'm with A-listers on the set, behind the scenes, and with everybody watching us as well. Say hello to everybody on ESPN Plus, the ESPN app on YouTube. You can also hear us on usopen.org, the US Open app. Tune in. Also, folks around the grounds yesterday and today are listening to our US Open radio feed on Amex Radios. So we say hello to everybody in case you're wondering who's talking right now. We're adjacent to the fan experience in Louis Armstrong Stadium. Dave Leno, Zena Garrison, and Joe Wallen with you. Joe, I wanted to ask you, since you're with us, Zena and I called 3-match tiebreaks yesterday in this mixed doubles championship presented by Vital Proteins. Fabulous display yesterday. Serena and Carlos came back on the tour. Unfortunately, they fell in their quarterfinal match. But your thoughts on the revamped organization by Eric Buderak and team, going from last year just going right into Fan Week, and then this year adding qualifying for mixed doubles on Monday and then into the main draw?
I mean, I think tennis has to come in with the times, right?
Yep.
And become that fan experience, and that's what he's created. I mean, you've got players that love it. You've got players that don't like it, right? You've got players say, well, if you don't do this, we're not going to play that, right? The fans love it. It's a great product. I mean, but when you listen, you sit in the stands and you listen, sometimes people will be like, okay, this is not good doubles. And then other times it's like fantastic doubles, right? So it's not for everybody. But, I mean, do you see the stadiums? It's full.
Oh, my God.
It's amazing. So, and the fans are coming here, and I think it's bringing people to the game as well because it's exciting. So and I'm not saying I actually love it because I think it's fun. But I think that, every single time, every single year at the Open, we're going to be challenged to do new things, creative things, and it's not going to be like, okay, we've had a great year. We've had a great year so far. I think we're breaking records, right? Yeah. Every single day with people coming in. And every single day we have to aim the next day to be better. So we've got to look at how are we going to be better next year and what does that look like? So taking some big swings, that's a Tylee thing, and hopefully he's listening to that, right? To say, I picked up on that. I'm joking. But taking those big swings, you have to do that. And sometimes they work, sometimes they don't, and it's working. It's really good. It's a fun product.
Well, if nothing else, I must say this. Dave McPherson got me. I was like, why would they do? The doubles players and the qualifying, and then you got the entertainment the number one people, and then it merged together. But me sitting here from 10 o'clock yesterday to 4 o'clock, right here calling the matches, we had the best time. It worked. And Dave was the one that told me, Zena, get over it. It's entertainment.
So you were one of the ones that wasn't a fan to start
with.
Well,
I wasn't a total fan, but I was a fan of the mixed doubles from last year.
Yeah.
Because it worked. I could see where they were going.
Yeah.
But I was still upset that the doubles players didn't have an opportunity to play.
Yeah.
So when you guys merged them, even though it was qualifying, I was a little upset. But Dave got me straight, and it worked. Yep. I sat here literally from 10 o'clock or whatever, and I did not leave here, and it was so much fun.
I have a question. Can I ask a question? Can I take your spot and ask a question?
Good. Okay, I'll sit back.
Sit back and relax.
Can we get a honeydew? So
let me ask it. She's about to ask this question to me. You about to ask it to me?
I'm about to ask it to you. Don't worry. It's a softball question. So we're talking Olympics and you're talking mixed doubles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so there is mixed doubles in the Olympics. There's not mixed double. I mean, we've got away from mixed doubles rankings, right? There's no mixed doubles rankings. I went through selection procedures the other day, and that was in there. I'm like, oh, there's no mixed doubles anymore, so we don't need that, right? So what's your call for the Olympics? Ooh. For mixed doubles? Who do you think from the Americans are going to play?
Who do I think should play?
Yeah. See, I'm learning from you because then I'm going to take it and go make the team. I'm
Pressure's
joking.
on.
I'm not going to do that because Lindsay would probably be upset at me for doing that because that's her job. I'm interested. Like, you're looking at Americans. It's a gold medal. Yep. Like, you're going for a gold medal. It's the first day, I believe, of the Olympics. They're starting with mixed as well.
Really?
Yep. I think
I would whoever's all the players I would put in a hat.
Yep.
Well, I'm saying the hat. I'm looking at the hat.
Yep.
And I would pick the people that I thought had the best chance of winning. Literally. And what I mean by that, I'm just saying if it comes out to be, say, Coco and say if you had to pick, I'm just using as an example, over, say, Taylor and what's a good doubles player that's already help me out, you guys.
Well, I mean, right now you've got Maddie, you've got Jess, you've got Amanda, you got Coco. Those are the top four, right? Americans, I think, right now. So, and then
you only got one mixed doubles team.
Maybe it wasn't a softball. Sorry.
No. Okay, give me the men though. I'll pick Coco.
So
I'll tell you that.
I would probably say your top four. Oh my God, you're challenging me now on this.
Yeah.
Ben, you've got Ben. You've got Taylor.
Yep.
Francis is coming back in now. I mean, the men have got some pretty.
Got Lerner team.
But I'm going to be able to go off of one of the doubles players too, right?
Yeah. So then you have like Harrison, maybe.
And who else?
I don't know because I don't know who you'll play with those. That's
but I would pick Coco would be my number one.
Okay.
Even over in Jessica with returns. I'm just saying because Coco right now is by that time her volleys are going to be off the chain. Her returns are going to be better. Whatever. Nothing against Jess. Whatever. And I would put her whatever the best men doubles player is.
Yeah. It's going to be fascinating. That's why I say like you've got
because I don't even think that the guys those singles guys they're not going to care.
Can I tell you as a fact, just someone that I know, just watching like through my World Team Tennis background, and who's a very good doubles player, and maybe not like a household name, but like Austin Krychek comes to mind.
Yeah.
Some of the double specialists.
Yeah.
I would.
Well,
I love. Go ahead.
King.
Evan King.
Yeah,
I've seen Evan King for many years as well, and he's actually doing a great job on tour doubles.
But if I'm not, I think it'll be the same. It's got to be out of those singles players as well.
That's
it's not
that's
a
where I
separate
think.
person.
You were
So
getting
it's got to
at.
be. I think. As I said,
now,
it's my first year doing
back
it.
to me not liking it. It should be.
Yeah.
You should be able to put a doubles specialist.
But those are the things that do go in. Obviously, as a captain, right? You know all too well. But those are the things that we're, not me, but the captains look at, and as a team we look at and figure out as well who wants to play. Some of them may not want to play.
Lindsay will have a great time.
Yeah, Lindsay is going to have a great time. I know.
Pressure's on with her for that decision. I want to give everybody a programming note tonight. The mixed doubles semifinals will take place, and you can hear the radio play-by-play call right here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. First match just after 7 p.m. Eastern Time, Svitolina Monfils against Venchik Kaboli. Followed by the second match is Muchova Menchik against Andreeva and Rublev. I was listening to Mira Andreeva's post-game commentary there with the interviews on court. She said she had the biggest crush on Rublev, and finally they got to play with one another. It was you got to look at it on social media. I'm probably not teasing it the right way, but it's a fabulous interview, and they both embraced and hugged. You also have the husband and wife team of Monfils and Svitolina, and you and I called several of Monfils' matches. Wasn't he ready to play from the jump yesterday?
From the start. Remember we talked about that. He walked out there, his eyes were this big, but he had the most serious look that I've ever seen on his face playing a match. And during the whole entire match, they were sitting down and they were like going over strategy. And I'm like, oh, wow.
Did you hear his comments?
We couldn't hear up here.
So did you read social media?
Not about his comments.
So his comments about playing with his wife, happy life.
There you go.
So it's like he had no choice because he's like, she's so competitive as well. Like, so, and he, not saying he's not, right? But he's like, I got to bring it here because otherwise it's not going to be
there
happy
was
wife.
one point in there, I can't remember which match it was, and he missed this easy forehand, and she was like, like you missed
What
that?
are you doing? How can you miss it? It's a lot of pressure.
Ton. Speaking of some results around the grounds, on Stadium 17 right now, Olympic gold medalist Zheng Qinwen took the first set 6-1 over France's Clara Burrell, but they're in a tight second set 5-5 right now. Jacob Fernley of Great Britain took the first set 6-4 over Luka Pavlovich of France. Right now, that is in a second set breaker. The LTA put out that a record 9 British men and women total made it to the second round of qualifying, which is a record for British players. Also, Carson Brandstein is up 6-4, 5-2 in that matchup over Linda Fruhvirtova. I want to call the culmination of that one, ladies, because perhaps we can get Carson to come onto our set right here for an interview like we saw yesterday when Michael Antonius, 16 years old, he trains in Orlando, Buffalo kid. What a fabulous young man. He's playing Nishikori today, second round qualifying.
He's on 17, right? Yeah. I mean, the group of young boys that they've got right now, and they're such good kids as well. But you really see that, like one of the coaches that has spent a lot of time with him, Jose Caballero, he's just moved into a player ID role, and I've spent more time with him and listening to him, and we talk about different things, and the culture that he brings as well to those young athletes and young boys. He's like, you know, he was telling me the other day, part of our culture is saying good morning to everyone, the cleaning crew that's there, right? To everyone walks through, like, good morning, how are you?
Billie Jean King would love that. She taught me that when I was doing Fed Cup, like, Zena, speak to everybody.
Yeah.
Like, and it's so true.
Yeah, and you see it, right? You see Jordan. I'm watching Jordan. He just split sets here as well. He came back and won that second set. And you just see that, like, and what the other cool thing is that the way that these kids can embrace the crowd, right? That this match, like full crowd on 12. I bet 17 is going to be full too. But Jordan played, finals of Junior Wimbledon. I was out there on court 1, right? I mean, that's pretty cool too for them to have that experience. And the way he got the crowd involved, and watching him in his first match and getting the crowd involved. And when you heard, because I was watching Robin a little bit too on that.
Oh, that was
I was
amazing.
switching, but Jordan's throwing up his hands like, let's go, right? And he just did that. And it's amazing because this experience here will just help them.
Do you think that bringing in just the atmosphere like that, do you think that Ben Shelton has had a lot to do with that? But that comes from, Ben got it from college.
Yeah, Ben got that from college. Yeah, I think it is. I think, it's a confidence. I don't know. I mean, my son's the same age as Jordan. They played soccer together. I'm like, I couldn't imagine my son doing that. Like having that, right? But having that environment, and I think Ben's been really good. I heard a story the other day of Jordan being a mentor for some of the younger kids. They were going to check for the 14s, for one of the 14s tournaments, and Jordan was sitting talking to one of the 14-year-olds like, dude, you got to do this, right? Like, you need to be a leader when you go out there. This is how you lead. This is what you do. He's 16 mentoring a 14-year-old, right? So I think the future's really bright right now for all of our American players.
Is that another thing that you guys are instilling?
Yeah.
No,
I think it is the mentorship and how that works, and giving back and doing those things. It's very important.
That's awesome.
It's really good. It's fun. It's fun to see.
So right now, Brandstein is up 6-4, 5-2, but she's in a 40-love hold because Linda Fruhvirtova, 21 for the Czech Republic, a very promising player for the Czech, is serving for the love hold to make it 3-5. In this second round of qualifying match, you're hearing court 7 in the background. So see if Carson Brandstein can close this out over on court number 7. Call a little play-by-play here as Fruhvirtova whips into second serve into the forehand of Brandstein, who jets to her right, has a forehand deep into the outside of the court. Forehand blasted down the line by Fruhvirtova with the love hold. But Brandstein will be serving for the match right here.
Look at that, Dave. I'm so impressed with you, man. I mean, doing radio, I've done commentary where you watch it and you don't speak as the point's going on, and that was fantastic. I want you to do that again.
All right.
And he just rolls off.
He does. It roll. I think it's that soccer play-by-play
there
too,
you go,
right?
right? You know how very fast and ferocious it is.
I mean, let's be honest. Tennis probably is a little easier play-by-play. I mean, not like with radio. Because, I mean, I don't know how you guys do it with, like, soccer, with, like, all the different numbers and who, and,
And they're all moving around.
When I did the Olympics at one point, they said to me, oh, you may have to cover soccer. And I'm like, excuse me, what? What did you just say? Like, I can talk tennis, that's fine, I can do it, but you want me to do soccer? Like, how am I going to pronounce these names, like, that fast?
You're talented enough.
Impressive, Dave.
You know how to do it. I appreciate that. So I want you both to be analysts here. Where there's been 10 unforced errors by Fruhvirtova. Right now, Brandstein up 15-love, 5-3 in the second. Again, trying to move to the third round of qualifying. She wallops a backhand cross-court. Fruhvirtova jets to her right, has a moonball here, takes it on the rise over the low part of the net. Successful here for Brandstein with a backhand slice. Fruhvirtova, twist of the hips, big unit-turn cross-court here. Fruhvirtova again goes to her left. Brandstein fights it off with a flat backhand right to the middle here for Brandstein as they exchange a long, lengthy rally with a backhand. Fruhvirtova goes up the line. Brandstein gallops to her left, wallops it there. She jets down to her left, has it, whips a backhand winner from deep into the court. Brandstein up 30-love.
And Brandstein did a great job of just making sure she stayed in the point. Absolutely beautiful. Never gave up. Way to go, Brandstein.
Yeah,
impressive
there. Yeah, from a defensive position, Joe and Zena, right there for Brandstein. Deep into the digital backdrop there of the court. And a big come on there for Carson Brandstein, representing Canada. Was a finalist at the Quebec City tournament in doubles with Andreescu, also playing in qualifying, by the way, a 2019 U.S. Open champ later today. Takes it on the rise, but misses a serve plus one here for Brandstein at 30-15.
And it was interesting. I was watching the match. I haven't watched more matches than I've watched in a very long time, but she was playing Clavi Nguruwa. And I was watching that match the other day, and she missed that forehand, Brandstein, right there, and that was what she literally went berserk on. Beautiful backhand.
Yep, she made her Grand Slam main drill appearance at Wimbledon, but it's a forehand unforced error, and she's speaking adamantly with her coaching box and visibly upset with that forehand miss there, 30-all.
Yeah, it was pretty interesting that she kept saying to her coach that she couldn't hit her forehand at all. When you keep saying it, how many times are you going to miss it?
Well, because you start believing it, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
She's up 6-4, 5-3, 30-all in the game. First serve shanks a little bit long. The second serve winces at her box, across from the court in frustration. White grip, the green Wilson racket. Just a step to the right of the tee. With the sun glistening on this 74-degree early afternoon in Flushing Meadows. And kicks it a second serve beautifully to Fruhvirtova. Forehand cross court, guides it in. Brandstein with a backhand and shanked well long. That's 3 straight misses by Brandstein. It's a great chance for the Czech player, Fruhvirtova.
Yeah, I guess what is the book on the Canadian girl is basically she is known for having beautiful strokes, and then she all of a sudden will actually go away.
Yeah.
You just need to stay in there with her. Brandstein.
Fruhvirtova returning from a deep position outside of the court. Big split step, good unit turn, bangs a forehand to the left. Brandstein's there, and it's a miss off the forehand on the next exchange by Fruhvirtova. Break point is wasted, and it's back to deuce.
The serve on the deuce side, toss goes way off to the right, too. She's like reaching for it. On the ad side, seemed to be a little bit better.
Brandstein had a big year last year, winning a couple of ITF circuit singles titles, 3 to be exact, including in Sumter, South Carolina. Skyrocketed over 700 spots on the WTA Tour, but it's another backhand miss. Breakpoint number 2 for Fruhvirtova.
Yeah, Brandstein right now is actually dealing with her emotions. I mean, and she's one of those players that you can actually see what's going on with her on the court.
The break chance here. Her serve was a little bit long. That side of the court. Fruhvirtova swings side to side in her light blue Nike sneakers. Big stiff step here on the unit turn. A successful backhand. Brandstein there on the ad side of the court. Drifts it backhand right down the middle. Fruhvirtova fights it up with the backhand, but missing. Back to deuce again. 5-3 second set. Again, the storyline here. Brandstein trying to close it out to advance to the third round of qualifying. And Zena, we documented this over the last couple of days, but how about the pressure as you trying to get from the second round of qualifying into the last level, into the third round now?
Yeah, I think it's even more when you've actually been there before. And Brandstein's probably been there before. Yeah. And just knowing all of, the perks. Sometimes it's just even the perks and the extra money and all of that. Sure. All of a sudden starts to become a play in your mind. And let's not leave out the points that you will be getting.
No question. She wheels back, rocks into the ball. It is a double. That was a low ball toss there. Joe, what happened there off that service motion?
I've never seen her play, so this is the first time I'm seeing her play. So her serve as well is like the grip's a little funky, the serve, the toss is a little funky. So if she's getting so negative when she misses too, I mean, she's up a set right now. And she's getting really frustrated.
Well, it's interesting because I did watch her. I watched the whole match, and that's her problem right there because she doesn't start. You don't start seeing all the funky little quirks that she has in her game until she starts getting really upset with herself.
Yeah, what is that, right? As I said, she was up a set. She was up a break. I mean, you used to just calm down a little bit here.
But what I was told I was sitting next to a guy that actually was kind of, I guess he's from Canada, and he knows she's always right there, but she explodes. And if you can just stay with her, and she's definitely showing the pressure of possibly having the opportunity to qualify now is probably more of the thing that's going through her head than anything.
How much at the USTA campus, whether it's the high performance program or the juniors, do the coaches touch on the mental aspect between the years?
Yeah, we have a couple of doctors here right now that are talking to them, and actually went out to dinner with the one the other night, and it was, there's so much to it. There's the family environment, there's the coaching environment, there's there's the home if you're not at home, right? It's the significant other, and it's like meeting players where they're at. And actually yesterday, Billie and Dawn, is it Staley from from the
South
basketball?
Carolina.
Yeah. They were talking about, and they were actually talking about like how to deal with players. And Dawn was saying about bringing the teams in, right? Because like you've got parents, we all know. I'm a parent, I know.
Yeah.
Crazy parents always think their kids are the best, right? But we do care about our kids, just in a different way. So Dawn says she brings them in and she, asks them, and then the players now, they want a voice. I don't know way back when. I mean, I know with Bull Terrier, I didn't have a voice. I was told what to do. As a Bull Terriers, right? And but I'm saying now it's very important for the players to have the voice. So you have to listen to them and then take what they're saying and then try to get the best out of them. So I mean, that is happening all over, and we put a lot of effort on that.
Well, it's interesting to me because last year here, and I was kind of just going around a little bit with Clivey, and they have so many more things to do than I don't even know how you play or practice. It's like once they are in the main draw, they have an appearance here, appearance there, somebody's here, you got to get somebody tickets, all these things, and, come here, give a clinic, and then your practice is at 4 o'clock. No wonder you can't get up on your serve.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just so many more things to deal with.
Yeah.
So what I found is that most of them don't even understand that all those things have to do with you being the player that you want to be, but also putting in the work to be the player that you want to be.
Exactly.
They think, that's just kind of fun time. It's not fun time. It's a part of your job.
Yeah.
It's a part of you growing.
I think it's a hard one, right? Because you do have people that are consistently trying to get your attention, right? You need it. And I think that I sometimes struggle when players are like, God, I've got to go do this, or I've got to do this talk. But that's part of your brand too. I think the brand for a player, right? It's like, what is that brand and who are you? And part of your brand is all that now, right? But their teams have gotten so much bigger. If you look at, when you played, how many credentials did you get here? Probably. Well, you were probably the GOAT, so you probably had unlimited.
No, I did not have unlimited. Yeah, I could Probably 4, but I can get a couple more if I needed it.
Yeah, but I think now that's like 10, 12 because they've got,
no.
they've got
I
agents,
wouldn't want
they've
that-
got
I
social
wouldn't want
media.
that many people around.
You've got everything, right? You have that, and it's crazy because you do need people to take care of it. We went to dinner the other night, and I was with a lady who does the player services here, and she's like, "Oh, this person's from IMG," and I looked, and it was so funny because I saw a girl sitting at the table. I'm like, "I know that girl," and they're like, "Where do you know her from?" And I was like, "She's a social media tennis influencer." IMG is now managing social media influencers. Wow. And he's like, I manage like 5 or 6 of them. And then I saw, we were up watching Savannah Bananas, and there was a girl taking pictures, right? And like the security guy was trying to like move her along. And I was like, okay. And then she popped up on my Instagram feed, and I was like, that's the girl. And I started following her, and she's a very recreational player. But she's branded out with Wilson, fully branded with Wilson, right? But that's also identifying with the tennis, the fans out there, right? That person that wants to play is now looking at that person of the cute outfits.
Yeah.
That is part of what. And I mean, look at Brandstein here. She's a pretty
like
young
a model.
lady. Like she's a model, right?
Yeah.
So she's going to have to deal with that because not only do they want someone that is a recreational player, they want someone that's good too.
Yeah.
So it's part of the brand.
Well, it is part of the brand, but I also, I think for the younger kids, they really should understand and look at someone, Serena, Roger, at a very high level. They kind of control, and I know it's different things, but you have to control it at some point.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, you might give up 10 grand right here to possibly get 200,000 grand.
Roger, right? With
Yeah.
On and stuff.
Yeah.
Can we talk, when we talk about this, can we talk about Naomi a little bit,
Please.
Osaka? Because like, I find that story fascinating. So when I was in Lexington, she played the Challenger, and I actually did the commentary for the week and watched her play, and I tried to get an interview with her. And I mean, she was like 14, 15 at the time, so she's still not really comfortable with that, right? So imagine at that age, right? And it wasn't like working. I couldn't get it. And like to see her now and to see her, say how shy she is, but then she's got this brand that's off the court, right? And I ran into her today, and she was wearing a full-on dress with heels and racket and taking pictures. And she was very comfortable in that environment. And she was like apologizing to security guards because they're like, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry. And the guy's like, oh my gosh, your dress looks amazing. She's like, thank you. She was so personable, but in front of people, she's not. So, but you're right, with the younger ones, that they need people around them to help them, right? To help them talk to press, help them with their brand. And I think that's a really important piece that you're going to start seeing more of with different teams around them, helping them with that brand.
Well, and the other part that I'm saying, that they need help, but also the coach needs to also understand that they might need to give up a little bit to get where you're trying to go.
Yeah.
I mean, literally 30 minutes can make a big difference of whether they're winning a match or not.
Yeah.
I understand.
And if you don't pick that up, one of the things that I remember so vivid with her is she played a match here, lost in 3 sets, one that she should have won. The day before, she did a lot of stuff. She went out. The coaches asking her to get up on her. Make sure you get up on your serve. Got in the 3rd set. She didn't get up on her third serve.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, it's just
tired.
tiny. She's tired.
Yeah.
But it's just little things like that. And that's one of the biggest changes that I've seen, the amount of people that's around.
Yeah.
The kid, they basically, I'm saying the kid because they're people young compared to me now. But yes, everything is done for you. But when you're out on that court, there's some things you have to do for yourself. So if you're never taught to do that, or you're not expected to do that, then how do you expect to win a 3-set match?
I wonder how much New York plays into, a player thinking about media opportunities, sponsorship, because I'm sure you have a lot of folks and agencies roaming the grounds that have one of the passes here too. And I'm thinking of players that try to make the most of their opportunity. One that comes to mind that you called a bunch of his matches with me and others in the past is like Francis Tiafoe, and then semifinal runs over the last couple of years. Everybody wanted a piece of Francis, right? So you have to delegate. Sometimes it's going to be Francis making that appearance. Sometimes it might be the coach. Sometimes it might be someone else, right? So these are interesting decisions.
Francis' new coach now, I think, is obviously the perfect perfect person for him. I have yet to see anybody control that situation for him and have him as poised as he's been on the court lately.
Yeah.
I mean, it's almost like another person.
It is.
And then even his interviews are different. I had to text him one day. I was like, dude, what's going on? He's like, Zena, I went back to my faith. But to get him to say that, that's serious. Like, he's really has devoted himself and I call what's locked in. But it has to start with the coach to getting him to buy into making a sacrifice.
Yeah, I mean, he played Davis Cup for us last year in Delray right after this. And I mean, I was talking to the mental strength coach about this, and I'm like, the change from last year is unbelievable.
Yeah.
Like, Mark Kovacs has done an amazing job with him. But you're right, he's got to buy in, right?
You got to buy in.
He's got to buy in. He's got to do it. I think as well, like, I was watching the other night a late match, and they were on the back courts, and they had the fan zone stage in front of them. And oh my gosh, it was so loud.
You could hear everything.
You could hear everything. And it was funny because the American player actually liked it, and the non-American was complaining. And then as soon as the music stopped, the American started losing. It came back on. She came back again. It was so funny. And she's a young Akasha. She's young, right? And I mean, it was like, can we get that music on louder and more, please? Because she actually liked it, and the girl she was playing didn't. But I think New York is very different too, right? It's such a different mindset when you come here, and you know, it's very loud, and there's so much going on. I mean, you would know that. You've played.
Your point of that, one of the young players that I'm really looking forward to watching is Eva
Jovic.
Yes.
In this atmosphere, I can't wait to watch.
Yeah.
Because I think she feeds off of that.
Yeah.
Like, you can see her energy just coming in. I love that she's very competitive, and she has a thing of aggressiveness that is like, the more energy she gets, the more she digs in. So I think this atmosphere is going to be very good for her.
Yeah, I mean, TFO loves this atmosphere.
Oh, that's a whole nother.
And Ben, too.
Ben.
Like, those guys love it. They love it.
I think Taylor's starting to get it in its own way.
Yeah, and Tommy, too.
Yeah.
I mean, Tommy likes it, too. I mean, most of the Americans like it. Like,
could this be?
Maybe he'll get him in.
Right.
Maybe we'll get a man champion.
Yep, we've had them close at
well,
the
I was going to
distance
say,
as a
I mean,
finalist,
there's a lot of players on that verge right now.
That would be nice.
All right, let's pick up this 30-all point, because right now it's 5-4. We're calling the match on court 7. Fruhvirtova tussling with Brandstein of Canada. Whips a backhand cross-court, rushing to her left. Brandstein with the backhand. Stabbing it there, flashing to his right. There is Fruhvirtova. Brandstein takes it on the rise with the approach. She opts to stay back. Met by a slice here by Fruhvirtova. And with a flat backhand here, Brandstein opens up with a forehand cross-court. Fruhvirtova runs it down. Brandstein with a backhand. Lengthy rally here on a very decisive 30-all point. It's a backhand miss by Fruhvirtova, and it's a match point for Carson Brandstein at 40-30.
Carlson did a great job right there, just staying in. It's very interesting. Her forehand was so stable in that point where she had been basically missing it, but that's the point. She can lock in sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, so a match point here for Carson Brandstein. 6'4", 6'5", 30-40 right now. Fruhvirtova serving to the left of the chair. She rocks back, long toss, arm extended. Goes into the ball, met by a Brandstein backhand here. Brandstein with a forehand, Fruhvirtova forehand. Right to the left of Brandstein, reads it perfect with a backhand. Up the line winner, and that will do it. 6-4, 7-5, Carson Brandstein into the third round of qualifying.
She's feisty.
Carson did a great job there, making sure that, I mean, her backhand down the line is fire anyway, but she saw that opportunity and really took advantage of that. I like the fact that she got her emotions under control.
Yes, she did. So congratulations to Carson Brandstein, fighting all those nerves, because there were some shaky moments a couple of games ago between her against Fruhvirtova, who is out in qualifying. Let's step aside as we're reaching 1 p.m. on the East with Zena Garrison and Joe Wallen. I'm Dave Leno. More to come on our Day 4 coverage of U.S. Open Fan Week right after these words on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the US Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. JP Morgan Chase Bank, NA member FDIC.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear. New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. And make some noise.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Just past 1 p.m. on the East, Dave Lenozina, Garrison, Joe Wallen, our engineer Jaime Colon, and our entire crew, US Open Radio, presented by American Express. Fans can listen to us on the US Open app, usopen.org. Tune in worldwide as well. Next week, we'll be on Sirius XM for the main draw. You can watch us, in addition to that, on ESPN Plus and YouTube. Tons of great activations are going on around the grounds on this day 4 of Fan Week, including the Fan Experience, airbrush tattoos, roving entertainers, the Marvel comic book giveaways, which is a hot button collector's item. Joe, we had Nicole Cancam from the marketing team.
Yeah.
Talked to us yesterday about all that and the events going on at Hudson Yards offsite. So ton of action around the grounds. And second round of qualifying, Brandstein moves on to the final round of qualifying. The same with Robin Montgomery, victorious into the third round.
Yeah, I'm really excited for her. I mean, what tournament was that? She won a tournament in
I would have to
recently,
go back and look. Okay.
And then
it was probably a pro circuit, right?
Yeah, it was a pro, and then she had the injury.
Just saying.
And then
Yep.
she had the injury. So this is
Yep.
nice for her to be coming back. She has the most beautiful serve.
Yes.
And then her volleys, I was noticing she's volleying so much better, and she moves really well.
Yeah, it's exciting.
Yeah, Montgomery actually got through qualifying at Wimbledon and lost in the first round of the main draw there to Jasmine Paolini. She won in the Netherlands over Krejcikova at the Libema Open. She won in a walkover, actually, over Krejcikova. She beat Tomljanovic, Greek Minin, Kasakina, and others.
But it was her
there
first
for the title.
tournament. That's her first win, so
Yeah.
that's always good.
Yeah.
Walkover wasn't so good, but hey, she won it.
Back in June. Joe, I want to get your perspective here in qualifying, and Zine and I have touched on for a couple of days just the rigors of now you're getting closer to the main draw and how these competitors, some as young as 16, like we've mentioned, some like a Kei Nishikori or Grigor Dimitrov are there, where they're at the cusp of making the main draw. How do they internalize that with their teams?
Yeah, I mean, I think every player is so different, right? You're seeing a lot of the college players coming out too, right? So you're seeing a huge amount of college players come out, and just this opportunity to play. It was interesting because Jordan actually lost in the finals of Kalamazoo. He actually was down 2-1 and then retired.
Right.
And so he got the wild card into qualies, and it's always like as well, like going into qualifying in is special, right? And having that experience. But I was talking about that with the team a little bit and saying, was it better for him to lose that match and come into qualies and win a round? And I think he's about to go down here in the second round, but have that experience, right? Instead of just getting in. But I would imagine, I never had the opportunity to. Sorry, Zina. It was all your fault. Nothing to do with my play. But I never had the opportunity to qualify in for a Grand Slam, so I wouldn't know the feeling, right? But I did play a couple of qualies of Grand Slams, right? And it is something special. But now, I mean, the money's so much more, and the experience here is just incredible. So for a player, it's definitely a jumping board as well.
Has that mindset shifted over time from the USTA's perspective of granting college players the opportunity through qualifying or through wild card challenges to play at a Grand Slam main draw, especially at the home slam here at the US Open?
I'm not sure it's necessarily changed the philosophy. I think the college landscape is changing drastically and so quickly with NIL money, right? Players are able to go in. I mean, I don't know, when I had a choice to go to college or not, or go play pro, and I decided to go play pro because I just hated school, quite honestly, didn't want to go. But, like, you went and played for 4 years. You did that, right? And now people are doing homeschool, they're doing online for a semester. They're getting NIL, and then they're going out, but they're using it as a training, right?
Yeah.
So it's also trying to understand that landscape and saying it's a great training ground, especially for, I would say, not only for the girls, but for the boys especially, because how much physically do the boys develop between the age of 17 and like 20, 21? That's a huge amount of physical growth for that. So I think, you're seeing it as a great pathway and a great opportunity. And now with NIL money, it's really a viable pathway too.
So is there a stipulation now that someone can make too much money, or they can still make a lot of money and still come back and play college tennis?
I mean, I honestly, you're asking, I don't know the actual, like turning pro and then coming back to do it, but they can get NIL money.
Which that's a hot button issue right now. The Big Ten conference in the United States, for international folks listening, that just outlawed that if you declare, for example, for like the NFL draft, or you go in to training camp with a team, just like one player did with the Cleveland Browns, he can't come back and play for that previous school. So that's going on with LSU in the United States, just as an example.
It's viable, though.
Yeah.
I mean, you're seeing a lot of players, right? You had Brent Meyer come out, right? And she went against the NCAA, right? And said, like, look, I deserve that prize money at the U.S. Open, right? It wasn't like all the prize money stuff. So it's such a changing landscape and trying to understand that. But I mean, now they're so good. I mean, the college players are so good.
I'm seeing a lot of when I peruse college tennis rosters, because what time do I have, right, other than broadcasting and taking care of two little ones at home? You guys know that. Looking at college rosters, you're getting a lot of international kids from overseas. They're trying to see how they can test themselves, because you said, rightfully so, the college game has gotten so much better over time, more resources, more money, but you're seeing a lot of internationals come over to test themselves here, maybe before leapfrogging into perhaps trying out for the Pro Tour.
Well, I know that's actually a lot of the scholarships were taken up by Europeans before. Yeah. A lot of American players were not having that opportunity to actually do that. So it's nice to see that it has turned, but that you have more kids that are thinking about college, and it's probably because of that money's there now as well. But I agree with you, Joe. It gives them the opportunity, if you're not ready mentally, to be able to mature.
I mean, it's across every sport, right? As well, it's not just tennis, but I think that you've got so many different levels. You've got your D1, you've got so many different levels of D1 as well. Yeah. You've got your SEC and your really strong levels, and then you have the lower ones, and then you've got NAIA, you've got D2, you've got junior colleges. I mean, the junior colleges now, you go for 2 years, but we've got a lot of flack before on, Americans playing and people looking at rosters, right? And saying there's so many Americans in there, right? There's nothing we can really do about that as an organization. It's not on us to do that. We don't own, we don't manage, we don't sanction, we don't do all those, so we just have to kind of flex with what we've got and then just make sure that there's opportunities. Again, go back to the first comment of not making it and finding a different pathway, right? You don't have to go to a top 10 school there's so many other schools now that you can go to and play in junior colleges and get those experiences and then transfer into other ones or not. You look at Eric Buderak's story, the tournament director, right? Played at a D2 school, I believe it was, right? And had a great doubles career. Now is the tournament director of the US Open. Again, another success story in a different way.
So our last few moments with you, want to ask you, Joe, about advice you have for parents, and this is right in vein with your last point, to get their son or daughter involved in tennis, and maybe they're a little shy. They don't know maybe whether they go through the public park system that Zena is so instrumental in the Houston area. I come through the public park system in the suburbs of Philly. Like, versus public parks, country club, how you decide what program is right for your son or daughter. What advice for both of you would share?
Such a good question. It's such a good question. It's not an easy one.
Because the sport sometimes could be intimidating, right?
It is. It's intimidating. It's intimidating. It's challenging. You go to a website. I mean, you know, a website could probably be a little bit easier to use, I would say. Giving me that look. I was trying to be nice there, right? But looking at what that pathway is, I think for me, as I had parents who were fantastic tennis parents, and I think during my time there's a lot of right? I don't know whether it's actually like a pathway. I would say, and having my own kids that actually don't play tennis, actually dislike tennis, but they love soccer. I know it's your first love, maybe. I don't know, first or second. First or second.
Very big one.
Very quickly become my second love too, right? Yeah. I'm either tennis or soccer, right? I think that having the kids do what they love and not forcing it upon them, right? And not, you know, you look at some of the younger kids and you look at the parents, and Tina, who is Jordan's mom, won't even watch, right? She's there in the background. She will not watch. Like, I just met her. She's like, I'm going that way, you're going that way, right? And like, she won't look at the score, she won't do it. But she's there as a support for him. And she's a coach. She was a former player, former pro player as well, like on the tour and stuff. So I think as a parent with a child playing, your job is to make sure your child's happy and loves what they're doing, not forcing upon. And, you know, I think that I'm glad my children didn't play, because I think I would have been a horrible tennis parent, because you're so invested, right? And sometimes I think you're invested more than your child, and your child has to want it. So I know it didn't really answer your question, but I think it's really important that love for the sport. As I said, I started when I was 4. I had all my setbacks. I got my butt kicked. I've said that 5 times now. I'm going to keep saying it, right? But that never stopped my passion for the sport, and I am still so passionate for the sport, and I want to see all these little kids out here in the future playing, and it doesn't have to be here. It can be out on the public courts, wherever they want to play. It's a sport of a lifetime, and it's the world's healthiest sport.
I love that. How do you get kids involved in the Houston area?
It's actually, believe it or not, it's getting tougher and tougher.
Really?
And the reason why I say that is because you have more and more kids that, whether it's soccer, whether it's, you know, volleyball or whatever, there's just more organized sports, and normally it's the marketing that it's getting people into. It doesn't necessarily mean that's the best program or the kid, but, you know, my friend plays, I want to go play, you know, and whatever works in the area. So it's getting tougher and tougher. I recently did a pilot, and I'm going to do it. I did tennis and gardening together. And the little kids absolutely loved it. I think I loved it more.
Yeah.
But I had them from ages 5 to 12-year-olds. I took them, and I would teach them. I taught them myself how to, you know, just connect with the ball more than anything. We just had fun, and then we'd have snacks, and we'd talk a little bit, and then I'd take them to the garden, and then I have a gardener, a ZGA gardener, that we have in the program, and then we teach them about, you know, whether a tomato or, you know, the pollinating and all of that, and they absolutely loved it. And so that's, you know, I'm basically trying to find other ways to partner with other things to get kids involved, because it's so it's so hard to keep kids right now, because there's so many other things they can do.
And I think to close out as well, I think the coach that you have as well, is so important, right? And we talked about that a little bit at the beginning, but having that person that truly believes in you, right, as a person that can tell you, hey, you can do this. And it may not be you can be number 1 in the world, but you can be they bring out the best in you, whatever that best in you means, right?
Yeah.
The best in you for your talent was whatever your highest world ranking was, right? And the best in me was what mine was, right? But the best person, and having someone there, and if you can find that coach that believes in your child as a human, to me, that's one of the most important things.
Well, and sometimes, to your point, sometimes it's just getting them to connect with the ball.
Yeah.
And I'll tell a quick little story. Like in this pilot that I was doing, had this one little girl. I had a 4-week program, and I would do it every Saturday. And this one little girl could not touch the ball. I was not going to give up on her. And so I started looking at, I think it's Tennis for Tots or something on Instagram, and I would look at the little stories. And I saw one on there where they take the racket, just act like this is a train with the ball, and we like going around. And then I got her to move it up. And so finally she hit the ball. And she was so excited. And I was so excited because she finally connected. But then, so we left there, we go to the garden. And so at that particular day, I was doing a little, that particular day was just we had some basil. We were going to put it in a little pot that I had gotten. And so as I was as she was getting ready to leave, I said, hold on, I got something. So I went and got a foam ball. And so her dad had his racket underneath his arm, and she had her little pot of basil. And so she was skipping out, and I said, hold on. And I gave her the ball, and she came back to her dad, and had the racket here, and she said, ball to racket. So I almost cry over there. But she finally connected, and so she will never forget that. Whether she plays or not, she will never forget ball to racket.
Yeah. I may not either. I may be walking around the whole day.
But you gotta have your basil.
I'm gonna walk by there.
Your basil.
Well, I've got to go find basil. I'll pull it out. You'll see me later with a little sign.
Please don't do that to me.
Oh, I will. Don't you worry. At some point in the next 3 weeks, I will walk by there.
But the point of the story is, however we can get connected, we got to keep trying different ways.
Yeah.
That's all.
I always say, for my little perch, it's all about the people, right? And how you connect with someone on a human level. And you can be rigorous with technically what does your stroke look like in tennis or in soccer or in basketball. How's your shot going? How's your form? How's your footwork? But I think if an adult or whatever the age of the coach is can connect with the person, I think that is so meaningful. And someone who's on the board of the USTA, I just want to give her a shout, Laura Canfield. She spearheads Bucks County Tennis
I love her.
Association,
Yep.
and that's close to me. And I've actually coached for them in the past when I was coming out of college, and how they connect with kids that maybe just play recreationally, but maybe they're interested in playing tournaments, but there's really no hassle with it. There's a little bit of a competitive nature, but it's just like more of an introductory level. I love that, and it's very approachable, and I think that's the key word, and I hope people can take away from this U.S. Open experiences. You're seeing some of the Goliaths of the game. I'm sitting next to them right here on set on U.S. Open Radio, but I want people to take away that you can do this in your own backyard, and I hope that this tennis touches everybody.
And that's where you start, like Laura. I mean, she gives her whole life passion. The minute you say her name, to most people, they're like, oh, my God. And it's that one person, like you said, absolutely.
All right, so last thing from you, Joe, today, and then we'll let you go. I know you got a busy schedule, but we appreciate you hanging out with us on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. I know you're part of the USTA team, but I got to think, who you like to go far in men's and women's singles here.
I'm terrible at this.
And you don't have to give me a winner, but somebody that maybe not a household name, that, not the Djokovic's of the world, not the Coco Gauffs, that you might want to throw out to say, because you've called some matches on commentary, you said recently. So who's coming in red hot?
I haven't done it recently, Dave. You're putting me on the spot right now. I don't
No,
know.
you
I
can
think the game has gotten so deep. The game is so deep now that it is so open, and I think that I am going to say there's going to be some breakthroughs from some Americans this year.
Okay.
She just really just.
That was like a lazy river. Yeah, but
I
I like
it. It was. It's just open. I think it's like so
open.
hard, and it's like, on any given day, I think any of the top 100 players can pretty much beat anybody. I don't think you have the Serena effect anymore, right? I think you had it with Sabalenka a little bit, right? Where I was okay, like she's gonna win, and now she's had a couple losses in the locker room. People are like, oh, she's beatable, right?
Well, at every Grand Slam, there has been these qualifiers and different people that have come through that we did not expect. So you're absolutely right.
So that's why I say I did dodge it a little bit, but I'm gonna go with some American breakthroughs.
Okay, I like that.
You heard it here first.
Heard it. Look, we saw it. Is it 5 years ago? Since not an American, but Emma Raducanu came from qualifying to win. A couple of years ago, not an American, so maybe not the best example, but Botic van der Zandschloop came from qualifying. I believe he got all the way to the quarterfinal round. So we've seen it not just at the U.S. Open.
Well, Wimbledon, what's his name? Ferry?
Yeah, Ferry.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Arthur
It's
Ferry.
possible.
It's a great one to throw out there. Joe, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thanks for having me on this one. I thought I was going to get kicked out 15 minutes after 15 minutes, so I am thankful that you kept
hour and
me.
20 minutes with us. I really appreciate it. You're a fabulous person. You do great work with the USTA. I'm excited for you and your staff for LA28. I know you have a lot around the other events as well. Just want to give a note again. BJK Cup, Delray, Florida, in November.
Yep, buy your tickets. They're on sale right now.
So
we'll
you
have
perhaps
lots of
could
fan
see
engagement.
some players that will participate on the Olympic team and our greatest players on tour.
And Davis Cup right after the U.S. Open, too, is in Prague. So that team's announced. But, hang tight for the team announcement for Delray.
All right.
Well, it's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you for everything. Appreciate
see
it.
you around.
Sitting next to you is an honor. And you, always?
No.
Mohar, sorry. I know.
I totally get that.
I know.
Always a pleasure. For Joe Wallen and Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. Don't go anywhere. More to come on this day 4 of U.S. Open Fan Week. Right after this on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. MULO, BWS, latest 52 weeks ending 7/6/25.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile, grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyte science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyte, science of hydration.
With Faye Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the US Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the US Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the US Open.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the US Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to day 4 of the 2026 U.S. Open Fan Week. Dave Leno, Zena Garrison with you. Again, my thanks to our friend Joe Wallen, USTA's Managing Director of National and Global Events, just joined us. Zena, that was a lot of fun with Joe, and I like that sparring match you had where you two went at when Joe was a youngster, and same with yourself.
It was just kind of nice to have a conversation and just kind of relax. I literally forgot where I was, just, talking tennis. I loved to learn about all the information about what's going on and what's coming up.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't want to bury the lead here as we're about an hour and 30 minutes into our program, but just want to give a shout to Stan Wawrinka. He actually earned a wild card, which has been a big hot button talking point on social media, whether he would get a wild card, wouldn't he? He has been in New York. He's posted on social. He does get a wild card into the main draw because Patrick Kipson, who was given a wild card, withdrew. So Stan Wawrinka, 2016 U.S. Open champ, is into the main draw, in which is his last Grand Slam.
Wow, that's interesting. The person that got the wild card had to pull out, he got it. But, when I heard that, I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Stan has done so much for the game, and, but so has a lot of other people as well. So,
yeah, so Stan is in. Congratulations to him and his team, and I'm excited to see
it's a one-hand backhand.
That's right.
Yes.
What Stan the man can do with that patented one-hander. Could it be him? Could it be a Musetti that goes deep? We'll have to see with the one-handers. Want to give another guy a touch here in second round of qualifying. Inside Stadium 17, former U.S. Open semifinalist. He's also been a quarterfinalist as well. The 25 seed in qualifying, Grigor Dimitrov. He is up 2-1 on serve against Timothy Skatov. That's the audio you hear in the background of our call right now. Also on court number 5, Jacob Fernley just won in 3 sets, 6-4 in the third over the Frenchman Pavlovich. That one taking place over on court number 5. Garin up 3-2 in a break over Emer as well. Tonight on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, our crews, led by Mike Cation, David McPherson, and Gil Gross, will have the play-by-play call of the 2 mixed doubles championship presented by Vital Proteins. The 2 mixed double semifinals, Svitolina Monfils against Bencic Kaboli is the first matchup, followed by Muhova Menchik and Andreeva and Rublev as well. And the winner, obviously, of those 2 matches will go on to our championship, which is for a Grand Slam title. And I do want to give a shout to the Tiffany Company, because they will be supplying the trophy for a $1 million prize. And the trophy, they're just renegotiated and re-upped their partnership with Tiffany and the USTA to provide the trophies, which they've done over the past 40 years, Zena.
Wow, it's been 40 years. I mean, absolutely beautiful. I mean, we all love Tiffany.
Yeah, sure.
But, I mean, I can't even imagine it being something else. I mean, for the trophy, other than Tiffany, they've been such a great supporter.
For sure. Jung Qinwen, by the way, Olympic gold medalist, dealt with injuries, been off tour, back on. She is battling through qualifying. Remember, she got to the quarterfinal round at the U.S. Open. She won 1 in 5 over Clara Burrell. So Jung is into the 3rd round of qualifying, the final round. Rebecca Marino lost in her matchup 2 and 4. That was on court number 6 as well. Amidst some other matches, we mentioned Robin Montgomery battling injury. Won in the Netherlands. She won 5 and 3 in her matchup over a Belgian player over on court number 11. And those players in qualifying, Zena, are at the doorstep, close to the main draw. So it's time.
They're starting to smell it.
Oh, yeah.
You know, close on both sides. And you get that close, and one step closer, and you start to believe that you have an opportunity because you're just that close.
Yeah, can't wait to see what Robin Montgomery can do at the doorstep here of getting into the main draw at the U.S. Open. Also want to give a touch to yesterday, where the icon returns. Roger Federer took center stage yesterday. I took in all of that, Zena, in the set with Andy Roddick. The backhand was spot on from Roger. Andy's hitting 135 serves, and then the doubles matchup with John McEnroe and Andre Agassi joining the fray. What did you think of that, experiencing Roger take the court again here at the U.S. Open?
Believe it or not, I didn't get to see that much. No, I fell asleep. I hate to say it. I was that tired. But I did see some this morning with Andy Roddick and Federer, and it looked so exciting. How was it?
Amazing. Crowd was lively. Federer was taking it all in. I loved also.
Andy looked good. I did see that.
He looked great.
The serve, I was like, didn't go anywhere.
And they had this fabulous drone show at the end of the night with the New York skyline, the Manhattan skyline in the background. And everybody's just watching the big board inside Ash, and on TV they were showing the whole show as well, and just really well done. I just want to give a shout to the USTA and everybody who put that whole event together. Seeing Roger back, I think, just with the International Tennis Hall of Fame induction coming up this weekend in Newport, Rhode Island, with Federer and our colleague Mary Carrillo. It was just an awesome atmosphere inside Ash, and hats off to everybody involved.
I'm loving that combination. I think we talked about it last year when the Bryan brothers went in, how the USTA, the U.S. Open, and they have brought it together, bringing those people here first and then going on to the Hall of Fame is really awesome.
Yeah, so can't wait for that induction ceremony. The U.S. Open made history with the New York area's first ever dual drone show. It had 2 drone displays. It lit up the whole city, as mentioned, bringing the theme of celebrating our New York story, which is the huge theme here with the U.S. Open that Nicole Cancan was telling us about. where all the 5 boroughs are encompassed throughout the theme of this year. Beautiful artwork on display by Brooklyn-based artist Eugenia Mello, who was born in Buenos Aires and now lives in New York. So this whole theme of branching out all of New York into the U.S. Open, this has been home to the U.S. Open for over 100 years. You've played this great tournament. You've worked here as a broadcaster now. What a delightful touch.
I mean, definitely a delightful touch. Anything with drones. I was going to ask you, have you ever seen a drone championship? Have you ever seen that?
What's that?
It's where the drones go in. They're like, say, in a big stadium, and they go in, and there's a championship, and they go through different like tunnels and everything.
Yeah,
it's actually,
of course.
I absolutely love that. So when you said that to me about the drones being out, I mean, it's a lot of people. If you've never seen it, you should see it. And the drones last night, I wanted to know, what was that? It was similar to that. How was it? Or like a light show?
Yeah, they were showing all. No, they were showing all the years that Federer won. They were showing the RF logo. They were showing him his silhouette of him lifting a trophy too. My mind was blown on how this. I don't know. We see this at other sporting events, but this one with amid the Manhattan skyline, like over the Hudson, it was beautifully done. I remember, just for me personally, going back to last year, for 4th of July, I was in Nashville. And over that strip of Broadway, which is very famous for all the music and a lot of fanfare, they had a huge drone show for 4th of July celebration. And all the American imagery and all the themes with 4th of July were on display in the sky down in Nashville. And it kind of reminded me of that.
Yeah.
So really, really well done to the USTA. Congratulations to Federer. And his whole family was here, his parents, his kids, his whole team. And you know what also I liked, and I know you'd appreciate this, is Felix Auger-Aliassime was in the president's box watching. Serena was there, Casper Ruud. So it's some of our younger players, some of our veteran players, all supporting as well.
I mean, but it's Roger Federer. I mean, just a class here. I mean, he's one of those people that I see like Arthur Ashe or Billie Jean King. Like, they're beyond tennis. People see them for all the good and things that they have done for just the sport. I mean, he's actually brought people to the sport in a different way, but he's kept his class. He's a champion, sportsmanship. I mean, all of that.
Yesterday, we unfortunately had to pass along the news that legendary singer-songwriter Dolly Parton passed away at 80 at 9:25 p.m. on the East yesterday. The Empire State Building was lit up actually in the color of your dress for Dolly Parton yesterday.
Wow.
So it's the connection with New York and the global audience there. And our thoughts, again, are with the Parton family and all the fans of Dolly Parton as well in their passing.
Yeah, she's touched a lot. A friend of mine was telling me a story early this morning that she really is going, what's the song?
Jolene?
That's Whitney Houston's song.
Okay.
And so, but she got so much royalty off the song that I can't think of it right now.
I Will Always Love You?
Yes.
Yeah, there you
and she got a lot of royalty money from that. But she would give it back to the black community, and a lot of people didn't know. I mean, they were talked about, and the reason why I'm saying that money that came from Whitney Houston, she always kept it to give back to the community. And Dolly would do so much. I mean, who knew? But they were saying that over social media, everybody was talking about. You didn't know how much she did for others, for so many people.
Yep, I was watching a New York morning show prior to coming to the U.S. Open today for our broadcast shift, and they were showing the connection of Dolly Parton to New York and how the mayor at the time, Ed Koch, was inviting Dolly to the steps of City Hall, giving her the keys to the city. And I believe that was in the 70s where the TV program said she went from country to more like mainstream music at the time. So awesome stuff there. And you know better than most the connection of not just the players to this great tournament, but to the fans, but also musicians.
Yeah.
A lot of dignitaries come out here, but we have so many theatrical performances, musicians before the night session.
You never know
example,
who you might see here.
Exactly. So really exciting action on and off the court here at the U.S. Open. With Zena Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. However you're listening to us on the U.S. Open app, usopen.org, on TuneIn Worldwide or watching us on camera on ESPN Plus on YouTube. We say good afternoon. Approaching 1:40 here on the East. Second round matches of qualifying going on. Zena, some of the big players are also practicing inside Arthur Ashe Stadium and Louis Armstrong Stadium as well. Ton of fans are filing in right before us that are set here to the American Express fan experience. The science experiment is going on just adjacent to us, a white tent in right field from our booth here. Airbrush painting for the kids. We got jugglers on unicycles. There's a lot going on here, part of Fan Week, that I want to tell people that is free to come. But as the marketing department came to us yesterday, Nicole Cancam specifically, all fans had to do was pre-register online, but it is free to come onto the grounds of Fan Week. Mixed doubles, yes, like tonight is a ticketed event for the semifinals, but I want people to know that still a free Fan Week here at the U.S. Open to come onto the grounds.
Well, it was interesting when I was getting ready to come here. I saw this long line, and it was toward the practice courts, and I didn't exactly know what was going on. And then I started hearing people say, "Oh, Serena's going to be practicing," or either Venus or Serena, one of the Williams is going to be practicing. I mean, when you think about how, that's another thing that this tournament has just brought, where you could actually watch your favorite player actually practice.
Yep.
These people were in a line. I mean, a very, very, very long, waiting patiently to get to the court to be able to watch someone practice.
Sometimes I love, just sitting there marveling what the coaches do with some of our best players in the world. Example, to your point, a couple days ago, I watched Wimbledon champion Linda Noskova practice inside Armstrong, and granted, it was maybe on the Sunday of Fan Week, and maybe not a ton of people there, but just watching the hand tosses from the coaches. And these are something that I can take from my little game back home, and I can teach my youngster. Just watching how the coaches deal with and try to train some of our biggest stars for a Grand Slam.
I'm smiling and laughing because you're stuck on these hand tosses.
Yeah,
do you like hand tosses?
No, I don't. I know we were talking about that with Gil and Jill Kravis a couple of days ago. No, I don't. I like practicing with a partner.
It's the evolution of tennis, and you sound like my old coach. He's like, "What are they doing?" I'm like, "Everybody's doing it," but it's just part of it.
Yeah.
And if you don't have anybody to practice with, it's become the easiest way to make sure you and stay close to your person.
Yeah,
Maybe I need to come out and hand toss you some balls.
I need a lot of work, Zita. So I'm going to come down to Houston in that 109-degree heat down there, right? I know. I probably won't last. You're right about that. Since we were talking about musical acts, between the mixed doubles semifinal, the first semifinal, and the second, there will be an act with creative director Tinashe takes the court alongside native New Yorker DJ Ruckus, hailed as one of the most sought-after DJs in the world. So that dynamic duo will bring to life inside Ashe in between semifinal 1 and semifinal 2 in the Mixed Doubles Championship presented by Vital Proteins. The Tiffany Trophy will be on site tonight to award another Grand Slam title in mixed doubles. That will be a little bit later on that our broadcast crew, part of U.S. Open Radio, and our World 5 team will have the coverage of. Also on the Fountain Plaza stage, tons of musical acts. Ball Crew Karaoke will be there, tons of DJs. There's also going to be a magic show with the magician Cardozo of New York taking center stage as well. So a ton of action, part of this Fan Week in conjunction with the tennis. We'll step aside. More to come on U.S. Open Radio. I'll highlight some of the scores when we return in qualifying. We also have a special guest coming from qualifying as well to join us on set. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72 hours sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit Dove.com.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health services provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at IBM.com/US Open.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guessed. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guessed and book now at IHG.com.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
With Fage Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Fage with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Fage to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Fage yogurt in every bite. Visit USA.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at IBM.com/US Open.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit Dove.com.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history, dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights.
Aryna Busta 1 point away from leaving the competition. Volleys into Shelton, who has time on the ball, will put the backhand pass away. Then Shelton wins the battle of the former US Open semi-finalists.
And for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The US Open, spectacular awaits.
30-40 right now. Fruhvirtova serving to the left of the chair. She rocks back. Long toss. Arm extended. Goes into the ball. Met by a Brandstein backhand here. Brandstein with a forehand. Fruhvirtova forehand. Right to the left of Brandstein. Reads it perfect with a backhand. Up the line winner, and that will do it. 6-4, 7-5. Carson Brandstein into the third round of qualifying. Welcome back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. That was the game-winning call right there for Carson Brandstein. Victorious 4-5 over Fruhvirtova. She's into the final round of qualifying at the 2026 U.S. Open. With Zina Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. We're pleased to be joined by the victorious Carson Brandstein. Carson, congratulations.
Thank you so much. Well, it's good to see everybody again. I've been kind of MIA the whole year, so to start my first tournament back at the U.S. Open and to get a couple wins already, it feels really good.
So before I get to what happened after the Australian Open and your injury status, what was it like today against Fruhvirtova? What was working well that you could take to your next match in the final round against Robin Montgomery?
Yeah, you know what? I mean, I guess tying into my time off, I had a lot of time to think and just kind of go over my game and think what really are my strengths. And I think I started tapping into a new side of myself, of my fitness and how quick I can be on the court. And I'm really proud of how I dug out a lot of the longer points today, and I stayed very gritty and played very smart. And I did the same in my first round as well. So hopefully I can continue that for the next one and keep building on those kind of new ideas of mine.
What were the fitness tricks that you learned about yourself that helped you in this match?
You know what the crazy thing is? My coach, I have two new coaches now, and they actually told me to do less fitness, which is crazy. I'm like a gym person, so I love working out. If I didn't play tennis, I would still be like a very fit, like, you know, into it, whatever. Maybe it's because I'm from LA. That's like kind of the culture there, but yeah, I've literally just been playing tennis, which is a crazy thing to think and maybe different than a lot of players, but I'm naturally very lean. I'm tall, I'm skinny, so I don't need to overwork my body. I'm naturally, I think, built to, you know, be out there for a while. So yeah, I just focused on making my tennis game better and being more consistent and being smarter, and so far, so good. So I'm taking it. Yeah.
So Carson, you mentioned that first tournament back since the Australian Open from the torn labrum. it wasn't your first. You had surgery after that. Wasn't maybe your first surgery? I'm told that you had some knee injuries, hip issues in the past.
Right. So in total, I did not have surgery on my shoulder. Thank goodness. It was a very long rehab. But I've had 4 surgeries in my career. Both hips and both knees have been cut open at one time. So, but you know what? None of my injuries were ever career-ending things. They're all very doable. It's just annoying, if anything. So I came back from those. That was all through college. And then my shoulder decided to peek in and hurt. And yeah, I did a lot of rehab. Honestly, the first couple months being home was very mental for me. I took some time off. I didn't want to do anything. And not to make excuses, but I think I kind of needed that. And I owed it to myself. I was just like, I got to just separate, do things I love to do, make myself happy with my other talents and ambitions, and build from there.
I want to know what are some of your other talents and ambition, because you said that with a big smile. So what else do you like to do?
I'm a busy girl, so I have like 4 full-time jobs pretty much. So obviously, number one, I'm a tennis player, but I'm also a full-time model as well. So I'm modeling. I'm going to be doing my first New York Fashion Week in a couple weeks. So hopefully, if I get the shows, you'll see me on runways. So yeah, I'm a full-time model. I also started a company with my dad, and it's in finance. We're doing bonds for people. So if you have a lot of reserves and money, just hit me up.
Yeah, right. Find Carson.
And I'm also a professional music producer as well, and a singer. So I've been kind of doing. I haven't posted anything yet because I'm nervous. Actually, I'm like really a perfectionist, but. Yeah, that's what I've been doing in the car and the shuttle every day. I'm like working on a full set right now.
And I'm told your mom was on The Golden Bachelor as well. Is that true?
Yeah, she was.
I watched that.
Really? Carol. She left.
You're kidding
She's silly.
me. I
Carol's
remember
silly.
Carol. That is so
That's my
funny.
mom.
That is hilarious.
That's my mom. Yeah, she's great. Yeah, she's a funny woman. So yeah, now you know where I get some of my humor from.
Wait, that's amazing.
Everybody knew Carol. Carol was like popular.
Yeah.
She's
spunky.
Yeah.
Take us through a little bit of the background. We know you now a little bit on the tennis court, watching your match today against Fruhvirtova on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. But you played for several different schools collegiately, right? And then tell us how you went from like USC to Virginia, ending your collegiate career at Texas A&M.
Right. So I got my my Aggie ring on, gig 'em. So that's number one. I'm definitely a Texas A&M Aggie.
I can see the colors there too.
I know. Oh, there you go. I love that. Yeah, I'm even wearing some maroon right now. But yeah, I started at USC, and you know, when you are growing up in Southern California, going to SC is a pretty natural thing to want to do. And I didn't really have a recruiting process. I was just like, hey, if I'm not going pro, I'm just going to USC. Yep. My sister was there. I always loved the school, and once I got there, the tennis program, I just don't think they were performing the way that I needed to become a professional tennis player. I love the school, like no bad feelings at all. It's just, you know, it wasn't the program that was going to make my tennis dreams come true. So transfer portal and COVID. I also never played for USC. I got my first knee surgery while I was there, so I never played a match for them. Transfer portal. Couldn't really visit anywhere. I had a very close friend at UVA, and I was a pre-law student, so I was like, okay, UVA doesn't get any better than that. Yep. I'll go there. It's beautiful. How can't, you know, be any worse tennis-wise? They seem to be doing a lot of things right. And then I got even more injured there. I had hip and knee surgery in the same day.
Right. Same day?
Yeah. I was like full cripple for a while.
Who took care of you?
You know what? Myself, mostly. And I think that kind of goes into why I left, because, you know, I got good grades. I showed up when I could, but when suddenly I couldn't perform, it seemed like people weren't there for me anymore. And I said, look, I'm still a human being. I'm a little girl. You know, I was like 19, 20 years old. Like, I think I do a really good job at being the team player, and kind of doing like the extracurricular things, because I care about people. I mean, geez, if you're going to college team, be a teammate, you know? So I was like, transfer portal again, and I was like, what school has those character, like, what is that in a school? And Texas A&M, when it comes to family and being together and the passion for the sports, I think no school is like Texas A&M in the world.
Texas A&M has the most beautiful football stadium I've ever seen in my entire life.
They do.
And I was just telling Dave too, the agriculture for the for meat and everything is just off the chain. Like, absolutely. So when you got to Texas, like, did that just become part of you?
Oh, totally. It's surreal. Sometimes I look back at the things that we had at Texas A&M, and I had a lot of things to compare it to, 2 conferences, 2 states, like totally different situations. I'm like, wow, we're really lucky here. I mean, even in our like study room, we had these like really fancy massage chair things and like little like nap room things, and our coaches were so generous with us. I mean, Coach Weaver and Coach Zabo is now at Auburn, but they would have done anything for us, really, and they cared so much like about us as people too, and it showed in our performance because our team was so together, and our team culture I think is the best in the country. It still is, and I'm so proud that I found my home there because I'm one of the Texas A&M culty spirited people. I'm like obsessed with it. So
we can tell what you're calling it.
And I totally get about having a family, and just coming from like not the player background, but the broadcaster background. When I went to Indiana and traveled around my junior and senior year with like the volleyball team and the softball team, even from like my little position, that very much is a family atmosphere where the players really all loved each other and everybody was so embracive, from those that were playing every day, those that maybe weren't, and their families were all included. So I love that when you share that about Texas.
So tell us, we've been talking about how does it feel to be in qualifying, trying to get into the main draw, like just give the audience a little bit of kind of what's going through your mind. And let me just say that I watched you play a little bit today and a little bit the other day when you played Clavi, but you get a little emotional, and that's okay because I used to get very emotional. So how did you get it today? How did you bring it back?
You know what? That's the thing that I kind of, I mean, overall in qualifying, it's not easy to be in qualifying. It's very cutthroat. Everyone's fighting for it really hard. I mean, not taking away from any other tournaments or players, but, in the middle of the year at 250s and stuff, I don't think everyone's quite as locked in as they are right now. And, there's a lot of money on the line. It's not really a lot of points in qualifying. And a lot of opportunities happen when you qualify. I think me at Wimbledon last year is a good example of how, I kind of went viral a little bit with a lot of stuff. I got a lot of press, and everyone's sort of fighting for that same thing in that same moment. Everyone wants to get in the main draw. That's why we're doing this every day. And the level is deep now. It shows. I mean, at Roland Garros, a qualifier making the finals, Emma Raducanu a couple of years ago here at the U.S. Open, winning the tournament. I mean, the qualifiers we're here to fight. So I think I'm just really thinking about myself in every match and just reminding myself, like, despite the little anger moments I have.
Hey, you came back. You brought it back.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been hard. I'm a very passionate person, and it's really within myself. I'm my own biggest critic in life and everything. It's not just my tennis, even, with modeling and with whatever I'm doing. I'm a perfectionist, and I think it's good to have a little bit of, make it interesting out there. I know I'm a little bit... I'm edgy as a person, and I like that. I want that to show. I think it's good for the sport. It keeps it interesting, and at the right times today, I leveled myself out and I got it done. So, learning how to close out matches is something that you kind of lose a little bit being off. That's the biggest thing. I was like, oh yeah, wow, I'm about to win. And I'm like, wait, I'm about to win. But I got it. Figured it out.
I got to give you props because we were actually, you heard a little bit of our play-by-play on your last shot there up the line, and there was that late break by Fruhvirtova, but you stayed with it.
Yes.
She didn't force that third set, and you got it done in straight sets. So I give it to you there, Carson. We're joined by Carson Brandstein, who's now moving on to the final round of qualifying. She'll face Robin Montgomery, who recently won earlier this year in the Netherlands. Have you faced Robin before on tour?
I think we played in like her first pro tournament ever.
Really?
I played her. I remember playing her in California at Carson at the StubHub Center.
Oh, wow.
Somewhere. She was so young. She was like a baby. I mean, I was really young too, but yeah, I think we did play once over 10 years ago, but that doesn't really count at this point.
But
so,
speaking of yesteryear, take us through your Canadian background, because I'm told you played juniors with Bianca Andreescu, who's also tussling it out in qualifying here. I believe she's playing today.
Yeah, I think so. Could be. I'm first-gen American on my mom's side of the family, and my cousin also is a professional baseball player in the Dodgers, and we both chose to
honor. Is that Freddie Freeman?
It is.
By the way?
Yeah.
Wow.
And he plays for Canada as well, the World Baseball Classic. We both chose, we're like, you know what, let's honor our family on this side, give them some love, and let's play for Canada and do this thing. And as a tennis player, I really do feel Canadian in a lot of ways. Tennis Canada has done such a wonderful job with all the players that come up, kids out there.
Yep.
And you know, all the top players from Canada really did go through the federation, which is amazing considering we're tiny and mighty up there with our tennis. So yeah, it's super fun. And we have Noelle Van Lottem here and Heidi Altabach supporting our head of women's tennis and Billie Jean King Cup coach and captain. So it's been great having them around, and just everyone in general. Me and Bianca have always been amazing friends, and Rebecca Marino, we warmed up this morning. She's like my big sister in tennis. Yeah.
So are you eyeing the Olympics?
100%. I mean, I live in LA. I live in West Hollywood. So for me,
it's right in your
LA,
backyard.
I could stay at home. I don't even have to go to the village at UCLA. I'm like, no way. I can sleep in my own bed down the street. So, yeah, of course, I'm looking.
That would be awesome.
That's a dream. But right now, I just got to worry about like tomorrow. Do I play tomorrow or the next day? I don't even know.
I'm not sure yet.
All right, whatever.
Whatever it
Worry
is,
about
right?
that one.
Right.
That's the thing.
Exactly. Defeating Linda Fruhvirtova today. I want to give a shout to our colleague Patricia He. She played on tour, Canadian Olympian, works with us, calling a lot of play-by-play. So we'll see her in a little bit. I have to ask, did you go to the World Cup supporting Canada?
I did. I went to the Canada-South Africa game.
Nice.
And they got the win, yeah. It was awesome. Because I'm not a soccer person at all.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think that's very popular in the U.S. and Canada, but oh my gosh, was that a cool event?
Yeah.
I felt so much like I was hyped up after.
What was it like? How prideful were you for Canada? And I thought they had a great show. They're obviously one of the host countries.
I was very prideful. I bought red pants and I hand painted them with maple leaves.
There you go.
I was really into it. Yeah, I wore all red, head to toe. I was there. Yeah.
I get the impression you're very creative.
I think I just have ADHD. I get like little itches and things like, oh, I'm gonna do that. But I'm around a lot of creative people all the time too. I have friends that are really big time musicians, friends that are actors. I have a very diverse friend group of jobs and people, so I think that's kind of broadened my interests, and yeah, why not?
On the tennis court, Carson, the breakthrough for you. Last year I have here, you broke inside the top 200. What went down last year that you feel was the turning point that's allowed you to win so many matches?
That's a really interesting question for somebody like me, because if I'm being completely honest, I've been winging it the whole time I've been on tour. Last year I didn't have a coach full time. I was by myself pretty much the entire time, unless Noelle or Heidi were there, and then I had a coach for a little bit after Wimbledon, but I was just figuring it out. I have no idea how I got there. I was just fighting for it, and the passion thing, of course, some people are like, oh, you gotta calm down, but I think having that passion and fight won me a lot of matches, especially at lower level, like ITFs and stuff, when you're by yourself and grinding. No one wants to be there. Everyone wants to be at the Grand Slams and the big ones, so it's like kind of a different mindset. And college, too, it makes you really tough playing in the SEC. Yeah, and I think I just relied on my athleticism and that passion, and it got me through a lot of matches. I won a good amount of ITFs. I think I've won like 7 ITFs or something. But I don't know.
Well,
I was just
coaching. I've coached at the highest level. So actually sometimes that's what you do is actually really good. You step back and just got into your self. So no matter what, you're going to be able to dig down deep when nobody else,
Totally. I think it's really important to be a problem solver. And in life, I've had to be a problem solver for more things than just on the tennis court. I've been through a lot that people don't even know. And it's helped my tennis, honestly. I think I'm one of the tougher people out there, regardless if I win or lose. I'm like not really fazed by much. So I'm like, hey, let's do it again. If I win or lose, let's go back out there and you'll see me. So
great attitude.
Yeah. But shout out to my coaches now, Chuck Adams and Josh Oswald, because I was really in the gutter when I was out after Australian Open, and they've been working with me the past couple months, and this is the first time in my life I've honestly felt prepared to play a tournament. So
that's good.
I have to bring up mental health, because that's a hot button issue over the last couple of years. And when the camera wasn't on in the spot, like you said, at Wimbledon and other tournaments, at the Australian Open, how did you stay with it and stay the course and say, even though I have some ailments coming from surgery or the rehab, like you were saying, from the labrum, that when you got back out on court, you would deliver? What did that take behind the scenes, if you can peel back the curtain for us?
Yeah, you know what? I'm very honest and open about everything in my life. I think something that I wish tennis would be better at is just being honest. We see a lot of the same answers. We think everyone's doing great, but everyone's very secretive about what's going on. And in other sports, obviously, I'm around, the baseball world. I actually train with a lot of MMA fighters and boxers, so I think that's part of the toughness.
Really I'm
a little edgy. And I see the things that they've been through and the way that they're so open about stuff, even with mental health too. They're like, oh man, I'm down today. Like they got their teams, whatever. And in tennis, I'm like, you know what? If I'm not #1 in the world, I hope I can contribute by being an open and honest person about how this is, because it's not easy. It doesn't matter if you're #1 in the world. It doesn't matter if you're 50, 100, or 500. You're still traveling. You're still putting in the same hours. And I mean, by experience, I know tennis is the hardest sport in the world for not just playing, just the lifestyle of it. It's like, my goodness, you can't be normal to play this. You have to be something special. And I had a lot of dark moments in my life. I'm very fortunate. I have the most amazing friends and family in the world that are so incredibly supportive of me. And I'm also Christian, and I pray a lot. I read my Bible all the time. And yeah, I mean, that's the #1 thing I can rely on. I'm a very passionate spiritual person, and there's nothing I can give it to more than that.
Well, I gotta take my hat out for you. The fact that you are so open and honest, sitting right here, is a big thing. And I'm loving the fact that someone like you is able to share that with others, because that's only going to help someone else. But also, there are more athletes are starting to share that, the mental health part of it as well. But you are doing a great job.
Thank you. We're all in it together.
Yeah, so
Carson,
the fact that you're definitely helping someone else by sharing your story.
Thank you.
We appreciate that. Good luck with everything.
Thanks,
Good luck
guys.
with your tennis, first and foremost.
Thank
Good
you.
luck with Fashion Week as well.
Thank you.
We'll see you out there on the stage
As she
as well.
says, one at a time. She got so many things, one at a time.
I know. But keep killing it out there in all
Thanks,
of your
guys.
endeavors.
Appreciate it. Thank you
That's
so
Carson
much.
Brandstein here, the pride of Texas A&M, and on tour. Good luck in that final round of qualifying. We'll step aside on U.S. Open Radio. We'll come back with another special guest from qualifying and much more right after these words. Again, U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest, and book now at ihg.com.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at IBM.com/US Open.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With Faye Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guessed. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guessed and book now at ihg.com.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health service provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile. Grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolit science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolit, science of hydration.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health services provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Are you ready for the next chapter of spectacular?
Alcaraz serve out wide is an ace, and Carlos Alcaraz has reimagined spectacular.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome back to Day 4 of U.S. Open Fan Week. In conjunction with qualifying around the ground, second-round qualifying matches are taking place. Grigor Dimitrov is tussling with Timothy Skatov of Kazakhstan. Right now, it's 5-all in that first set breaker. With Zina Garrison, I'm Dave Leno, our engineer Jaime Colon, and our entire crew. Let's pick up the end of this tiebreak for this pivotal matchup inside Stadium 17. Dimitrov, of course, former U.S. Open semifinalist and quarterfinalist, has dealt with the torn pec muscle, been off the tour. Great to see him back out there battling. And right now has to go through the rigors of qualifying, Zina.
I'm still sitting here and can't believe that his name is, he's in qualifying.
The backhand slice right up the middle, 5-all here in this tiebreak. Skatov, backhand shanked, at side of the court, 6-5. Dimitrov here in the tiebreak at a set point.
Dimitrov has a one-hand backhand that we don't normally see that much. That was a beautiful one-hand backhand with a lot of excessive top on it, Dave.
No question. Great to see those one-handers out there. Wimbledon, he faced Arthur Ferry, who had other plans at Wimbledon with that majestic run for the GB player. Here at 6-5, and wallops an ace down the tee to the crowd's delight inside Stadium 17. And Venus Williams is there cheering on Grigor Dimitrov with a lot of applause from Venus.
Venus can do it all. She's now a cheerleader out there. But that serve was just so nice. I think it was 128 miles right down the tee. And you needed to get up and actually cheer just like Venus did. That was such a beautiful serve.
Yeah, it's a packed house inside Stadium 17. We were speaking with the USTA's Joe Wallen, and all the fans, like when she was describing the action here when they crossed the threshold into the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, it's like, what court do I go to, Zina? Do I go to Armstrong and watch player practice? Do I go to some of the more side courts like court 11, court 12? Do I go to 17? Do I go to Grandstand? And watching this on 17, and I'm sure a lot of the folks that are there right now on 17 have been there since the first match earlier today.
Yeah, that's one of those courts when you know that there's going to be a big player on it. You're going to get there early. You're just going to sit down. And Dimitrov, such a beautiful player. Yep. And we've seen him with some amazing matches, and it's just nice to see that he's in the qualifying and he's trying to get back on the main stage.
With Zina Garrison, I'm Dave Leno, U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express on this Wednesday. Comfortable conditions here in Flushing Meadows, New York. Temperatures at around 79 degrees. 24 winners to 8 for Skatov, but the 24 belongs to Grigor Dimitrov. Did commit 15 unforced errors, but still takes home that tiebreak there. Impressive performance.
Yeah, but someone like Dimitrov, you're sitting there knowing that he's just trying to work his way through these matches and try to get back on the big stage. And he's always been such an amazing player to just watch him. He can literally do anything and everything.
Yeah, so happy to see him out there. They're at their respective chairs right now and getting ready for the second set. Another update on court number 5 in a second round qualifying match features an all GB affair. That's Billie Harris tussling with Toby Samuel, the 7 seed. Right now, that is Harris serving for that opening set up the break 5-4 in set number 1. Garin took the first set over at court number 4, 6-2 over Emer. That is on serve in set number 2. Harriet Dart 1-all with Penikova, the American. That is on court number 6. Pennington Jones of GB took the first set 6-2 over Virtanen, and that is 4-all in set number 2 as well. want to give a shout, Zena, to Madison Brangle, one of the best players to come out of Delaware. She fell in the first set 2-6, and she is down the break 3-5 in set number 2.
Well, you know, I mean, that she is one of the toughest fighters that I've seen in a very long time. And for her just to even be back out here playing the qualifying is really nice. And it's, you know, it basically says what type of person that she is, to still wants to be out here and still wants to play.
Yeah, and I want to give my thanks again to Carson Brandstein going to the final round of qualifying to face Robin Montgomery. Carson spent maybe upwards of 15 minutes with us. That was a really nice interview.
She was relaxed and she was enjoying it. And I mean, it's just nice to see when someone has gone through so much and they want to come back and still give it their all.
Yeah, it kind of hit home when she was talking about like the transition of USC when she didn't play and she got hurt at Virginia, and then she just felt like kind of like by herself there, and she needed to find a new home. And then she went to Texas A&M, and she wasn't maybe getting in American tennis, now representing Canada, and she's eyeing a shot at the Olympics, and hopefully she can get there.
It was interesting, especially when the way she took us through her story, and ending up at Texas A&M, and then feeling like she had made it to the spot she needed to be at that particular time in her life. I thought that was interesting. And me being a Texas girl, I can understand.
Yeah, you know that better than most. Also, congrats today to Jung Qinwen. She won 1 in 5 over Clara Burrell. That was inside Stadium 17 before this Dimitrov match that we're calling here. Fernley also won. He had to go to 3 sets against Pavlovich of France, 6-4 in the third for him to advance. The fellow countrywoman Rebecca Marino, friend of Carson, did fall in the second round of qualifying to Pridankina, 2 and 6. Marino is out in qualifying here at the U.S. Open.
You know, also another thing, Dave, it's interesting when you're talking to these players and you see their connection with other players, and you were mentioning that she knows someone in baseball?
Yeah, her cousin Freddie Freeman is one of the best hitters and first basemen, by the way, in all of baseball.
But I love those stories because there's normally connections through family, through, you know, neighborhoods and all of those.
Yeah, which I certainly love. You were watching Jordan Lee a little bit before he came on air, right? He fell, the Wimbledon champion in juniors, fell to Daniel Rincon. That went to 3 sets, but he lost 6-1 in the third set. And then he was side-by-side with Robin Montgomery's match, which had a lot of fanfare around the Americans.
Well, I was just amazed that, first of all, that the way the fanfare has escalated over the years. I mean, people are bringing out posters, they're bringing out banners, I mean, and it doesn't faze these young players at all. It's like they enjoy it, they want it, and it's just interesting.
I want to get your take before we get back to more play-by-play of this Dimitrov matchup against Katov. Right now is in the first game of the second. Dimitrov with a high backhand volley for the winner. I want to take us through the 2 semifinals in the mixed doubles championship tonight, presented by Vital Protein. So the first one is Alina Svitolina Monfils against Belinda Bencic and Flavio Cobolli. Who do you think prevails in that first semifinal? I know you and I called a lot of both of their matches, but Svitolina and Monfils looked really good yesterday.
Svitolina and Monfils looked excellent yesterday. They looked well. I mean, they were in sync. I mean, not saying that because they're husband and wife, but they were definitely in sync. And I just noticed how much they were talking off court, like basically just really going over plays and things that they had talked about. But then Bencic and Cobolli definitely, I mean,
Bencic was like Serena and Carlos, right?
Bencic was like on it. I mean, her poaching and picking the right opportunity. I had to go back to thinking that she was coached once by the Hingis. I mean, and Martina Hingis and her mom was always an amazing coach, and those girls always came up and knew everything about singles and doubles, and you could see it yesterday. And Cobolli just seemed like, hey, I'm here. Tell me what to do, and I'm ready to do it.
That was a tight affair in that first set breaker in which Bencic, Cobolli beat Serena and Carlos Alcaraz 7-4 in the tiebreak. Then were victorious 4-1 in the second set to get to tonight's final. I have to ask, I know you were calling the match with our great crew. What did you think of Serena Williams come back and playing mixed along with Carlos Alcaraz from the wrist injury?
I thought Serena played actually very well. I mean, I thought she was the MVP when she was out there. She was in it. I cannot believe it's taken her so long to learn how to volley the way she is. It's just been beautiful volleying. The serve was there. Her returns were better. I think Carlos was a little rusty. It's taken him a while, and he doesn't play that much doubles. Right. If he would have played maybe a little bit much more doubles, they probably would have won. That's how I saw it. That's how close he was. But overall, I thought that it was entertaining. They won a match. They got to move up to and be there for people to see them for the next round. I thought it was very entertaining.
How did you think the wrist injury now coming back affected Alcaraz? I was listening to your call yesterday. I know you guys were dissecting the serve a little bit, a couple of unforced errors, and obviously some terrific shots by Alcaraz as well.
I think this will help him a little bit. I don't think it's going to be interesting. He still looked a little bit rusty from the movement part of view, but being a player that understands movement, you can get it in a couple of matches. You can get better and better and better following the ball, but he just seemed a little bit off with the movement and a little bit off with moving toward the ball.
Okay. Dimitrov over inside Stadium 17. You can hear in our microphones there with the crisp audio, thanks to our great crew. By the way, here, missed an easy overhead sitter, splitting the service boxes there. They're beginning the second set. We're an hour and 22 minutes have gone by. So former U.S. Open semifinalist, she'll trip an ace right up to T15 all in game 2 on serve there. Going back to our mixed doubles conversations, the second matchup, Muchova and Menchik against Mira Andreeva and Andrei Rublev, who beat the defending champs, Ronnie and Vavasori. So we're going to get a new mixed doubles champ as the Italians won back-to-back mixed doubles crowns at the U.S. Open. What do you think about that second semifinal? Again, Muchova, Menchik, tussling with Andreeva and Rublev tonight.
Andreeva and Rublev, I did not see play, but I was listening to some people talk about them yesterday. They said they look really, really, really good. Muchova, them looked really good, very solid. I think that's going to be a toss-up.
Okay.
I think it's going to be a toss-up.
Okay. Yeah. And Andreeva and Rublev had to play 2 match tiebreaks with Zina. I know you and I, we said it several times, called a slew of them yesterday. 11-9 in the first match tiebreak over the defending champions, and also 10-5 against Ruud and Schneider as well to get to today's semifinal. Now, as a programming reminder, our crew have the call of the Mixed Doubles Championship, the semifinals, then the championship match presented by Vital Proteins coming up tonight. You can hear the ball-by-ball, play-by-play right here on U.S. Open Radio at 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Mike Cation will have the call with Macca, David McPherson. Gil Gross will be courtside as well. So ton of action to come later tonight. There will be entertainment just for our audience in between the first semifinal and the second as well. 1-1, Dimitrov just held there against Skatov in set number 2 for the second round qualifying match. Zina, we're seeing outside our booth, adjacent to the fan experience presented by American Express in Louis Armstrong Stadium. I'm talking hundreds, and I'll say thousands of fans coming into Fan Week. What do you make of all the crowds? And I know a lot of people have asked you for advice. What court should I go to? Where's this? Where's that? So you're also not just a commentator.
You just threw me. Come on. Yes, I have to tell this story.
You're a broadcaster and tour guide here.
So I have my badge on, and I'm walking around, and it's like, and people will just literally wave their hands or stop me and ask me which court to go to, and I'm like, what do I look like in umpire? Which direction? So I literally just put on my Facebook. I must have a friendly face because at least 10 people came up and asked me that. But but it's exciting to know that people were, whatever court they were trying to get to, they were trying to find the information to get there.
I love that you're helping everybody out.
I'm helping everybody out.
I hope many know that they're asking advice from a tennis legend sitting to my left. By the way, I want to give you another plug. I know we talked about it a lot day one.
It's all good.
But the Zina Effect, the docu-short airing on Tennis Channel's app, on the Tennis Channel.
Did you watch it yet?
It's 9 minutes. I saw part of it. I have to watch the whole thing yet.
Okay.
So I still have to take it in, but I was watching a little bit of it in the back with David McPherson and his mom and you, and so I still have to watch it, the whole thing in its entirety. But on the Tennis Channel app, on Tennis Channel, just want to give you credit for that docu-short. Also, Coco Golf executive producer getting in, and IROC Media, right?
Yes.
that
so
came down.
it's basically, I mean, I'm still very excited that Coco would even think about me enough to do that. But more than anything, I've seen it. I've seen it a couple of times, and people have seen it. A lot of my friends have called. And it really did, Dave. Finally, someone actually got my voice, like how much it means for me to give back. And it was very interesting when I first saw the first part of it, the little clip, and it says, you know, giving. I never did want to be number one, but it was very important for me to be number one as far as giving back. A lot of it had to do with the way my mom raised me, but also John Wilkerson, who taught me how to play. He gave me the opportunity to meet so many people. And I say that all the time, king, queens, princes, you know, presidents and all that, just because someone thought enough to put a racket in my hand because they love the sport so much. And so I have always adapted that to, I like to pass it on to others, and that's been always part of me.
And Zina, you do that a lot for those that don't know in the Houston, Texas area, right? In the park system down there, and trying to grow the game, get kids involved in tennis that maybe wouldn't even think that there's a chance they'd pick up a racket. You do such, I follow you, of course, you know, online throughout the year and keeping in touch and seeing what you do. It means a lot to me because I often associate, you know, sometimes like people look at tennis as, and golf too, as like the country club sports. And I think the U.S. Open's mission and the USTA, and I think coming from us too, it's that anybody can play this great game.
Yeah.
No matter where you come from.
Well, it's so weird also because I was just thinking about, we just had Carlson in here, and then yesterday we had the other young kid was in here.
Michael Antonius,
and,
yes, the 16-year-old. Yeah.
You know, but even when I was like 7 years old, even before I started playing tennis, I had this thought that I was going to do something, and then I had this thought that I was going to do something. I just didn't know exactly what it was going to be. And once I started playing tennis and getting popular within tennis, I always felt that tennis was just a stepping stone for me giving back, because that's when I feel the best. But I was just about to say, I find myself, I have to kind of back away sometimes, because even, I don't know if you noticed the two kids that came in here, it's like I still want to give advice. I'm like, they might not even want to hear that. But it's just part of me. And I like to see people, I like to see people reach their dreams, you know?
I love that.
Yeah.
I think that's so important. Hearing your story a lot, Carson's story a lot. Last year's theme was Althea Gibson breaking the color barrier, Billie Jean King equal prize money the year before that. I think this is very important in addition to the tennis at the U.S. Open to relay this to our worldwide audience. So I appreciate all the stories that you share every year.
Thanks. And then we had Joe in here earlier, and it's
Joe Wallen,
and it's just it literally is just part of, I think the USTA is also getting coaching, mentoring, you know, all of that. It's just, it really is. If you think about it, it's one sport, and I can think about two people that changed the world in a mentoring form, and that's Billie Jean King and Arthur Ashe. And we have two of the largest people that I know that have followed. And so I think tennis just, it is, if that's a part of you, you just adapt it, because there's so many people that you can touch through our sport.
Yeah, and I love seeing how the kids come in here and part of the Net Generation program with the USTA, and we talked about this maybe a couple days ago, but how they practice and they hit with the light like felt tennis balls on court, where they put maybe a piece of tape or a short net in between both service lines. And the kids are rallying, and it's just it's a great experience for the kids first and foremost. That's paramount. Number two, but it's also an entertainment value for the fans as well. But for the kids and for their families, moreover, it's an opportunity to hit at our Super Bowl here at the U.S. Open. And I know, you know, it's a great experience for them.
One that they will never ever forget. Never.
Michael Antonius told us yesterday. Remember what he said? He was doing the coin toss for the Alcaraz-Ruud final. Now he's playing Kei Nishikori today in qualifying, a U.S. Open finalist.
That story blew me away.
Yeah.
I mean, like, to be actually having the opportunity to be on center court. Well, think about Coco up in the stands dancing, and it's like, and then she wins the tournament. I mean, the U.S. Open here in New York, what better place, but what this has brought so many people has been amazing.
All right, Zina, so we're going to step aside. We'll continue the action of calling this Dimitrov-Skatov match. We'll get all the other storylines on day 4 of Fan Week and much more. That is on the horizon right here with Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Leno, U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
With Faye Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
The tennis legend and Olympic gold medalist Zina Garrison, our entire crew. I'm Dave Leno here for the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Officially day 4 of U.S. Open Fan Week, our third day of U.S. Open radio shows. If you're listening on the Amex radio across the grounds, you're listening to the crew here, Zina and I, adjacent to the fan experience and also Louis Armstrong Stadium, as we're inside court number 7. And Zina, a development here, Otto Virtanen battling Pennington Jones, and it looks like Otto Virtanen of Finland having a little bit of an injury right now. Going to switch ends at 3-all in the tiebreak, but he's at that chair for a little bit.
Yeah, it's so weird. He just kind of like, he served and landed wrong, but then he's, I don't know, is he his leg or his back?
I think it's the lower back, and I'm postulating, but I can see him hunched over, and I have a little experience.
Oh,
with that,
unfortunately.
with the back injuries, yes. But yeah, he was at his chair for a long time. And let's see if Virtanen can push here at the tail end of this second set. Here's the storyline. It's a second-round men's qualifying match at the U.S. Open. Otto Virtanen of Finland, ranked number 9 in qualifying, lost the first at 6-2 to Pennington Jones of GB. Virtanen barely moving on the baseline. Pennington Jones whips a forehand cross court. Virtanen does run it down. It clips off the top of the tape, falls in for Pennington Jones, who apologizes. He gets the fortuitous roll. It's 4-3, but Virtanen seems really mired with this back injury.
Yeah, Virtanen is definitely moving just very cautiously here. Even though that was a leg court, he wouldn't have gotten anywhere close to it, but he definitely is not moving.
Yeah, I hate to see that in a second-round qualifying match. Yeah. Here's Pennington Jones serving, and wallops the first serve a little bit wide of the tee.
I think you're right. It is his back, because he just did not even move at all.
Yeah, barely moving his feet, wide take back, but ripping a second serve like a first serve is Pennington Jones, and I think a precarious situation right there. It's a double, and it's 4-all in this tiebreak in the second set. Okay.
It's so difficult, though, when you see somebody might have a little injury going to kind of play it out.
Yeah.
Because you don't know how injured they are. What should I do? Should I try to drop shot? Should I try to move them?
Stabbed there by Pennington Jones. Virtanen runs it down middle of the court. Backhand slice, a good one by Pennington Jones, and Virtanen blasts the forehand as it trickles into the side of the net. The point to Pennington Jones, 5-4 in the tiebreak. This is the second set.
Pennington Jones did a great job there. Once again, he tried the drop shot and he made it. Virtanen ran up to it, but he is not looking. He looks like he is in a lot of pain right now.
Jack Pennington Jones reached the first round at Wimbledon and fell to Brandon Nakashima in 3 sets. So we see Virtanen go towards the area that holds the towel and kind of crouch down in a squat position. Backwards Whitecap and an underhand serve. It doesn't fool Pennington Jones. Virtanen trying to pass. Pennington Jones runs it down, spring to his right. Forehand lob attempt on the stretch is long from Virtanen after that underhand serve. Visibly upset with this injury, and it's match point for Pennington Jones, Zena.
It's match point here. I think Virtanen just wanted to actually see if he can just stay in the point a little bit.
Virtanen looks to the digital backdrop here. Down match point at 4-6. Goes with the traditional serve, wide take back. Ball crashes on the top of the net. Goes past the service line. There'll be a double in a second here for Virtanen. Pennington Jones on the cusp of going to the final round and qualifying on match point. Right down the middle. Virtanen blasts a forehand from no angle into the open court on the ad side and gets the point. Another match point here for Pennington Jones, despite Virtanen with the winner at 6-5.
Yeah, Pennington Jones needs to try to make sure he gets a lot of first serves in, and more than anything, move Virtanen to see just where that back problem is.
Pennington Jones coming off of the Brownsburg, Indiana Challenger, where he fell in the semifinals. Pennington Jones has match point number 2 at 6-5 in the tiebreak. Wide take back, good toss. Pens into the ball, but it's a let in the first serve called by the chair. Pennington Jones will do it again. Also played challengers in Lexington and Vancouver. Currently ranked 165 on the ATP Tour for Jack Pennington Jones. 3 bounces of the ball. Ball to the edge of the Wilson racket. Wide takebacks. Whacks into the ball. Goes out wide. Virtanen scoots that right into the low part of the net. Pennington Jones reads it perfectly with the stab off a forehand slice. Pennington Jones. See Virtanen blast a winner cross court. They'll change ends. Virtanen stays alive at 6-all in the tiebreak.
Yeah, Pennington Jones did not do a good job there of seeing what was going on the other side. He just kind of, it's almost as he said, I'm just going to put the ball back over there, where Virtanen did a great job of hitting 2 strong forehands and just putting himself back into this match.
Virtanen did play in the Cancun Challenger. Prior to this, he lost in the first round there. In Cincinnati, he fell to Coleman Wong to the second round of qualifying. Just a score update on this day 4 of Fan Week. Coleman Wong did win his second round qualifying match. He's into the third and final round of qualifying either tomorrow or Friday.
I don't know, Dave. This is really painful to watch.
Yeah, but he's hanging in. He just saved 2 match points here today.
Just go for it.
Yeah, why not? Pennington Jones, as they switch ends, Zina at 6-all in the tiebreak. Press a first serve. Blocked back here by Virtanen, hanging live with the backhand. Pennington Jones fights it off the baseline. Backhand Virtanen falls off the line as well. Virtanen inside, a forehand winner. Good. Cradles inside, deep into the baseline, close to the doubles alley, but in for Virtanen, wins 3 consecutive points and has a 7-6 lead in the tiebreak.
Virtanen did a great job there. Some very strong backhands that just skidded off the baseline. Once he got that forehand, he just laced it to the backhand side of Pennington Jones.
Wow. Back to the Virtanen service. Up 7-6. Again, the storyline, Otto Virtanen of Finland trying to force a third set. Gets his first serve in. Pennington Jones runs it down, blocks it back, but it's well wide. Virtanen wins 4 consecutive points, avoids the back injury, and forces a third set on court 7.
He literally just called for, I mean, that was some amazing work right there that he did. He literally just went for those shots, and they actually landed on the baseline and the sideline. Just absolutely beautiful.
Impressive resiliency there from Otto Virtanen. We'll step aside. Dimitrov again is up the break in set number 2, by the way. Took the first set in the tiebreak that you just heard here on radio, and up 3-1 over Timothy Skatov. Zina and I will wrap up our shift right after these words on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex Fan Experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Thanks to our bud, Kevin Skinner, welcoming us back. With Zina Garrison, I'm Dave Leno. Braxton Chris on the 1s and 2s right now with Jaime Colon in a development right here. The physio and supervisor is out on court 7, attending to Otto Virtanen, who did force a third set, winning that second set breaker, Zina.
Yeah, he did a great job of just, focusing in. I guess his back was hurting so much. He just really went for some big shots, and they actually fell in. I wanted to ask you, because you said you had a little back problems.
Sure.
Could you get some relief or not? Once it starts, it starts.
Once it starts, I feel like, just with me personally, I feel like it's there for a little bit. So I don't know, what. Obviously, he's in way better shape than I am.
Well, the reason why I asked is because most tennis players that I see, once it starts, it keeps rolling. They don't really.
That's for me. It's the same way.
Yeah.
Then it kind of takes a little bit to kind of ease the pain a little bit. But I saw immediately when he hunched over after he was. Otto Virtanen was attempting a serve. He hunched over, and then he kind of put like his left hand on his lower back, and that's why I think that's a lower back injury.
And then the underhand serve didn't, I was like, something's going on.
But because sometimes the hamstrings get heavy when everything tightens up, and he was having trouble moving. But after the underhand serve, Virtanen was being worked on by the physio against Pennington Jones. He won 4 consecutive points to win that tiebreak.
And anything that came to his forehand was over with. He did a great job.
Yeah. So Virtanen is being attended to by the physio right there for a medical timeout officially on court 7. Want to give an update inside Stadium 17. Zina and I were also documenting the Dimitrov-Skatov match. Dimitrov took that opening set in a tiebreak. He is up the break in set number 2. Delightful to see Grigor still out there. He's battled injury in the past, and great to see him trying to get through qualifying into the main draw.
I mean, he's such a big deal. He had Venus Williams out there watching him.
Yeah, good call. You're exactly right. She was applauding. We were calling the end of that first tiebreak. She was right there inside Stadium 17. I know they're friends, so it's cool to see Dimitrov and Venus. Venus really supporting Dimitrov in this case here. Dimitrov trying to hold to make it 4-2. So, Zina, we're coming up on the end of our shift before we give way to Russ Thaler and Mark Lucero to take it through the rest of the afternoon before the mixed doubles. That Mike Cation, David McPherson, and Gil Groswell, the coverage of that. You're getting ready, I'm told, to be on Tennis Channel coming up in a little bit?
Yeah, I'm going to go over and visit my good friend Chanda Rubin.
Yeah.
We used to have game set chat together. But, I'm getting ready to go talk about the mini doc, the short that Coco so graciously had done on me as well, and just talk a little tennis and talk about, the mini doc.
I love that. Again, it's called the Zina Effect. There was also one on fashion as well that Coco did, right?
Yes.
You can find that on the Tennis Channel app. I'm sure it's going to air and probably has aired the Tennis Channel's linear channel as well. And we're so proud of you for that and all that you've done for tennis. And I know I said often when I work with you, but can't thank you enough for all that you do for the game and continue to do.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to it. I'm used to talking here, and I got to go to talk.
Now you got
and it's kind of interesting sometimes talking to your friends, so but it'll be good.
I love it. Zina, just last takeaways here for our shift ending at the top of the hour before we give way to Russ and Mark. On this day 4 of Fan Week, what you've liked out there and seeing the second round qualifying matches.
Well, this is my second time being here for Fan Week. I absolutely love it. I mean, you get to see some true fans to come out and watch. I love the crowd of the people, and it's always exciting. And as you've said 100 million times, which is good, this is the place to be right now. You get to be close to the courts and see actually what's going on, and you get to see some new up-and-comers. You get to see some old players that are out here as well trying to make it back.
That's right. Nishikori's one of them. U.S. Open finalist Bianca Andreescu, who won this title in 2019, is in action later today as well. Zina, thank you so much today.
Thank
you killed it again, and we'll be back at it tomorrow.
We'll see you.
All right, one final time for Zina Garrison. I'm Dave Leno and our entire crew, but don't go anywhere. Coming up next after this timeout, Russ Thaler and Mark Lucero will guide you through the rest of the afternoon right here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile. Grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyte science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyte, science of hydration.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the US Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the US Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile. Grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyt's science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyt, science of hydration.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit Moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to make some noise.
Vavasori inside out forehand. Ruud digs it out with the backhand. Volley from Vavasori. Ruud forehand. Vavasori dumps it into the net. We play on. It's 5-all.
New York knows legends and history.
This is Fan Week. This is something new. This is something new and exciting. The mixed doubles bringing us all together. These fans have the great opportunity to literally go and see some of the top players.
Oh, it's just amazing. I like just the way you said that, Z. Woo! Reminded me of the Lion King. Remember the Mufasa? Mufasa. Woo! Just say it again. Say it again. Say it again.
And how to put on a show.
Ruud goes backhand cross. Vavasori forehand through the middle. Ruud goes forehand middle. Vavasori forehand right at the Swiatek feet. And it's been reimagined. But the mixed doubles result at the U.S. Open remains the same. Aryna, Vavasori for the second straight year.
We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Welcome to the show.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And welcome back to US Open Radio just after 3 o'clock in the PM on a beautiful Wednesday in New York City as Fan Week continues at the 2026 US Open, and qualifying continues as well with second round for the men and the women. Russ Taylor here, that's me. Mark Lucero next to me today. Mark, we did some calling some matches yesterday. Here we are on radio today. Second round of qualifying. Is this when it starts to feel real for the players?
For half the draw, it felt real yesterday.
That's true.
Huge crowds. There were a lot of big matches around the grounds. Obviously, court 17, court 5 is where we had our focus. But, I mean, there's so much at stake. That's the thing about qualifying. There's so much at stake, and you really start to feel it when you see these courts swell up when matches get really tight at the back end.
Yeah, and we're going to be keeping an eye on all the matches that are going on around the grounds right now. The sound you'll hear behind us is from court 17, as Grigor Dimitrov is perhaps a game away from advancing to the final round of qualifying. And, well, hopefully if Grigor wins, maybe he'll be joining us on set today. We'll see if that can happen. We're going to try to make it happen. It's almost crazy to think that Grigor's in qualifying.
It's that kind of the arc of a player's career. That was one of the stories that we were talking about yesterday. You see players on the rise. You see players trying to hold on. You see players who have had things come up that have sort of stalled their progress. You see pretty much every phase of an athlete's career in qualies.
Yeah, it's so fascinating where we watched a 16-year-old playing a 30-year-old yesterday in qualifying, and here's Grigor Dimitrov, who's once one of the greatest players in the game, and now he is battling it out for his U.S. Open main draw life in the qualies. That's just the way it is in the tennis world.
The tennis tour waits for nobody. The calendar runs 11 months out of the year, and if you can't stay healthy or if you can't produce week to week, your ranking's going to suffer, and this is how you end up in qualifying.
And then, of course, on the flip side of things, later tonight, we've got the mixed doubles semifinals and finals going on Arthur Ashe Stadium after last night's really fun affair with Andre Agassi and, of course, Roger Federer, the legend, returning to New York City with John McEnroe and Andy Roddick on the court as well. And tonight, even more from Fan Week, we get the semis and the finals of the mixed doubles event, which is, it's almost incredible, I think, how quickly this mixed doubles at the U.S. Open has taken hold as something that it has nearly 100% approval rate, it feels like.
Well, last year, obviously, it captured the public's attention so quickly. And then this year, too, you had more players clamoring to get in. They had a bigger qualifying draw for the mixed doubles. And, I mean, I'm all about watching Monfils and Svitolina tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Monfils, if you guys have a chance, go on the YouTube channel. If you're watching us on the YouTube channel, hello, by the way. If you're listening to us on Sirius XM, hello, or the TuneIn app. But if you go on our YouTube channel, that's US Open Tennis Championships, and we're also on ESPN Plus. That's very true. So we should also say hi to everybody out there watching us on ESPN Plus. Go to the YouTube channel. Check out the highlights of Monfils' get in the middle of the mixed doubles. It is classic Monfils, and it still might be one of the best gets he's ever had.
Yeah, I think his wife had a comment along those lines. Like, I've seen Gael play a lot, and what I saw at that point was as amazing as anything she's ever seen.
Yeah, it's just absolutely incredible what they're doing. Monfils and Svitolina are going to play Bencic and Kaboli. That's the team that knocked out Alcaraz and Serena Williams.
Well, that's a dangerous team, and they looked really good in both their matches yesterday. Kaboli obviously started the year off a little slowly, got his tennis going around the French Open, and Bencic, I mean, they're tough. They're very good.
Oh yeah, that's a team that I think has a chance. Well, they all have a chance. Obviously, they're in the.
I like the winner of that semi. The winner of that semi, to me, is the tournament favorite.
That is to you.
To me,
either Muhova or Menchik, Andreeva, and Rublev over them. I mean, I see you shaking your head a little bit. Like when you start saying the names out loud, it's like, oh, wait a second.
Maybe my emotional favorite.
Right. Because those are, I think the emotional favorite for sure, because it's so fun to watch Gael play, and Alina and Gael are such an awesome tennis couple. But my goodness, Andreeva and Rublev yesterday, after they won, had like the best press conference ever, as you might expect, between the two of them.
And that's a team of big hitters and big personalities.
Yeah, totally.
If you've been around those guys, especially in the practice court, you can see what they can show. And in mixed doubles, it's a format for them to show that personality more than they would in the singles court.
Yeah. By the way, Grigor Dimitrov is now at match point against Skatov, the Kazakh Timofey Skatov. 7-6, Dimitrov won the first set. He's up 5-4, 40 love. Match point for Grigor. And a serve and a swinging forehand volley to end it off. So Grigor Dimitrov, who is the 25 seed in the qualifying event, has now reached the third and final round of qualifying. Grigor is one match win away from reaching the main draw of the U.S. Open once again in his career. And out on court 17, he's got a lot of fans, as one would expect.
Well, he's got a lot of fans in the locker room as well. He's one of the players that's really well respected, well liked. And, and he's not a very polarizing guy. He's easy with a smile, a lot of personality. He mixes with, the locker room can be a little insular. You mix with the people kind of where you're from. But he floats effortlessly between the Europeans, the Americans, the Australians. Everybody likes Grigor.
It's interesting because I would say, from at least watching Grigor really from the early stages of his career when he was sort of the baby Fed, right? Everyone thought because of the way his game looked, he was going to be the next Federer. And I would say personality-wise, actually, he's more like Roger than even game-wise, because Roger has the same thing where everybody seemed to like him, very easy, very confident in a very easy and not like overbearing sort of way. Everyone has nice things to say about Grigor, as you mentioned.
He's really good with people, quick to smile, very comfortable, chatting, meeting new people. And yeah, I mean, he's like that generation, the Federer and Nadal. They treat everyone really, really well.
It feels like that generation might have actually changed the whole tenor of the tour, in a sense, where from being confrontational, where every opponent was an opponent, was an adversary, to where like, no, we can be competitive on the court and still be good to each other off the court. Does that feel that way for someone who's been around the game as long as you have?
Yeah, more along the friendly colleague kind of vibe, and not the I'm sticking to myself, I'm staying within the team, we're kind of ignoring the outside world sort of vibe maybe as other generations.
Yeah, like you can say hello.
You can say hello, friendly. You can grab a dinner, you can whatever, go out for a beer or something.
Right, it's not going to hurt you professionally or competitively.
It's not going to hurt your edge.
Right. Exactly. And Grigor is such a fine example of that. And if we're lucky, we'll get a chance to chat with Grigor here on U.S. Open Radio. It's funny because we were talking about the mixed doubles before Grigor got to match point. I happen to think that team of Muchova and Menchik is the scariest of the two teams, of the four teams that are left, mainly because of, I'd say, current form and also the way they mesh on the court. Andreeva's a terrific doubles player. I just feel like Muchova is sort of made for this type of thing.
I think she has the most well-rounded skill set that's suited to play like this kind of format, like playing a mixed doubles. She's able to handle herself at the net. She can chip. She can do different things. And then Menchik, just obviously with the power of the serve and the firepower he brings to the court.
Yeah, and such a young gun, that guy. Menchik, he's one of those guys that you forget how young he is, but he's part of that young group of players, and there's not many of them. Ben Shelton's in that group too, of won Masters 1000 level events, who are making their way towards the top of the game. Oh, good to see Qinwen Zheng, the former Olympic gold medalist, has won her second round qualifying match, beating Clara Burrell in straight sets. So the Qinwen, who also was near the top of the game and has fallen off in recent years, like precipitously, is a match win away from getting back to the main draw, and I don't think anybody's going to want to see that qualifier if she starts going on a roll.
A former top 10 player, a top 5 player, no, you want no part of that.
Right,
especially someone who's had 3 matches, 3 wins under their belt, feeling pretty good.
Oh, my goodness. And it's different than Grigor, because Grigor's older in his career. Qinwen is right in the middle of things, just had a setback of confidence and an injury, and now she's coming back. Boy, that's, she's going to be a tough out if she happens to make the main draw. There's so many good qualifying matches going on right now. It's second round of qualifying on Stadium 17, where Grigor just finished. Young American Nishesh Basavareddy is going to take the court coming up soon. The Pennikova sisters playing in qualifying, both of them, and we're going to see one of them, Christina, coming up fairly soon as well. There's just a lot happening out on the grounds at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center right now. Fan week feeling more and more like first round week at this point. Yesterday and today, with all of the matches that we're covering and bringing to everybody across the world, I mean, it feels like this actually is a 3-week event now.
There's so much to watch. I mean, like you said, you have the Grigor Dimitrovs of the world, the Qinwen Zhengs of the world, former established elite players. And my favorite part of any qualifying draw is taking a look at the up-and-comers. And there are up-and-coming players all over the schedule. If you're Joe tennis fan or Joe sports fan, there's someone here that you can get behind.
Yeah, and by the way, I mentioned Kristina Penikova. How about Kristina Penikova taking the first set from Harriet Dart, 7-5, and they're at the start of the second set there. So a young American making her way up. We're also going to see a former champion here. Bianca Andreescu is playing a second-round qualifying match today at the U.S. Open. And one of the big stories is another former champ, Stan Wawrinka, into the main draw. Finally got that wild card that everybody was screaming about.
I saw that email this morning. It popped in my email box, and after all the drama and Stan's post about, just a guy from a small village and came to New York, everything worked out the way it was supposed to.
Is that how you feel? Like it should have been all along, kind of a thing?
I don't know if there's a should. I don't really believe in should, but things worked out this way for a reason, and I think he works with Magnus Norman, who is someone who I respect a ton, and I think that they're going to approach this event with gratitude and an appreciation for being here. I think Stan's going to have a great experience, and I think it's great for the fans to come out and see a champion one more time. I think it's awesome.
Yeah, look, we had a chance yesterday to see a champion one more time in Serena Williams, and the email came out today. Something that we also knew was about to happen was Serena and Venus have been granted a wild card into the women's doubles. Now, we got to see Serena play a little bit of high-end mixed doubles with Carlos Alcaraz yesterday. What are your impressions first of Serena? Then we'll get into Carlitos, because we haven't seen him in a long time either.
I thought she looked very good yesterday. I mean, she was hitting winners all over the court, especially that first match. Obviously, second round, they ran into a really good team. But I thought she looked great, and there's no reason that she can't keep that high level up in doubles. I thought she looked better than she did in her doubles match at Queens this year, which was her first match back. And skipping ahead to Carlos, I think it's a win when you go out there and no matter how you play, your body holds up. Like afterwards you feel, okay, I did that, I survived, there's no lingering effects today. That's a win. If you're Carlos' team, you're like, oh, okay, we jumped over the first hurdle, now we're good, we can get ready for the tournament.
Yeah, I don't know if it was just me or if other people felt this way too, but I was a little nervous to see what Carlos was going to look like, because a wrist is a really, really damaging injury if it doesn't heal correctly and if he's not 100%. But I was so thrilled to see the way he looked out on the court. He looked like Carlos Alcaraz. There didn't seem to be, there didn't seem to be like a Del Potro situation where he was having to favor it or having to work around it or adjust his game. He looked like the Carlos Alcaraz we all know.
We had taken a look at him in practice as well, and that's kind of one of the things you look at, are there stops and starts in practice? Do you have, do you hit a shot and the physio comes out and you're kind of feeling around? Most of what we saw was them kind of fiddling with the sleeve, and I think it's more of a, making sure the sleeve fits right and it's not, riding up or falling down during practice, and I thought he looked really good.
Yeah, I thought he looked amazing as well, and I think he and Serena were perfectly happy with the way that yesterday went. They're not going to be playing tonight, which is a bummer, but we got some big stars that are coming out on the court. What we don't have is an actual double specialist team like we had last year with Vavasori and Irani going on to win it all. We had the top two doubles players in the world playing together with Hatton and Siniakova, who looked really good. I actually thought they might be the favorite to win the whole thing, but we got 8 singles players. For the most part, Andreeva, I reluctantly call her a single. She's not a singles-only player. She's actually the one that plays the most doubles out of everyone.
Yeah, I think it sort of quiets down a little bit of the uproar from the doubles specialists. They feel like they've been marginalized a little bit, but I think the public has spoken, obviously, with their wallets and with their eyeballs as to what moves the needle for them, and the best players advanced. That's sport, right? That's right. Yeah. They prove it on the court. They got their chance. They weren't shut out. They got their chance, and the deserving teams moved on.
Yeah, I mean, look, tennis, once you get on the court, is the ultimate meritocracy, right?
Yep.
Win or go home.
Yep.
And that's just the way it is. You get one shot, and if you don't do it, you don't do it. And we're seeing that in qualifying, too. Luckily, the prize money, once again, at the U.S. Open has been raised a significant amount, about 20% year over year. So even in qualifying, there's some good money to be had for just winning rounds in qualifying, not even necessarily making the main draw, where you get $140,000 guaranteed if you get to the first round of the main draw. But even in qualies, this is big. This is a big deal financially for all these players here.
Huge, because it allows you to either pay off what you've accumulated this year in terms of, debt financing your career, or it helps you plan for next year. Okay, like I don't need to tell my coach he's only going to come to the Grand Slams with me. Like I can bring a coach to more events throughout the year, or I can bring the physio now. I can, do whatever. I can not skimp on the things you need to do because you need to invest in your career to advance.
All right, we are going to invest in ourselves. Take a break, let the sponsors take over for a minute or two, pay some bills ourselves, and when we come back, we'll dip into the tennis right here on US Open Radio on a Fan Week Wednesday at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the US Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the US Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the US Open since 1978.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing for that extra mile, grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyte science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyte, science of hydration.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the US Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the US Open since 1978.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Mount Sinai is the official health services provider of the U.S. Open and the leading medical services team for the athletes. Visit our booth near Court 15 to create your own U.S. Open avatar. Check out mountsinai.org/US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise. We know flavor, fashion, power and passion, and we know spectacular awaits us all.
Are you ready for the next chapter of Spectacular? This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we are back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express here on this Wednesday of Fan Week at the 2026 U.S. Open. Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero with you on U.S. Open Radio. And Brian Garber joins us in studio now for all of you watching us on the YouTube channel, on ESPN Plus, listening on SiriusXM or the TuneIn app. Brian, great to have you again. We talked to you last year a bunch, and now we got you back again. And you're with J.J. Wolf, helping him out this year, right?
With J.J. Wolf and then Alex Kovacevic when he arrives.
Awesome. And how's J.J. doing? He's been going through so many injury issues over the last year plus now. Where is he physically? How is he mentally?
Yeah, it's he got a second lease, actually third lease on life right now, and I think he's treating it that way. Last year to start the year, I had Ethan and JJ together. I really thought that they were going to go up the rankings at the same time, and it looked like they were. And JJ had a freak accident in Delray where he slipped and fell and tore his labrum. And it was really unfortunate because he had really committed to doing all the right things. And then you go through that process with something like a labrum with a guy who's as physical as he is really difficult. And we were unsure if he was ever going to be able to get back to his level, to be completely honest with you. And I give that kid a ton of credit for the perseverance he showed to do it. And the humility it's taken to go back and start with 0 ranking, which he did in January this year, and go through the futures, win a couple futures, allow himself to play a few challengers, and then really took advantage of that this summer. And because of the wild card playoff, that put him in a position to play main draw here in New York. And I think that's kind of just such a big reward for him for all the perseverance and hard work it's taken mentally and physically to get back to this point.
I think, I've gone through this before with players, when they're facing sort of career-threatening issues. I'm curious more so, because I know it takes a lot of attention to detail throughout the whole comeback. How did you manage that, working with Ethan and knowing there were times when JJ's at home, kind of not on his own, but with Gina, the strength coach, or whoever? Yep. How do you make sure that those bases are covered? I mean, I imagine that puts a lot of ownership on him.
It's a ton on him, and the person that you just said, Gina Ball's unreal. Gina is the glue that holds JJ's whole team together and has been since go. There were so many times through this where he didn't want to do the work and didn't want to. It was just frustrating. He came back and the shoulder was fine, and then the calf goes, because you know how sports are. When you make a comeback, something else goes because it's not used to that. And Gina has been unbelievable with the communication to keep our team together. There's some people at home who did a phenomenal job with JJ with the tennis while I was gone. His friend Justin Baker's here with him now, and Justin has been so good with me. It's hard because I'm not there all the time, right? And we have a standard of work that we try to hold. I came home a few times pretty upset at what had gone on while I was gone, and that kind of set the standard for everybody. And Gina has been the one who is on me every day, letting me know how things have been, if he's up on his recovery. Same with his physio at home, Hari Patel. Hari has been awesome. And everybody together, it's been a full effort, but again, the onus is on the player. And you get to a point where you're 27 years old and it might be your last chance. We talk about it all the time. There's a lot worse things that you could do for your 9 to 5 than play professional tennis, right? And I think you get that, and you get that lease on life, and I don't want to let this one slip. And you take a little bit of ownership of hey, I have good people around me that are going to make sure I'm doing the right things. It's on me to do it. And he really took ownership of that lately. And I think that's why you're seeing him here playing main draw US Open.
Pretty amazing. Won the wild card challenge to get into the main draw of the US Open, and JJ Wolf, a fan favorite when he's going on. I mean, he brings so much. You mentioned how physical his game is. There's so much athleticism there, so much explosiveness in his game. Is it still at the same level? Is it back close to that level of athleticism and explosiveness?
I would say so. And I would also say that going into this process, we knew that he's getting older, and we don't want to rely on that as much. And we've tried to make him a lot more efficient as a mover, a lot more efficient as a player, a lot less high and low as a player. We've tried to add a lot of structure to him. He's going to be the better ball striker on the court the majority of the time, even in a main draw here, I think, from a pure ball striking standpoint. So we've tried to structure his game in a way that his ball striking is winning, and he can rely on the athleticism when he needs to. That shouldn't be the main focal point of his game.
That's a good, segue. You kind of went where I was thinking. Players evolve over the course of their careers in all sports, not just in tennis. Michael Jordan added a post-up, or Kobe added a post-up game as they evolved. I'm curious about the practice evolution. What does that look like for him at this point in his career?
It's funny. During the shoulder rehab process, I was really upset when I first started with JJ that he wasn't able to slice and technically wasn't a clean volleyer. So when he came back from the shoulder, he was on a ball limit per day of how many things he could do. And I said, why not right now dive in and really become a good slicer of the ball with how big his forehand is? Be able to defend with the slice so he doesn't have to slide into open stances all the time. Get better at coming forward and knocking off instead of having to hit 10 forehands as big as he can. And so a lot of structure of practice now has become about being more efficient. We don't want to spend 4 hours on the court. It's not conducive to his body continuing. He's a big guy. So we've really tried to shrink down to 90 or 2 hours of really focused practice on the things that he needs to do, which are structure off the ground, a little bit more variety in the game, and really, really, really spend a lot of time on returning and coming forward.
I thought it was really interesting, actually, when you were talking about all the different people involved in this situation, because a lot of times from the outside looking in, you see a coaching box, and then we put the name of the coach in there.
Yeah.
So you think it's the coach and the player doing this thing.
We get too much credit sometimes.
Fair enough. I also think not enough people get the credit. You're shining the light on all the other people that make this thing go. The player ultimately has to run the show, right? Because it's their career, their life, what they're doing. I'm sure it's different with different players, right? Because you work with several different players. Personality-wise, how have you had to adapt to an Alex Kovacevic, a J.J. Wolf, an Ethan Quinn? These are different human beings.
I don't think you could find 3 more different human beings. It's funny, when I had JJ and Ethan together at the beginning, it was a dream for me because what Ethan needed was what JJ had, and what JJ needed was what Ethan had. So I said, at the beginning, the 2 guys couldn't stand being around each other because they were so opposite in the way they go about their days. And about a month in, I started watching the 2 blend a little bit in the way that I needed them to. Ethan's the most structured, disciplined human I have ever been around, to a level that's almost detrimental to him, to where if everything isn't perfect in the day, it's a freak out. JJ's a go-with-the-flow kind of guy, and the type of guy that'll forget his shoes or racket or that kind of thing. And he needed the discipline from Ethan. And meshing those 2 is great. But it's funny, last week in Cincinnati, JJ's match, before he was going to serve out the match against Shimabukuro, I said something to him that's always a trigger for Ethan in one of those games. I told him to focus on his breathing and his routines, which is something we always talked about in closeout games. We talked about that for the entirety, but especially in those games. And that's always a trigger for Ethan to lock in and get himself to his place where he needs to be to play a clear and simple point. JJ looked at me and said, I can tell you're tight. And I was like, I'm not tight, but now I am. But it's just like the language and the things that you're so used to with one. JJ, I've asked him to let me know what are the words and things. If I'm trying to tell you this, what resonates with you? So I basically have a different language for all 3 guys. I understand when I sit in the box with Kova, he needs more. He needs advice. He asks for serve spots at times, things like that. The other ones, not so much. It's each guy requires something different, and I think that's our job, is to be changeable.
Yeah.
It's not a my way or the highway. I don't agree with that way. I think it's how can I best serve this player? That's what our job is at the end of the day.
Is that one of the things you like most about coaching? Is trying to figure out the player and how to get the most out of that particular player because they're all so different?
It is. Each one's a puzzle. And it's like, I think with Ethan, it took 2.5 years to really figure it out. And I'm thankful he gave me the time to. And now we have such a flow that a lot of times we don't have to say anything. I'll go an entire practice where I might say good job a couple times, but we don't have to talk about any of the other things because it doesn't need to be said. With JJ right now, I'm constantly reminding of structure. With Kova, it's on him about being accountable for choices and points, all those things. So it's each one, it's like Kova, I hadn't spent a lot of time with him in 3 years. And then last week in Cincinnati, getting back on the court, it was like 5 minutes in, my brain flipped back to, okay, this is what Kova requires. But no, that's definitely one of the fun parts. And spending the last 4 years really with Ethan solo, this has been a huge challenge for me to get it right. And I apologized to JJ last week. I didn't get a few things right, and I got to be better this week about it. And it's a learning thing as we go.
You know, Russ started to get at it a little bit, and I would like you to talk a little bit more about managing the team. Your job as a coach, obviously, you said, you know, sometimes we get too much credit. I think one of the parts of the job that people don't really appreciate is your job managing the strength coach, managing the physio, managing the assistant coach or the hitting partner, making sure everybody's doing their jobs and making sure you have the right people. And I don't know if you've had this before, but whether you had to tell a player like you need a different person in that position.
I'm lucky that with Kova and Ethan are working with Franco Herrero that I've been working with since 2013. I trust him blindly. We came up together, and there's times where Franco and I butt heads, and there's things that I need to be done or I want a double fitness on a day, and Franco tells me my job is strength and conditioning, yours isn't, and we butt heads, but I think it's the right day for it. With JJ, Gina was somebody I hadn't worked with yet, and I believe in footwork with the forehand a little bit differently than she was teaching it. And what's so awesome about Gina is we spent about 6 hours together on court going over everything the way that I liked it, and she adapted and is coaching JJ's footwork the way that I want it, which is something, again, huge credit to Gina, because some people would say, no, get out of here. And then here, I am having to find a different strength and conditioning coach. But that's what it's like having high character people like Franco and Gina around, is we all are trying to adjust ourselves to the betterment of the player. But that is, I think, one of the harder parts of our job. besides scheduling, is managing the full team around and making sure nobody's pulling it in a direction different than the one we need to be going in.
Yeah, and is that the normal setup where the head coach sort of controls or has to manage the team, or do some players take that upon themselves?
Situational, right?
Yeah, I think sometimes you might have an agent who likes to do that.
Yes.
I think there's a couple of young Americans who have an agent that likes to do that. I think there's other teams where the head coach, runs it, and there's some, players who might want to be the person who's doing that themselves.
I'm a big fan of players taking ownership of their things, but at the end of the day, we live in a catch-22 where they're the CEO of their company, but they hire us to tell them what to do.
Right.
Right. So it's a weird balance where I think when I was younger, I didn't do a great job of sometimes saying what needed to be said because of fear of, I don't want to lose my job, that kind of thing. And now I'm in a place of, if you don't like what I have to say and it's not working for you, get rid of me. I'll go do something else, because we all have to be, I can't be a yes man for you. I have to tell you the things that you need to hear. And so we're hired to tell the CEO of the company what they should be doing.
And are players typically okay with you? Like, you've been with Ethan full time now. Ethan's injured, so he's not here. But is he cool with you working with other people as well?
So we have an interesting thing. We kind of have a big family in Florida. Tommy and Brad Stein set the standard for us. Like, when I signed on to work with Ethan, Brad was the head coach.
Mm-hmm.
And I was the traveling guy. And we've kind of changed our dynamic as the years have gone. And Brad's not taking a back seat, but Brad is just our biggest supporter and helper with anything that we need now. We kind of took the same approach with JJ with me, and Ethan was good with that because he grew up with it with Brad. Brad was coaching Tommy on the court with Tommy all the time, and when Tommy wasn't practicing or playing, he spent time with us. And that's kind of how it's been with JJ. Ethan's such a great kid, and Kova is such a great friend of ours that the second Ethan knew he was going to be out for a little bit, Kova was coachless, and Ethan called me and said, why don't you get on the road and help Kova and get him right the next few months? And so that was something, when he gave me that blessing, I was like, okay, we can go do that. Those guys are really close. They train together every day. They want the best for each other. When JJ was hurt, Ethan was one of his biggest supporters. Ethan's watching every one of JJ's matches, every one of Kova's matches right now, vice versa. The first guy to text is Kova or JJ when somebody has a good result. And it's a healthy community, but it can get messy.
Yeah, I can see that. And I can see why it would get messy, but I can also see how it helps everybody to be able to act that way. And also, I feel like we've seen it before, because you've had these clusters of American players who have had similar coaches.
Stevie and Sam.
Yeah, Stevie and Sam shared a coach for a while, right?
Yep.
And they're still buddies to this day. And you have that whole we were talking about, the age group with
the
Francis,
97,
the 97,
98,
98 age group. All those guys are like buddies, and it feels like they can all bounce things off each other.
And the great thing about the younger American guys now is that's what they're looking up to. That's what they're seeing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, if, for example, we were at Tommy's wedding, and you could see that those guys had all taken Kova and Ethan under their wings. Because we're at Tommy's wedding, it's that crew of guys, and then Kova and Ethan. And it's like, those are their little buddies that they're trying to teach. This is how we do it. We can all be friends. We can go on the court and literally bleed to beat the other guy.
Mm-hmm.
And then the next day, maybe not that night, but the next day we can all still go back to work and be buddies and want the best for each other.
You know, it's funny. That dovetails into the original conversation we were having earlier about how basically Rafa and Roger and that group changed the whole mentality on tour to where you can actually be civil to each other and not be absolutely adversarial at all times.
And you know what? You're going to have your guys you don't see eye to eye with. That's always the case. But I would say the majority of the locker room, we're the traveling circus. You know, we have 35 weeks a year that we're all together, and we may play a nasty one today, but next week I might need you for a practice. And it's like, being enemies doesn't really solve any good. You can have that nasty competitiveness on the court, but once you get in the locker room, I think the majority of guys are pretty good, especially the Americans. The young American guys, Lerner, Alex, Ethan, are all really close. Really close. We were on a flight to Australia this year, and the three of them were all sitting next to each other, and I kind of laughed. I was like, how cool is this? These guys have been playing against each other since they were 13, and they're all going to play main draw of Australia. And they had rivalries in juniors, and they still have them now. They don't want to lose to each other, but they understand that living this life, it's better to have guys you're buddies with that are like-minded, to go to dinners and do that kind of stuff with.
It's funny, I was watching, we had the mixed doubles on our other screen last night when we were doing another match, and it was Tommy's match against Lerner and Amanda. And I just had this flashback to, the Everett Academy in Boca, and, seeing Tommy at 12 and Amanda probably at 9, on those courts. And now they're inside Armstrong playing in front of a packed house in mixed doubles. And it's so, it's so wild. And having seen, Lerner at, 7 or 8 years old, like in California, it's just, it's what a world,
Yeah, it's kind of funny how they all come out of the little pockets too, like that, right? Like I was at Everett back in the day working while all those kids were at USTA, and you'd see these kids were sometimes doing the craziest things and just out of control, and you're like, oh my gosh, like that kid's so good at tennis, but does he have a chance? And then you see all of them made it through, and it's really special.
Tommy's wedding must have been just surreal for all those guys, because it's a whole generation of American tennis in one place for a life event. Not a tennis tournament.
We actually had a couple generations, because you had my table. I was with John Isner, I was with Sam Querrey and Stevie.
The older
So
gen.
I was with the old guys, and you had those, and then you had the younger ones with like Ethan and Kova, and it was really cool to see people just let loose and have such a great time, because there's cameras around all the time, there's that kind of stuff, so everybody's pretty professional, but that one was phone and camera free, and everybody just got to be themselves, and it was really cool to see everybody, the camaraderie amongst that group of guys.
I want to pivot a little bit away from the tennis and talk about what it's like for you the week before a Grand Slam. And I'm curious how you what you do for yourself, how you get ready so that your mind's right, in the days coming up to the tournament, and how you, probably a bigger question, like how you manage, the travel over the course of the year, what you're doing for yourself away from the courts.
This one was a little nuts for me. My wife gave birth 2 days ago.
Oh my goodness!
To my second child.
Congratulations! Both of you guys have newborns.
Yeah,
That's insane.
We were texting about
and
that.
We're both girl boy too.
Yeah.
And those are the parts of the job nobody sees, and making sure my wife was good before I took off to come here. But last week I was in Boca on the court every day with JJ. Number one at this point is like, I'm big on your preparation is months long. I hate cramming for a test. I don't find a ton of value in that. So where you are with your fitness, with your those things, we're going to lift and we're going to do fitness this week leading up. We'll kind of pause it 2 days before and get into your prehabs and your normal stuff. But I'm a big believer in preparation being not just this week or last week, but it's the last few months and these tournaments.
What are you doing?
Oh, me.
Yeah, you, not the guy. Like, what are you doing so that you're good for the players? That's what I mean.
There you go.
Yeah. Are you going for walks? Are you, running through the city? Like, what are you doing?
I'm a gym guy.
Gym guy.
I'm a gym guy. The gym is my place of peace where I find the things that made me mad that day are the things I'm carrying over. If I get my workout in that day, I go to bed peaceful. I'm a bad sleeper, so the gym helps me with sleep a ton because I want to be fresh for these guys. Like, that's our job. We need to be at our best also. We ask them to prepare. We need to be prepared too. But for me, I have to do my hip mobility every day, and I have to do my gym. And in New York, I have to go to Los Tacos probably 3 or 4 times a week.
Yes,
recommended by Mark to me about 7 years ago.
Yes.
We got it on site now. There's Los Tacos, I do believe, in the food court.
Is that
right?
I think so, unless I'm wrong about that.
But Mark made me go there. We went on a dinner date. Probably 7 years ago.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah.
And since that point, my first stop in New York, it can't be U.S. Open week or Slam week until that. But no, it's so different for us because sometimes you're playing the week before and sometimes you're not. And each guy's so different with that. A top 20, top 10 guy, you're not going to play the week before. But we were in a situation where, like, Kova's playing in Winston-Salem. He's playing Tsitsipas tonight. He needed some matches to get himself feeling good. He physically was fine. But for me, I am a big get my workouts into the gym. That's what I require every day. And I try as best I can, besides Los Tacos, to eat as healthy as I can the week before.
Well, and guys can be different too, right? Some guys need you like all the time. Some guys need to do dinner. Some guys don't really care. Some guys bring the girlfriend. They're going to go with them, and then you're on your own.
Yes.
And you got to adapt, right?
It's so funny navigating that. Like, Ethan his girlfriend travels a lot, and I tell them all the time, why don't you two go have a dinner tonight? And I'm just sitting there, I'm like, I would love to be in bed at 9 p.m. And then Ethan's like, no, we want you to come. And I'm like, all right, I'll be there. But it's always up in the air with that. Like, tonight we have a team dinner for JJ. And that'll be nice just to have a little fun before, and a little fun is a great meal and laughing at a table.
How much does analytics play into your job? How hard are you looking at numbers? What are you looking at if you're looking at numbers?
I had to tell this to Dave Ramos last week. I'm in between. In between. I like to watch with my eyes first and then go to the numbers. Mm-hmm. Because I feel like if I do the reverse order, I'm looking for things that the numbers showed me versus watching with my eyes. So I'll watch 5 or 6 matches on that surface of a guy against a similar-ish player. I'll come up with my own thoughts there and have them written down, and then I'll go to the analytics. But I find the analytics the most beneficial to self-scout. That's where I use those the most, is I ask for what would you send another player if they were playing my guy? Because now I can see, do we have tendencies? Are we serving wide first point of every game? So guys, sit on that. Where are our numbers? Are we leaning on one thing too much or the other? I want to know what the other guy is going to be preparing for us, because that gives me a good idea, not just for that day, but for the future of what we need to get better at.
Also, how has your job changed since they allowed coaching? Like flat out,
tons,
just coaching, right? Because now you're like, you're a catcher sometimes, like calling signals, you said, serve sides, and sometimes you're a psychiatrist in the, on changeovers at the end of the court. I imagine it had to be a lot.
I'll say at the beginning I wasn't a fan of it until now I am. It's actually made match preparation a lot easier because we can make adjustments in the middle. There was a ton of pressure, to give a game plan and know that you weren't really going to be able to adjust it unless you were kind of cheating a little bit. And somebody comes out and plays completely differently than the way that you expected them to. It was like we used to have to put our hand up and be like, hey, I got that one wrong. Now we can make our adjustments. I can see in the first 2 games the way a guy is wanting to play, and we can have a conversation there and make our little adjustments. I think it's made our preparation for the match a little bit easier because we have the ability to change things during.
I like that. I mean, one of the things that I think I've started to do, like at least at our level, is putting in the analytics into one of the AI models, and then asking like, hey, for specific insights.
Yes.
And that part I think is super helpful. Or hey, can you condense this 40-page report into 1 page or less, into some bullets, and then I think that's really helpful.
And every guy has their things that they find the most valuable. And like for me, especially with Ethan, not so much with JJ, but with Ethan, I always wanted to know if a guy had tendencies with passing shots, because Ethan's an attacking player that comes forward a lot. And a lot of times those analytics miss that, but I would go to the Tennis IQ and I would type in, give me all the backhand passing shots from this guy, and I would compile them and go watch all of those. Because if a guy's passing 70% cross, that can really help us.
Mm-hmm.
I don't dive into as much. Every scouting report you get says guy's dangerous with middle forehand. I think everybody in the world is, right? So it's everybody has their little things. And for me, passing shots was always a big one that wasn't necessarily there. So when we were working with the company, I would always ask, can you please compile passing shot data for me? And that stuff, some people might think I'm crazy for even looking at that, or their player isn't one that's attacking and coming in enough for that to matter. But that was something I found really valuable.
I love that. What's valuable to look at for JJ then?
For JJ, a lot of what's valuable is second serve returning. Where guys go, I think JJ's an above average second serve returner. And if we can get a beat on where guys are going under pressure and where they're not, we can really set up an attack plan for that. The other thing for JJ that I think is really important is where a guy stands on second serves. Are they the guy that's going to go in and out? Do they always play deep or are they in? Because that changes our serving plan. So for him, a lot of his tennis is based around the early shots in the rally. And those data points can really help us.
Do either of those guys like to hear more than the other? Like Stevie was a guy, Stevie wanted 2 or 3 things. That's it. I would get anxiety if I didn't know like the 300
talking about Stevie Johnson.
Yeah, Stevie Johnson.
Because we're on radio, I just want to make sure you know. Yep.
It's so funny because I'll spend 4 or 5 hours prepping for a match and I'll have notes this long to send Ethan 3 bullet points.
Yeah.
Right. But that preparation for me can allow me mid-match to be able to shoot some things in when I see them and when they're about to come up. And JJ is the same way. I'm lucky that I coach pretty offensive tennis players, so the majority of the time our game plans are more about them than the other guy. With a couple little snippets in. But yeah, it's 3 to 4 bullet points. And both guys, JJ's not a guy who can process too much information. Ethan, we learned if we give too much information, he plays too much to the information instead of playing tennis freely his way.
Well, and part of it too is how you give context to that information within the like structure of how they see the game, right? Because if you just tell them certain things, they're just gonna, instead of doing plan A with those subtle adjustments, they're going to go straight to plan B, which are the counters.
It's exactly
and lose their game, right?
It's exactly right. Like if a guy's got a weaker forehand, that doesn't mean I want Ethan playing every ball there, because the structure of his game is to start everything through the backhand side.
Well, and then what happens? The guy starts to his forehand great because he got a rhythm.
Right. Or the guy at 1-all. Mark, you always said this to me. Yeah. The guy at 1-all is playing free as can be with his forehand, and they look at you like, dude, you said the forehand wasn't as good. I'm like, it won't be at 5-all, but right now it's going to be fine. Right. That's why you need to play your structure until that point. But that's the beauty of coaching in match now, is that at 5-all I can tell a guy, hey, now we start picking on that side. because we have our game plan, and then it's like now's the time to start picking on that. That's when it's going to break down. Or now's the time to step inside on second serve returns. He feels the heat here.
I find this all so fascinating. I really do. I asked Mark a question earlier at the top of the show, actually, because we're in the second round of qualifying.
Mm-hmm.
At what point do these players feel like it's real in the sense that the main draw is you're able to touch it? Is it not so you get to that third round?
I think it's the night before the third round. I really do. I'm a big believer that qualifying into a slam is one of the greatest accomplishments in our sport. I think it's the pressure in a last round qualifying match. I don't know if there's pressure greater besides trying to win a slam. It's the difference between, first off, a lot of money.
Yeah, it's about $80,000 difference.
Yep, and not just that, but it's a shame you don't feel it in New York because this week has been advertised and marketed so well, and this feels like the U.S. Open. But at some of the other slams, like I remember having a hard time with this early as a coach when you'd have a player losing qualies and people were like, oh, but the U.S. Open hasn't started yet. So it's like that feeling of belonging and being there. There's just a lot of pressure that goes in. I would say it's right before that third round qualifying.
It's tonight.
Yep.
Tonight's the night then,
Tonight's
right?
the night that I think a lot of people start to, especially ones that haven't played a main draw slam yet. I think you really feel it tonight going to sleep.
I have a good story about that. Like a couple of years ago, like at the end of Stevie's career, he played qualies at Wimbledon. And my wife came to Wimbledon for the first time, but obviously you play at Roehampton.
Yep.
So he lost, and my wife's like, "Wait, like
we don't get to go to Wimbledon?
We don't get to go to the real tournament." I said, "I don't get to go to the real tournament."
right. Yep. Nobody gets to go.
My first 3 years of Wimbledon, I never stepped foot at the All England Club.
That's
and like
amazing.
everybody, oh, you went to Wimbledon? Like, not really.
Went to Roehampton, right?
No,
That's
but
amazing.
Ethan last year in Paris was last round of qualies, and he was playing Tarante, who's tearing it up now.
Yeah.
Who's a clay court guy that's learned how to play on hard now. But Ethan, I've never seen a human eat as much as he can, and he can eat in any circumstance.
Ethan?
And before the last round qualies match, I got him a ham and cheese baguette because it was the only thing he could get down. And he took 2 bites and looked at me and said, I can't eat right now. And I said, you know what? That's okay. It means something to you. But that was those nerves before the last round cues are something special, especially for the young guys.
Oh, wow. That's really something that actually we can continue this conversation into tomorrow talking about that too.
Yep.
Because that last round of qualies is make or break in a lot of ways.
It is.
Yeah. And what's the difference in perks? Like from the backside, like what do you get if you get into the main draw that you don't get when you're in qualies?
Well, there's no cars in qualies, right?
No cars in qualies. You're taking the bus every day.
Okay.
You get the Cadillacs to and from, which are a lot more comfortable. Although weirdly, I love taking the bus.
I like the bus.
Don't say that too loud.
Yeah.
They won't give you a car.
It's my place of peace. I get on there and throw the headphones in and disappear for 45 minutes.
The gifting suite.
Gifting suite is huge. I think you get $2,500 from Uber this year, $1,000 from American Express.
Oh, that's good.
Wow.
Huge. Player gift is huge. I think it's just that guys who have a chance to get sponsorship deals. They have a chance to put a patch on their sleeve. They have so many opportunities that aren't afforded in the qualies from a financial and from an exposure aspect. I think those are the 2 biggest parts of it.
Yeah, everything is sort of exponential to what you think. It's not just the prize money. It's everything that comes on top
Your
of it.
agents can go sell a patch on your arm. Look, he just qualified in and made the main draw here. He's going to be playing more. It's a lot goes into it.
Yeah, I mean, if you get lucky enough to get put on a show court, then you have something to pitch too. Hey,
The slaughter patch.
I know what you mean. The slaughter patch meaning you're going to get your butt kicked, but you got about 90 minutes of advertising time.
Here's an extra $8,000 on top of your prize money.
That's pretty good. I mean, that's a pretty
Go to the seamstress. She'll sew it on.
Right.
There's seamstress on site for that.
And who knows? Maybe you come up with an upset. You get another round of that stuff.
Exactly right.
It's pretty. And New York, does it feel different as an American coaching Americans at the U.S. Open than anywhere else?
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know how Mark felt with this, but it's my career in New York. Losses hurt more than they do anywhere else, and I've had to really get over that. When you go home from here, it feels like the year is done, and it's so far from done. This is the tournament for Americans that you can have a great run in Barcelona, Tokyo, anywhere else in the world. All your friends and all your people, the tournament that matters is this one. This is the one that all your friends and family tune into. This is the one that kind of, as an American, if you have a great week here, it does a lot for you. And I think there are additional pressures with that. I think it's amazing when you get the fan support. It's pulled guys through matches, but I think it also comes with a little extra pressure too. It feels more meaningful than any of the other slams for us, I would say.
I actually was going to talk about what happens before the tournament. And back in the day, probably before you were on tour, it felt like the tournament went out of its way to accommodate everybody else before you, like to treat everyone fairly.
Yep.
And it felt like we kind of, American players and teams sort of got not the short end of the stick, but the short end of the stick.
Yep.
But when Stacey Alister and Eric Buderak took over, man, it was a 180, and it felt so awesome to come here, like, perks with practice, perks with whatever you need.
For American
players.
Yeah.
There was a point person, like back in the day, like it was Ian for us, then it became Haley
Haley's
that we could
unreal.
go to for anything we needed.
Haley's
and
unbelievable.
It felt unbelievable to come here. Like, it felt truly like we're going to like our home slam.
And it's funny because we always complained, we tried so hard to be fair to everybody else, but they weren't that way to us when we're on the road. If you're in Italy, if you're playing Rome, the only way you get a court on site is practicing with an Italian. At the French, if you want a match court, it's practicing with a French player.
Interesting.
Aussie, same. And so we were like, why are we the ones that are setting the standard of being...
But at the U.S. Open, it was totally egalitarian, like it didn't matter?
It was. And that's changed in the last few years, and it's been awesome. And it's like, this week is the week I know my phone's going to blow up for practice from a lot of people that it normally wouldn't. Because
I thought you were going to say ticket requests.
Oh my gosh.
Your inbox is probably full on Instagram of people asking, hey, like,
huge fan of your player. Like, I'm like, yeah. So is his family that's taking his tickets.
Huge fan of insert name.
Yeah.
I had this one guy say, hey, like, this one guy I'd met once. He's like, hey, Mark, this is so-and-so. Can I have tickets or a credential? Credential be better.
Yeah. I forget. Somebody asked me for a credential somewhere Wimbledon. And I was like, do you know how this works? My wife has never been able to come to Wimbledon.
It's just not the way it goes around here. Pretty cool. I mean, cool to hear that the Americans are being treated a little bit better than they were in the past, and maybe equal to the way.
Not a little bit, a lot.
A lot.
It's significant.
It's significant.
I still have a hard time walking by P1 through 5 and seeing who's practicing out there, because it used to be you had to be a top 16 seed or someone who played Davis Cup.
Yes.
That was the only way like you could practice on P1 through 5.
Oh, really?
And now I go out there, I'm like, this guy's out here, or this girl, or whatever. But it's because they're helping out the Americans, which is how it should be, I think.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah.
And then did they put everybody else back in the park, like in Corona Park?
We'll have a few in the park, and that's fine. Everybody. Sometimes it's nice to go over there too, a little quieter, and just can work on things without having to be judged by up above. But,
for the people who don't know, by the way, because a lot of people who could be watching and could be listening don't understand that within sort of the boundaries of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, there are practice courts, and really nice practice courts with seating and everything. But once you walk right outside the gates, how many courts would you say are out there? Like 10, 12,
no
something
more.
like that?
No more. It's got to be 16.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
There's a lot of courts out there.
You have two rows of 6, then you have 4.
Yeah, it's a lot. I mean,
I think it's 20.
It's almost 20. Yeah,
I think it's 20ish.
And the park's much nicer than it used to be. They have the gym and there's food and it's
you just get some interesting smells out there. That's
well, it is a public park, and things are legal here in the state of New York, and you can definitely
ask
they're
Casper
there.
about that, wasn't it? Last year,
Casper was a little upset at that too. All New Yorkers were like, "Shut up," as New Yorkers are wont to do. Brian, we're going to let you go. We're going to take a break here on U.S. Open Radio, but thank you so much.
Thanks for having
me. For your time. That was awesome.
I
really appreciate it. Good luck to you with JJ and with Alexander when he comes in as well. And hope Ethan gets well soon. What's the timeline on Ethan? Is there a timeline yet?
There isn't yet.
Okay.
There isn't yet. We're going to take our time. He's 22, and we want him to be fully healthy before we do anything.
I think we all feel kind of the same way. We're talking about Carlos Alcaraz, wondering with the wrist, how he was going to look. It was great to see him looking the way he did. We hope Ethan looks like Ethan when he comes back on the course.
That's the goal.
Brian, thank you so much, man.
Thanks,
really
guys.
appreciate it. Thank you. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the US Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the US Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With Fage Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick and honey, or add Fage to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Fage yogurt in every bite. Visit USA.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the US Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the US Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's US Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guessed. As the official hotel sponsor of the US Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guessed and book now at ihg.com. Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826, naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock, Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the US Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the US Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's US Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear. New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries, and how to make some noise.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And welcome back to the grounds of the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Russ Thaler and Mark Lucero here with you as we pass the 4 o'clock hour in New York City. And qualifying continues in the men's and women's draw. Second round of qualifying happening as we're going. One match away, and as we just found out from Brian Garber, who joined us, tonight's the night after the players finish their second rounds when it starts to feel real and maybe sleep gets a little bit harder tonight, is you can see that finish line in the main draw and the gifting suite and the Cadillacs are all there for you within arm's reach, but there's still going to be another match to win.
I'll tell you that the dinner tomorrow night is a little different
If you
depending
get in.
on how the result goes during the match. Can either be we're going to blow it out somewhere in Midtown, or it's a Chipotle kind of night.
Right, and the good thing is after tomorrow night, which is Thursday, you do have a day to recover if you do blow it out one night before getting into the main draw, because you just made about 80 grand more than you would have otherwise.
You're going big dinner Friday night. You're hitting some of the parties in the city that go around the tournament. It's kind of what the Thursday, Friday, Saturday when a lot of these parties happen. And then maybe you're playing Sunday, maybe not. Maybe it's Monday.
Well, that's when you're trying to pick up sponsors and whatnot too over the weekend.
Trying
Your
to
agent's
pick up something, yeah.
Yeah, your agent's working overtime if you win that third round. But we're into the second round right now, and on the court is Nishesh Pastavaretti, 21-year-old American on court 17. And right now, he is a couple of points away from taking the first set in his match against Mikrut of Croatia, Luka Mikrut. It's 5-2 Pastavaretti, and Pastavaretti now with a set point, as you can hear a packed crowd on Stadium 17.
Yeah, huge crowd out there. Pastavaretti switched rackets this year midway through. A little more power on this racket than the racket he had previously been using.
He'd been using a Prestige, right? A head Prestige. Now he's playing with the Extreme Pro, it looks like, or at least the Extreme colorway that we see in Pastavaretti's first serve is into the net. Again, it's 5-2, 40-30. Nishesh Pastavaretti looking to close out the first set over Luka Mikrut. Second serve to the backhand side. Mikrut returns long, and the first set goes to the young American, Nishesh Pastavaretti. Pastavaretti went to Stanford, played a little college ball, good junior career as well, and an amazing win, I thought, in the first round. It was almost like an unfair first-round qualifying matchup. Pastavaretti and Moise Kwame, the young French kid who really burst onto the scene at Roland Garros earlier this year, has dealt with some injuries since, and that was a first-round qualifier that easily could have felt like a first-round main draw match.
That was a tough first-round match, too. I mean, Pastavaretti, to his credit, he came on the scene really quickly when he left Stanford. He was on the verge of the top 100 really, really fast, but, body's delicate's not quite the right word, but he's had a hard time staying healthy, and he lost a lot of that momentum, and here a good qualities week would go a long way towards, putting him on the right track again.
Staying healthy seems to be like a common thread, that we talk about with every player. It must be so hard coming out of the college game where, you're practicing every day. You're playing matches, twice a week in college? Is that about right?
Twice a week. It's a different level of physicality on tour. You add to that the stress that comes from travel, being in different time zones, sleeping in different beds, all that sort of thing. And then not to mention playing against men, playing against people who are physically more developed than you are.
And to be fair, in college, you can lose and still win.
Yeah,
that cannot happen in the pros.
Yeah, and in college too, though, you have the infrastructure built in. So, something happens, the next morning you wake up, you walk and see go to the training room, get all the stuff taken care of. Now, as a professional player, you have to build out that infrastructure on your own or with the help of, an agent or a team or something like that.
Right, and also physiologically, people are just built different. Some people don't get injured, and some people just do. And sometimes accidents happen too, as we saw with J.J. Wolf. It was just horrible accident, torn labrum, and it set him back a long way. But for Nishesh Pastavaretti, great start to his second round on Stadium 17, winning the first set from Mikrut 6-2. Also nice to see Bianca Andreescu, 2019 U.S. Open champion, on the court right now. Just got through her first set, 6-love in her second round qualifying match.
And another player who's had some bad luck with health issues. Jeez.
Yeah, like her body, she had that amazing 2019, and it seems like her body hasn't recovered or still trying to recover from all the tennis she played that year and how well she played and all the winning she did. But it's good to see her back on the court competing and playing well, and halfway home to a third round of the qualifying.
One of the things with all these players is there's this constant pull of, I think, the money that is in the game now. So there's this incentive to continue to play, but you almost have to think of it, am I doing what I need to do to sort of set myself up for a career where I can actually take advantage of this versus, stacking X number of tournaments this year because I want to build the bank account by the end of the year. It's really tough.
Yeah, and I will say specifically with someone like a Bianca Andreescu, there's such a big difference between her being able to play and not being able to play as far as sponsorship money.
Yeah.
She's such an electric figure. She is a bankable figure on tour if she's there. But when you're not there, it's like airline miles. When you don't fly, you don't get those bonuses.
Well, yeah, and to your point too, to build on that, besides all that, like when your game's is there and ready, you're a threat to go deep and obviously pick up the bigger checks.
Yeah.
And if you're not quite ready and you're going out first or second round, like you're not making a ton of money.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And look, all these players are playing for their particular lives, at this point, especially in qualifying. That's what makes, we call it fan week. It used to be just qualifying week at the U.S. Open, but it makes it so much bigger, not just because of all the programming that we have around the grounds. I think everyone understands a little bit more about the pressures of what's going on out here.
I mean, the programming is cool too.
Oh, the program's amazing.
Yeah.
I'll tell you something. We were talking about it yesterday. The what was it? The headphone disco?
The silent disco. The silent disco. It's my favorite part of the tournament already.
That was one of the coolest things that I've ever seen. Everybody was dancing, and I didn't know why. They all seemed to be dancing, and then I realized everyone's wearing headphones, and it was the silent disco.
Well, there's 3 different DJs you can tune into also. Like you have 3 stations on your headphones. So if you want, the hip hop one, the pop one, or the whatever jazz or salsa or whatever, something for everybody.
Yeah, that's amazing. That's so good. All right, let's go back into Stadium 17 where Luka Mikrut is serving at 40-15 to Nishesh Basavireddy. And Basavireddy backhand to the backhand wing of Mikrut, backhand to backhand. They go, and Basavireddy just unloads down the line for a backhand winner.
I think the first time I saw Nishesh Basavireddy, he was maybe 17 years old. I saw him at the USTA Training Center in Carson. And my first thought was, this guy doesn't miss a ball. He hits the ball so cleanly in the middle of strings every time. He's out of the Indianapolis area, worked with
Carmel, Indiana.
Worked with Brian Smith in that program, same place that kind of Rajiv Ram came out of. A lot of other good players. The Smiths do a great job there. Very clean technical foundation, which is huge.
Well, Mikrut still with a game point in the opening game of set number 2. First serve into the net. Second serve coming from the young Croatian who's 22 years of age. So these are 2 guys, hopefully for them, on their way up. And Mikrut puts a backhand into the net. So Basavireddy already putting pressure in the first service game of Mikrut here in set number 2 after the American took game 1.
I mean, it could be stating the obvious, but if you're Mikrut, you're not looking to get broken first game of the second set. That's not a great status for you to be.
No, after losing the first, for sure. And well done from Basavireddy, because Mikrut looked like he was cruising through this first service game. It was 40-15 when we picked up the call.
Yeah.
And now Mikrut, he's missed 3 straight first serves, which doesn't help either. And Basavireddy's going to have a look at a second serve at deuce, and a forehand into the forehand side of Mikrut, and a forehand to the backhand of Mikrut, who goes into the open court. It's got Basavireddy on the run, and it's going to be another game point for the Croatian.
We saw after that winner, Basavireddy kind of took a swipe at that ball because he was there, and he knows that facing a break point in the first game of the second set for Mikrut, that'd be a feeling of, man, this pressure that Basavireddy knows. It creates sort of a cumulative effect over the course of this 20 minutes right now.
It's funny because we talked about this yesterday in the matches that we were calling from qualifying about the tendency sometimes after you win the first set to let down a little bit. Basavireddy very openly and very clearly looking to put pressure on Mikrut right away in this first return game. Mikrut's got a game point, a second serve, and Basavireddy gets jammed and chips it wide. So Mikrut does hold on for a 1-love lead at the start of set number 2. On Stadium 17, Basavireddy won the first set 6-2. As we look around the grounds, there's just action going on all over the courts, which is good because there's enough fans to accommodate most of the courts out there. It is crowded, as crowded can be, and safely here at the USTA National Tennis Center. Fan Week every year just keeps getting bigger and bigger. The programming keeps getting better and better. And I think it's also, I used to come as a kid to this place during qualifying week, and it was like kind of dead on the grounds. I mean, we're talking a million years ago, because qualifying week was sort of an afterthought. Not so much anymore. And it also gives exposure. It's funny, we're talking about sponsorship patches. Some players are wearing them in qualifying week too, because look, this is on the world feed.
Yep.
This is getting beamed all over the place, and we're covering more courts than ever at the USTA this year for qualifying.
I mean, I remember being able to walk through the food court, find a table, chill out, no one around to bug you. Now it's jam-packed. I mean, there's so many cool options, and there's so many good options, and it's just awesome to see the players also. It's a reward to get to play in front of crowds like this, and for these players that work all year round and put in the hard yards, to get to play in front of big crowds is a really nice feeling, and it's great that the players get that.
Yeah, it's actually one of the things, if you only come out and enjoy the Grand Slams, or you're only watching, say, the Masters 1000s, it's hard to really properly contextualize how lonely tour life can be, not just off the court, going from hotel, but even on the court at some of the smaller events in the early rounds, right?
Yes, but especially you think about the players that are playing in qualifying. A lot of them play a schedule that's maybe half tour events, half challengers, or maybe even mostly challengers. So yeah, you're not on the big stage a whole lot, and to get to play here, it's like that sort of little taste of what the big leagues is like.
I imagine nerves get messed with in that situation too, because you can get locked up with nerves if you're playing in front of this many people.
It can be for some players, and for other players, it's like a little fire in the gasoline.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's funny because also we're talking about how well the Americans are treated here. The Americans get much better support in the qualifying rounds, as we're seeing on Stadium 17. You can't see it unless you're watching the match, but Nishesh Basavaredi is playing in front of a packed house on a court where the fans are right on top of you too, on Stadium 17.
We would always joke about it. You'd be out there playing a match on one of the field courts, and inevitably you would see some guy in full Stars and Stripes outfit, holding 2 beers, not really looking like your typical tennis fan, but then going nuts for you, supporting you because it says USA next to your name, which is
awesome.
the best. Yeah,
that is just so cool, and I'm sure Nishesh has some people doing that for him right now as he serves at 30-15. Love won in the second set. Basavaredi took the first set, served down the middle into the forehand of Mikrut, who crushes an inside-out forehand return winner, and it's 30-all right smack on the line. Didn't quite hit his spot. Put it right into the.
No, it was right in the
wheelhouse.
wheel. Yeah, it was right in the strike zone for Mikrut. He got pretty good wood on that one.
Yeah, that was well done. So under pressure a little bit, Nishesh Basavaredi. Not the biggest guy, but he can throw it over 120. If he's hitting his spots, that'll work just fine. So it's 30-all. First serve from Basavaredi, out wide to the forehand and just wide. And the second serve coming at love 130-all. Second set, Basavaredi took the first 6-2 over Mikrut, 22-year-old from Croatia. And Mikrut's backhand goes into the net, so it's a game point for the American for 1-all.
Yeah, when you're serving, sorry, Russ, when you're serving right after a game when you had chances to break, you need to pay a little special attention to that game, because that can be, you let up just a little bit. You don't want to go down that break after you put so much effort in to win that first set.
Basavaredi's first serve, a game point. Kicker out wide to the backhand of Mikrut, who just has to fly it high. Basavaredi, a swinging forehand volley, and Mikrut's answer is into the net, and we are level at 1 game apiece in set number 2. All right, we're going to take a quick timeout here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express, and we will be right back to the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show and how to make some noise. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
And we are back at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Welcome back to U.S. Open Radio. Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero with you on this beautiful Wednesday. And when I say beautiful, I'm not making it up. It is a picture-perfect day. Partly cloudy skies. The temperature is right around the high 70s. The humidity is down. You couldn't ask for better conditions for Fan Week, for all the programming, and also for the players trying to make their way through qualifying. It's enough to deal with the pressures of playing. Not having to deal with the conditions is probably a welcome respite, I would say.
One less thing to worry about. 100%.
So there you go. Yeah.
It looks like a little light breeze just to keep you cool. But yeah, perfect day here today. Perfect New York day.
Yeah, and we got full matches going on right now on U.S. Open Radio. We'll also get you ready for the live coverage tonight, stroke by stroke, of the mixed doubles semis and finals. That will be on Arthur Ashe Stadium starting a little bit later tonight, around 7 o'clock in the p.m. Mike Cation will be on the call. I think Macca's on that as well.
Oh, love it.
That's going to be amazing. And we're going to see Svitolina and Monfils.
Nobody's come up with like a cool name for them. You know, they come up with these team whatever.
Well, they are the Monfises, I think, officially.
maybe they don't need a nickname.
Do we call them Monfi?
Yeah,
Is that
Monfi.
is that what we'd call them? Maybe that's their nickname. Would be Monfi. Yeah. Would be amazing. Against Bencic and Kaboli, which, by the way, watched them beat Alcaraz and Serena yesterday. Dangerous players, both such great all-court players. That should be a fun first semifinal.
I was really impressed with Bencic at the net. I thought she held her own. She was sticking volleys in between. She was splitting the team, of Alcaraz and Williams, and she was all over the place, I thought.
She also didn't seem overwhelmed at all by pace coming at it, because Carlitos and Serena can bring the heat.
Yeah.
And Bencic was just right there with quiet hands and really smart. Right there with you. And then the second one is Menchik and Muchova, the Czech team, against the Russians, Rublev and Andreeva, who are so much fun to watch play together.
If you like watching tennis balls being hit hard, that's a match for you.
Rublev doesn't really lay up on many things.
He doesn't go out there and kind of groove and like massage the ball around.
No,
he's letting it rip.
And Mira can stroke the ball herself, and she's also a top doubles player on the women's tour. Although she's kind of now focused on singles for the rest of the year, and it threw a bit of a wrench into all the doubles teams in the WTA, because Mira was playing doubles at such a high level that when she decided, okay, I'm going to just work on singles for the rest of the season, all of a sudden the double shuffle had to happen late in the year.
She's somebody that I feel like there hasn't been a lot of talk about for somebody who's had, success like she's had this year.
She won Roland Garros this year.
And I don't know that her name's come up when we've talked about, or when there's been talk about, who the favorites are here, but she's someone who I think maybe it suits her being a little bit under the radar.
I think you're so right about that. And I say that because I haven't thought of her. When you talk about favorites, you immediately go to the defending champ Aryna Sabalenka and say, what's wrong with Aryna? I mean, that's kind of the conversation right now.
Is she going to get, is she going to right the ship on the hard courts? Because she was so good last year on hard.
Every year. I mean, she's like a dominant hard court player, and suddenly she looks vulnerable and beatable. Coco Gauff is playing the best tennis we've seen her play in a long time. She's playing Jess Pegula is playing awesome tennis, and her results are there. Mira Andreeva is not someone we've talked enough about. And I'll say this, from the people inside the tennis community, I don't think anyone would be surprised if we saw her on championship weekend.
And it could be a good thing for her, because as we know, in New York, the attention can be suffocating for a young player.
And she is still very
young.
She's very young.
You see all the signage on the cabs or in the subway. It's all over. You can't escape it. And for her, it could be a good thing.
Yeah, I think you could be right. And she's got the game to pull it off. She is 19 years of age.
19 years old. Again, great team
for
around her.
3 more days, by the way. She turns 20.
She has a stable team that's been around her.
Oh, no, she's 19. I apologize. Yep.
Obviously the wisdom of Conchita Martinez. That is something that you can't underestimate.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, she's someone that I think we got to watch out for.
Yeah, and I think as she gets older, she turned 19 in April. I was reading it as August, why I thought 3 days. Well, I think we're going to see less swings of emotions. Because sometimes mirror can be our own worst enemy out there on the court. I think we've seen that before. But as anyone who's had kids of that age, and I raised my hand on that one, things mellow out over time. You grow up and in different ways.
Yeah, but what do we want? Do we want personalities, or do we want...
Personality is one thing.
Because we always complain, right, in tennis, like, oh, there's no personality.
I think her personality will be just fine, even without sort of the self-harm, I think,
drama.
sometimes.
Yeah.
The self-inflicted drama.
Gotcha, yeah.
Yeah, because just listen to some of her interviews. We already knew years ago that she had a crush on Andy Murray. And yesterday we find out she also used to have a crush on Andre Rublev, who she's playing doubles with, which is so cool.
Probably really good for Rublev's confidence.
Totally. Like, how do you not feel great about yourself when you're like, that's right. I'm a good-looking man. Hit some forehands, baby. No, it's going to be so much fun later tonight. I think this is year 2. I know this is year 2 of the mixed doubles competition at the U.S. Open. I'm almost surprised that the other majors haven't adopted it in some way.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if the thing is, you don't want to be copycat.
Oh, come on. We're all everything's copycat. There's a craft cocktail at every major and every tournament now.
Well, Australia did their own innovation with the 1-point thing that they did.
Which was great.
I think you're going to see some continued innovation. I don't know if they're going to copy the mixed doubles because, some tournaments like Wimbledon are a little bit more steadfast in their tradition, which is fine. But I think it's an impetus to sort of innovate in different ways, and I think you're going to continue to see that.
That's a great point too, because it opens the door for other types of innovations where people might be like, oh, that's kind of weird, because last year there was a lot of dissent. Like, is it a Grand Slam? Is it, does it live up to the prestige of the U.S. Open? And I think through 1 year, everyone was, oh yeah, that's the best. I mean, that was awesome.
Yeah, I think it just shows there's a place in the game for people that want to bring new formats. I mean, a couple of years ago in LA, we had the Maratoglu event, the UTS tennis. World Team Tennis is playing this summer. There's the Intense League that was in Atlanta this year. I think there's a place for people that want to push the envelope and bring a different format, because as you see, fans have different attention spans these days. There's different things that mean different, things to different people. So, yeah, I think there's a place for it.
Yeah, and I think the mixed doubles specifically, bringing names and players that people know and putting them together, too, because part of the fun is watching how the personalities interact. Like, who would have thought of Taylor Townsend and Sasha Zverev? Like watching them on the court together.
This is the only sport in the world that men and women can do it together, right? Like at the professional level.
Yeah, especially when they're playing against it. I guess you could probably do it in golf if you really wanted to.
Right.
You probably could.
Well, it's the only sport that does it.
Yes. And it is the only sport that does it. And it's the only sport that really does it where you're actually, like in golf, you would have different tee boxes. But there is no different tee box in tennis. A man is serving to a woman is serving to a man. And also a man is hitting a forehand as hard as he can, not taking off anything because they're playing for prestige and for money, with a woman who's standing 10 feet or 15 feet away from them at the net.
It's the beauty of tennis. And, when you buy your tickets for the U.S. Open, you don't buy your tickets for, the men's first round.
Right.
You're buying a ticket to see men's and women's tennis all day long in New York, which is the best.
Yeah, and also if you're really smart, you're not even buying a ticket. You're walking on here during Fan Week, and you get to experience all this amazing tennis and these amazing activations that are going on all over the place, which brings forth sort of the culture of New York City and the United States, too, because every sort of nationality is represented around here. I was watching the Thai dancers the other night do their thing, and it was, like, incredible. And the Chinese dragons that came in sort of opened the event. Right down the street is downtown Flushing, which is pretty much Chinatown in Queens. It's just such a great representation of the United States, and then to watch the competition from players from all over the world in countries that some people haven't even heard of before they come here.
And people that are out making a name for those countries as well, and bringing attention and doing things that are going to be national news where they're from.
Totally, absolutely, and it's one of the great joys that we have. By the way, Nishesh Basavireddy, as we've been yapping here, has taken a 3-1 lead, so he's up a break now with Mikrut serving at 1-3, and a break point for Nishesh Basavireddy trying to really open this second set up. Second serve into the forehand of Basavireddy. Oh man. He just swung wildly and just shanked the forehand return. Second serve, break point. He went for it, didn't get it.
Russ, just going back to what we were just talking about, if you don't mind, Alexander Ayala has been big news this summer.
Of course.
Well, also, Andre Iligan, who played at the University of Hawaii, Filipino-American, another guy who's his wins here, man, huge news in Hawaii, huge news for the Filipino and Filipino-American communities. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he's someone, he's playing today. Did he play?
He's playing today, yeah.
Yeah, so he's playing a second-round qualifying match today. Best player that's ever come out of Hawaii.
Yeah, the best Rainbow Warrior
of all time.
Yeah,
He's the greatest of all Rainbow Warriors on the tennis court. We'll put it at that. But yeah, you're so right about that. And we're a deuce here, by the way, inside a rally that goes backhand to backhand. Bastiferetti to the backhand. Mikruta goes dropper. Bastiferetti gets to it. And then a swinging backhand volley mid-court winner for Mikruta.
I mean, he's having to do everything to hang in right now. Jeez.
Yeah, I mean, and to his credit, he's pulling these shots off. But Bastiferetti's been playing so well that he's making Mikruta have to play maybe a little out of his comfort zone just to keep up.
Yeah, backhand swing volleys, you don't really practice in your training sessions very often.
No, game point for Mikruta here. First serve out to the backhand of Bastiferetti, return to the backhand of Mikruta, goes down the line, open court for the winner. So well done for Mikruta. They'll change ends on Stadium 17 with the American Nishesh Bastiferetti up a set and a break, leading 3-2 on Stadium 17. I'll circle back because I want to talk about Alexander Ayala because Joao Fonseca pulled out of this event. The correlation between the two of them to me is they're the two biggest draws outside of Americans for their home countries. Unfortunately, we're not going to see the Brazilians out rooting on their guy Fonseca, but we're going to see the Filipinos. No, I mean they have injected a joy into the tennis world this summer. I think that we all didn't really even knew we didn't have or were missing, but goodness me, thank goodness for Alexander Ayala and opening up an entire nation to this tour.
It's ironic. I was born in San Diego. I grew up in San Diego. Huge Filipino-American community there because of the Navy base and other things. And this is a community that loves tennis. I have so many friends that, from Filipino families that played tennis. And to me, it's not a surprise to see the response that she's gotten. But the biggest surprise to me has been like how big the communities are in each of the cities she's played in. Like I wouldn't have known that. And it's so cool to see because we saw how maybe Manny Pacquiao in his success the response was in Philippines.
I think that feels like the only comp that I can think of sports wise. And by the way, Manny Pacquiao, not just a champion boxer, but he is maybe the most well-known and popular Filipino resident of all time. And Alexander Ayala is in the same breath as that now.
And she's going to be on a good-sized court here.
Oh,
she's not going to be on.
So can we guess? Because we don't have any control over this. You could easily put her on Ash. My guess is Armstrong.
Yeah, I think Armstrong or Grandstand. I think she's not going to be on court 13.
No. It's either Armstrong, Grandstand, or Ash.
Yeah.
If it's Grandstand, it'll bring back memories for me watching Kei Nishikori at his height and the Japanese fans. And more than that, though, when Juan Martín del Potro was still playing here and he played on Grandstand, it was like a party.
Yeah, the atmosphere is going to be unbelievable.
It's going to be
the lines to get in there. It's going to be super cool.
Yeah, it's going to be really fun to watch Alexander. And I'll say this too, much like I would say the same about Juan Martín del Potro, she has the comportment to deal with this. She's a young woman who comes across much wiser than her years. You feel that way too?
Yeah, I think to go beyond that, it looks like she's very comfortable in that role and very comfortable in her own skin.
Mm-hmm.
And I think, I give credit to her parents for, I don't think that just happens. But yeah, it's impressive.
It takes a special kind of person to be able to do that. A good buddy of mine, we have kids around the same age who are around, my kids and his kids are around the age of the kids who are playing in these tournaments at the highest level. And we just marvel at the fact, I can't, especially when our kids were in high school, couldn't even imagine, when Carlos Alcaraz was 18, 19, kids that age being able to handle that kind of thing. But these are special individuals that are able to not only perform athletically at a ridiculously high level, but to deal with very adult type situations all the time.
Yeah, you're exactly right. It takes a special kind of person. It takes a unique mindset, I think, to be able to function as a human being, I think, with all these things on your plate.
I think the other thing that struck me, too, was in our conversation earlier, was just how many people it takes to keep that train moving.
Yes.
And how many people behind the scenes. When players thank their team at the end of an event, whether they win or lose, and they get to the final, it's a big deal. They're not thanking the one guy you see on TV. There is like an army, a village, if you will, behind them doing things. And I love the fact that we can spotlight a little bit of that because, as you know, from being on the inside and being on the coaching side of these things, it is a group effort to get one person forward, right?
Yeah, and not everybody's here. There's people who are back home.
Mhm.
There's the massage therapist they see once a week at home. There's all kinds of people. There's the guy that strings the rackets. Everybody's doing a job. There's the person who prioritizes your needs because he knows what you are trying to do with your career. And all those people make a difference, and they make things happen. Yeah.
Yeah, and there are a lot of those roaming the grounds right now that you won't recognize their faces, but they have a huge impact on whether or not certain players are going to advance in this event.
Brian said it best too. These are people who we all want the same thing. That's really important, and it's everybody wanting whether it's JJ or Alex or whoever, or Alexandra. Everybody in that group wants the same thing, which is for that player to have the best chance at being successful.
In the coaching community, are there certain, like, I look at a guy like Wayne Ferreira, who was a great player in his own right, and you talk about Magnus Norman, right? I look at a guy like Wayne Ferreira, where it seems like everyone he's coached has really taken steps forward. Are there certain things that good coaches do? Are there certain tenets that work universally?
I think those coaches that have success with every player, they relate to the player in a really special way. And maybe the most special person I've seen do this is Gil Reyes, who's not necessarily a tennis coach.
You're talking about Andre's guy?
Who's the strength and conditioning coach, Gil Reyes, who, after he worked with Andre, he worked as part of Adidas Player Performance Program. And so he had a ton of players going to see him in Vegas. Grigor, Kerber, all the Adidas players were going to see him in Vegas and work out. And I would be at tournaments, and I would see players go speak to him, and you've never seen some of these people as dialed in as they were when they were talking to Gil. And Gil's looking them directly in the eye, and they're having these private conversations. And to me, it was incredible to watch. And then bringing, when I coached other players, bringing them to Vegas to work with Gil when he had an arrangement with the USTA, it was so enlightening to me because he could build these relationships from zero and make these players think that they could run through a wall.
Wow.
And he did that to me one day. I just, I was working out too. And
that's the strength and conditioning coach.
Yeah, and he's like, Mark, man, like your physique. Like he just, the way he spoke to me, like, if you had been training for so long, man, you would just, and I'm like, oh, Gil, tell me more.
Right. Also, he's a mountain of a man.
But, it's about the relationship, and it's about making the player, because every player has layers of insecurity or doubt at some point here.
Sure. Humans.
And it's your job as the coaches, the coaching staff, to sort of let that player put that aside and help them put it aside so that they're willing to go all in.
Mm-hmm.
The biggest thing that holds players back is an unwillingness to go all in because of they're worried about what happens if they fall short. What does that mean about them? What does it mean about their career? What does it say about them as a person? The tennis players,
Yeah.
there's
tennis
a lot of
players
self-worth.
also are very aware of the village that's helping push them, so there's a responsibility to that too.
And there's a lot of self-worth tied up in what happens on the court.
Well,
And so your job as the coaching staff is to help them put that aside and really put it on the line because that's when the best things can happen. And so Gil, Magnus, other people like that really do a good job with building that relationship first, then the trust, then the information.
Yeah, I think watching Novak Djokovic's documentary, that was the big line that I think resonated with me, is that everything outside of the tennis court has to only advance what happens inside the lines. And then he added, and there are consequences to that.
There's consequences to that. Yeah, because if the family asks are too much for him, his tennis suffers. That's basically what he was saying.
Yeah.
Or if he puts too much into the tennis, his relationship with his family suffers. These are the consequences that he's talking about.
Yeah.
And it's not easy.
No, not easy at all. And every player to a different level is going through that same thing. Maybe not what Novak is or has done, but every player. And when you mentioned self-worth tied to results, that resonates with every single person who has ever played even junior tennis.
Yes. Yes.
You know, when you start, you're 10, 11, 12 years old, and you're playing junior tournaments, you feel like crap if you lose a match, especially if you lose to someone you think you should have beaten.
Because people treat you differently if you win.
That's no doubt about that. And people treat your parents differently
Yep.
if you win. And you see that in youth sports, you know, the best kid on the team, well, the parents are like the most popular parents on the team. It's just the way it is.
And tell us what you did with your child. How'd they end up, you know?
Yeah, not understanding that every kid is different and there is no one playbook. I think that was the other thing that talking to coaches is really enlightening, is that there is no one way. There's no one path.
I've had people, you know, be critical of me at one point in the season, and then 2 months later, after a player has a result,
They love you.
Can you talk to, you know, our other coaches and tell us how you create a winning mindset in your player? Like, I didn't do anything different the last 2 months. You know what I mean? Like,
I got to imagine it's hard for coaches.
Yeah.
In that sense, because your self-worth is based on results of something you have zero, well, not zero, but you used to have zero, very little control over once the ball's put in the air.
Well, that's the challenge, is to try to separate yourself from that. And the challenge is to get to the place where you are, and I was talking to someone about this, where you're emotionally detached from the result that's going to happen. That was what I always tried to do. I need to separate myself from whatever's going to happen that day. And that usually happens if I'm in a good place myself, but B, if I think that we've been doing the right things and I feel good about where we are just in general. Because if I feel that, like, then I know good things are going to happen, and it doesn't need to happen today, but I know it's going to happen at some point.
Right.
But if I go into a match or a tournament or whatever, man, we have to win. We really need to win. I got to win. That's like the worst. And the player can smell it on you. And then it's going to be bad. Like, yeah.
Right, because then you're adding extra pressure to the player who already knows that the pressure's on.
The player needs you to be relaxed, confident, and, you know, keep the vibes chill.
Or unless you have a player who needs you to fire him
unless
up.
you have a player that, like, needs the tension. But generally, I don't think players respond well to that. They might do it in the short term, but long term is not going to have success.
Nishesh Basvaretti, by the way, on Stadium 17, looking to continue his lead after winning the first set against Mikrut of Croatia. It leads 30-15 at 4-3 in the second set, serving up a break. And Bianca Andreescu is cruising right along, I believe, in her match. And check her score real fast, because Andreescu up 6-0, 4-1. Looking very confidently towards maybe a third-round match and a chance to get herself back into the main draw at the U.S. Open. Heather Watson, the British veteran, is taken to the court, and she's up a break in her second-round qualifying match. Meanwhile, Basvaretti in full control, I'd say, or in solid control. 4-3 30 all, though.
Get this hold, then you're in solid control.
Yeah, that's right. 4-3 30 all is actually a little pivotal right now. So you know what? Let's dip in. Let's talk about this. Let's talk about 4-3 30 all. Basvaretti's first serve. Out wide to the forehand of Mikrut, who smacks it wide, and it's a game point for 5-3.
So he's wearing a nice maroon shirt, and I read that one of the players
the
didn't
color.
know the color maroon yesterday. I don't know if it was Mensik or Rublev.
Didn't understand.
Well,
it's a language barrier, right?
No, but his partner, it was one of the female partners was like, hey, let's wear the maroon outfit. And then the players were like, what's maroon?
Oh.
It was either Mensik or Rublev.
Might have been Mensik because he and Mukhova are both Adidas athletes, and maroon is one of the colors. This is always what fascinates me. By the way, Basvaretti is held now for 5-3. So every year at the majors, there seems to be a dominant color through multiple different manufacturers.
I'll tell you why. I know the answer.
And I know they're on like 2-year cycles to make these things, but why is Basvaretti wearing a maroon shirt that is Asics when Adidas also has maroon and I believe pink is their other color?
I'll tell you why.
Yeah, go for it.
I have a friend who's in fashion.
Yeah.
And all the designers, all the brands, they subscribe to a certain, I don't know, a company or a periodical or whatever that tells them what are going to be the colors
of that
season in the future, a couple years out. And so they plan their lines that way.
So if it's yellow, we're going to see yellow. If it's going to be orange, we're going to see orange.
It's not a coincidence when the brands overlap with certain colors.
Okay, then that makes a lot of sense to me. But it's also fascinating that I feel like we come to these big events and the main manufacturers, the big ones, seem to have the same color schemes, and that makes sense now. So Basvaretti now returning he has up a set in 5-3 over Mikrut. So Mikrut serving to stay in this match. as Basaveretti slices a backhand into the top of the net, and it's 15-love for Mikrut.
And he sure would love to get out of here in straight sets, huh, Basaveretti?
I would think so.
Kick the feet up after.
And look, in qualifying, it's best 2 out of 3. Once you get to the main draw, that steps up to the main draw level of best 3 out of 5. And a serve +1 from Mikrut, and it's 30-love. So he'd love to put the pressure on Basaveretti and make the American try to serve this thing out.
Yeah, pretty good forehand right there from Mikrut.
Wasn't a bad return either. It was kind of deep from Basaveretti. Mikrut caught it on his back foot a little bit and generated a lot of pace. You're right. 30-love, second serve now to Basaveretti. Backhand return down the middle of the court. Now a forehand from Basaveretti goes right into the bottom of the net. So we are racing towards a changeover, and Basaveretti serving for the match. Not quite yet. It's 40-love for Mikrut, but Basaveretti, a couple early errors in these points.
Yeah, it looks like he's looking forward to serving, but looking at the service numbers, his first serve percentage is a little low. You don't want to get into any drama next game.
Well, that's the thing. You want to avoid drama when you're trying to serve it out. And that's the other thing that we were also talking about earlier was, what do you tell a player when they're in a situation like this? Talking about breathing and routines when you're trying to serve something out.
Yeah, for every player it's different. Like Coach Garber was saying, I mean, with Stevie Johnson, a lot of times I would tell him, you want to be really tall when you're serving. You want to like have a high contact point, because for him sometimes the contact point can get a little lower. Everybody's different.
Sure.
He likes to be told like rhythm and then contact point.
40-15, second serve from Mikrut, a double fault.
2 doubles in a row.
Can't handle prosperity here. He was 40-love, and Basaveretti was giving him points in this game. He just gave 2 back.
It's not what you're looking for.
No, not ideal. not how you draw it up. All right, 40-30, still a game point. First serve coming, and it's down the tee and wide. So now he's missed 5 straight serves. What does Basaveretti sit on here? Because this is like the serve he has to make. Right into the body. Well done from Basaveretti. Forehand into the forehand of Mikrut, who goes down the line big time. Basaveretti scrambling. Mikrut swinging volley long. So from 40-love, Mikrut finds himself at deuce, and Basaveretti 2 points from the match. He played a really good point, everything but the finish.
Yeah, played a good point. I mean, 2 doubles and a swing volley error. It's
not great.
It's a little loose.
At a most inopportune time. So now Mikrut, under much more pressure, serves an ace. What do you know?
Thought he was ready to go to JFK, get a cab straight to the airport.
All right, so a game point again. This will be his 4th time trying to close out this game, Mikrut. First serve down the tee and back-to-back aces. So he erases the back-to-back double faults with back-to-back aces. Mikrut holds. Basaveretti, after they change ends on Stadium 17, will serve for a place in the final round of qualifying at the 2026 U.S. Open. Bianca Andreescu cruising along at 6-love 4-2 in her matchup. And play going on all around the grounds right now. Basaveretti again a game away. Heather Watson up a break in the first set of her second round.
Heather Watson,
match. Yeah.
Amazing.
Still chugging along.
Tough win first round over Claire Liu. That was a 3-set battle.
That was a tough draw for both players, I'd say, first round in the qualifying. We got Rei Sakamoto and Muller, the Frenchman, knotted up at 3-all in the first.
Andreescu 5-2.
Maybe we should dip in. Let's stay with Basaveretti because he's going to try to serve this thing out after they change ends. Do you have a favorite outside court here?
Does 17 count or no?
Yeah, that
Yeah?
counts to me because it's.
Does grandstand count? Or
Grandstand maybe a little too big.
okay.
I mean, I think 17 is awesome. I think that's a great
17 and then maybe 5.
5's in the middle. 5 is the most New York court.
Yeah.
On this, it's like Midtown all day. Like if you don't keep your head in a swivel, you're bound to get like run over with people moving from one place to another.
I like 5.
Yeah, 5.
I like 4 also, maybe not 6.
5 is a place I wouldn't be surprised if players weren't the hugest fan of because there's just a lot of distractions.
It's really good if you have an all-American doubles team playing there too. That can be really fun. That can be wild.
Oh yeah, that's where it feels the most college probably.
Yeah. And then I'm not sure if it's 4 or 6. The one that's closest to Ash is that.
That is 4.
That's 4.
Yeah.
Okay. The one by the road.
Not so much because it's hard to get there.
Yeah, it's hard to get there. You feel like you're playing somewhere else, and
it could be like that on like 13 and 12 out there too.
Well, the far side only has 2 rows of like these weird bleachers and the fence is right there. And God, man, they put me over here. Who was it? Was it Holger Rune?
Oh, he was put on 5, I think. He was put on 5, and he put remember he put a map to show
map.
his fans where.
That was a little bit ridiculous. That
was completely ridiculous. And that being said, we wish Holger nothing but health because he looks like he might come back fairly soon. I don't know if he's going to play again this year or if he really needs to play again.
He had a brutal injury,
ruptured his Achilles.
I think he set the goal a little early. I think he's right on track for where he should be.
Which should be what, start of 27, you think?
I think that'd be the smart thing. I think rushing back to try to play indoors this year doesn't make sense. But I mean, that's generally like a 10 to 12 months. Like 10 months is unbelievable if you come back, especially to play tennis. But that's like a year-long injury. Tennis at this level.
Yeah. I'm almost surprised we haven't seen more of those. Basaveretti, by the way, 40 love, match point, ace. Nishesh Basaveretti with a straight set win over Luka Mikrut of Croatia, 6-2, 6-4, and the 32 seed, the last of the seeded players in the men's draw, is into the final round of qualifying. 1 win away from the main draw of the U.S. Open. So tonight might be a little bit restless. Tomorrow night, hopefully for Nishesh, could be celebratory.
And what a good couple days for him. Playing some really good ball. He looks good physically. He looks strong. He actually looks like he's put on a little bit of muscle to me. I like what I've seen from him.
Yeah, good stuff from Nishesh Basaveretti. And as the American signs autographs and high-fives some of the fans courtside at Stadium 17, signs those big yellow tennis balls, we're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect, with 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program. It's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, top spin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show.
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments.
We know flavor, fashion, power, and passion. And we know spectacular awaits us all. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Welcome to the show.
Welcome to the show, indeed, as we pass the 5 o'clock hour in New York City on this Wednesday evening. An absolutely postcard perfect day at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center. Russ Thaler and Mark Lucero here with you on US Open Radio for the next 2 hours. And then after that, we'll step into live coverage of the mixed doubles semifinals and finals taking place on Arthur Ashe Stadium later tonight. Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero, and we're soon to be joined by Nishesh Pasvaretti, young American who just came through in the second round and is one win away now from a U.S. Open main draw slot and qualifying for the 2026 U.S. Open. Mark, we just watched Nishesh plays. Before we actually get him up here, let me get what you really think about what you saw from him today.
Oh, he looked good today. There was no drama, which you love as a coach. In and out, hour 20, I think, time on court. So you have the rest of the day to chill. You're able to talk about what you need to do in order to get ready for the next day. And the biggest thing, especially with someone like Pasvaretti, guy's fresh, body's in a good place, and you're ready to go tomorrow.
You're coming off a really tough first-round match against Qinwen of France, the young guy. Those two battled for 3 hard sets. So to get through a second round with enough gas left in the tank to get through qualifying and then maybe see what you can pull off in the main draw. I mean, the guy's got to win over Taylor Fritz at Roland Garros. We know what Nishesh can do. It's just a matter of how much does he have left in the tank. And also part of it is the draw. Who's he going to play and how's that going to match up going to play out?
Yeah, he should have plenty left in the tank. First things first, you're focused on tomorrow. Do what you need to do. Get in the locker room, get a good meal. If you need to see a trainer, get a massage, whatever it is. But you handle those things, then you get out of here.
Yeah, no doubt about that. And we'll talk to Nishesh about the way he played. We'll talk about his racket change, too, a little bit, because I think that's a big deal for players, right?
100%, yeah. And that could be like, there's 2 things that happen. One, it could be like, oh, I don't know where the ball's going. The other thing is the honeymoon phase. And you're like, man, this racket feels great. I feel unbelievable. Why didn't I do this earlier?
Right. And then all of a sudden you can revert back to the mean and think, oh, this racket, I got to go back to my old one. There's probably mind games, I imagine, that go on with that. But around the grounds, by the way, Bianca Andreescu has won her second round match. So the 2019 U.S. Open champion is into the final round of qualifying here. Another champion, Stan Wawrinka, got a wild card into the singles draw earlier today. And I know a lot of people have been clamoring for Stan to say goodbye one last time to Stan Wawrinka, and he's going to get to play in his final U.S. Open on his last year on the ATP Tour. So great news all around there. And Nishesh Pasavareddy, a winner, and we're going to talk to him coming up soon enough. And we are also awaiting to see who he's going to play in that final round of qualifying because that match is going on. The Frenchman Gea, who had a huge breakout in Los Cabos not too long ago, just a couple of weeks ago on the hard courts in Mexico, could be his opponent in the final round of qualifying. But we'll see how that all plays out. How much scoreboard watching do you think? Will he go out? Will he or his coach go out and watch the rest of that match, you think?
Perhaps. The other thing is, you have to prioritize what you're doing, right? You have to prioritize, okay, as the coach, what do I need to do for Nishesh right now? Do I need to, get the rackets? Do I need to talk to the physio? You have to sort of prioritize things. You have to make sure he's all set, and then you can, do what you got to do.
All right, Nishesh Pasavareddy is here. We're going to take a quick timeout. We're going to get him on headset, and we're going to talk to the young American who's into the third round of qualifying at the U.S. Open right after this on U.S. Open Radio.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. New York knows legends and history, rallies and rivalries. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York. This is U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And we are back at the 2026 U.S. Open Fan Week Wednesday, Picture Perfect Day. Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero with you here on U.S. Open Radio. Get ready for the next star to shine. We might be with one of them right now. American Nishesh Basvaretti, a winner in his second round in qualifying. Straight sets. Congratulations. You're one win away from earning your spot in the main draw. What did you like most about what you were able to do, not only today, but in the first round as well?
Yeah, I think I've managed some of the big moments of the match as well. Like today, I didn't end up facing a break point, but there were, I think, 3 or 4 separate games where it's 30 all, and I came up with some good serves, good plays in those moments. So far, that's been key.
I thought you looked super composed, to your point. I think the last time I watched you play was in Sarasota on the stream, and I noticed you looked just super comfortable out there today. That, I noticed 2 things. That, and then I noticed the new stick.
Yep.
Tell me about the racket change and when it happened and how you managed to do it mid-year.
Yeah. I've been thinking about switching rackets for a long time. I made a couple subtle changes to my old Prestige earlier this year, and then after the French, I went to Austria where the headquarters are and did a bunch of racket testing, and I was ready to switch on the grass. Then I got a little injured, so had a couple months off to get used to the racket, I guess, which helped. But I'm really liking it. It gives me more pop, more spin, just more suited to the modern game.
Was it racket and string change or just racket? Like, did you have to go through the whole thing?
Yeah, I switched frames for sure, and then I use the same main string and a different cross string. Now I'm full poly, whereas I used to play with gut in the crosses.
How long did that process take you? Because for a tennis player, I mean, the littlest things you can tell the difference. How long did it take you to acclimate, or was there a eureka moment you were like, that's it, that's the setup I'm looking for?
Yeah, honestly, after the first, there's so many different options, so you don't want to overthink it. But once I chose that racket, it was pretty quick, honestly. And then now when you get in pressure moments, then you start seeing what's better, what's worse. And there's a couple shots I still am adjusting to. But it was a quick process for me, which I was glad about because I used that old racket for 5 years. So it was a big change.
Do you have the bottom of the grip done the same way that Gasquet did, or is yours different?
Well, I think
similar racket, right?
Yes. I think mine's just.
There's
normal.
no chance. Nobody in their right mind, except Gasquet, puts the bottom of the racket.
Yeah, he doesn't grip it all the way up, I think, yeah.
Well, there's too much on the bottom. He has to take so much grip.
Definitely don't do that.
What have you been working on with your game? Is there anything specific in your game you've been really focused on lately?
Yeah, I'd say a couple things. The serve's going to be a work in progress for me always, so that's been a huge focus recently, and then continuing to develop moving forward and trying to finish points off at the net, trying to use that part of my game as well, and then just trying to get stronger and better physically so that I can manage matches better, compete in matches better, and keep playing the style I want to.
Can you talk a little bit about your training setup right now? Are you working with USTA guys here, or like what are you doing kind of between like in training blocks? Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah. The USTA has been helping me now since. They've always been supporting me, but I've been training more full time in Orlando now since April. And Dean Goldfein has been traveling with me quite a bit, and then some of the other coaches, David Nankins, Sylvan, Guichard, they're also helping out as well. But it's been great. It's been great having their support, and then also all the physios here, Kenny, Satoshi, strength coach, all of them are at the US Open, so it's great having the whole support staff here.
I thought you looked stronger. I mentioned that to Russ. Like, have you gotten in the gym and been stronger? Is that what?
Yeah, I think so. Over the last year, I've had a lot of time off from tennis, which isn't ideal, but it's given me time to do more stuff in the gym, get stronger, hopefully get faster, whatever. But yeah, I've spent a lot more time in the gym.
We've been talking about how much support the American players get here. We're watching you play in qualifying round 2 on Stadium 17, which was absolutely packed. What was that experience like for you?
Yeah, it's amazing. Yesterday played on court 11, packed court 11. There were actually quite a few French fans yesterday, but it's amazing. I think what the USTA, US Open have done with this event in week 1 with the mixed doubles and everything. It's just, the grounds are packed. Obviously, everyone's enjoying tennis, so it's amazing having the support.
What do you like to do in the city? New York has some of the best restaurants in the world.
Yeah.
Like, what's your dinner play?
Are
you tanking?
I was doing a good job the first couple of days, and then once I get in match mode, Chipotle's a lot of times the easiest option. Get a lot of carbs, protein. But yeah, I really enjoy the city. I have a lot of friends here from back home and then also from Stanford, and they come out and support as well, which is great. So I just enjoy seeing all those guys every year.
One of the beautiful things about the US Open every year is not just the support the American players get, but it's such a melting pot in this part of the world that you can have players from different countries. We were talking specifically about what we expect from Alexander Ayala and the Filipinos. Yeah. How has the Indian fan taken to you?
Yeah.
And how have you taken to sort of this newfound, like, all of a sudden you're someone that they look to, right?
Yeah, I think it's great. I'm still not near the point that someone like you said, Alex, is doing, but it's great seeing more and more Indians come out to matches, and maybe they're not the loudest bunch, so hopefully they can get a little louder. But yeah, it's great having their support, and it's not the most popular sport in India right now, so hopefully it can just continue developing and growing.
But we have seen some tremendous Indian tennis players, from Sania Mirza to, of course, Bhupati and Leander Paes have done amazing things on the tour. And when there is an Indian player that does well, it looks like all of India can get behind them.
Yeah.
So it seems like you can win another round, get in the main draw. Next thing you know, you never know.
Yeah.
It's one of those things, right?
Yep.
Have you been able to embrace that, though? Like, is that something that came easy to you?
I would say, I mean, it's still a work in progress. I mean, I'm obviously super young, but there's no better feeling than when a young kid comes up and says, I'm inspiring them, or it's inspiring, or a parent comes up and saying that I'm inspiring their children to pick up a racket or see
cool.
someone on TV that's going to make them dream that they can be here one day. So I would say that's really cool.
Obviously, you came over here quickly after your match. What does the rest of the day look like for you?
Yeah, I mean, just shower, get a protein shake, and then I get some treatment from my physio, a little stretch, massage, and then ice tub, and get out of here, get some food in me, dinner, scout my opponent for tomorrow, and keep it quite simple.
No food here, you just get out quick and...
Yeah, try to get out quick and get some dinner in the city.
No floss around the third floor at.
Not ideally.
How do you prevent yourself from looking past tomorrow's match, because what's past it is the main draw, which is the big deal? How do you keep yourself in the moment?
Yeah, I mean, I've had a couple of these. I lost in the final round here 2 years ago, and then I qualified in Australia this year, so I have two experiences to lean on. But I mean, just trying to take it one match at a time. If I qualify, great, but just trying to play the best I can the way I want to keep improving.
Was there a difference between not qualifying here and then qualifying in Australia? Was there something that you learned between those two, or is that very specific to the match itself?
I would say it was quite specific. I mean, 2 years ago, that was my first Grand Slam in general, qualifying your main draw. It was a huge circumstance. I was already insanely happy to just be in the final round, and I got to a third set, which was unbelievable. And this year in Australia, I'd already played a couple of main draws last year, so definitely had more confidence going into that one, and that was a battle. I mean, tomorrow's going to be a battle no matter who you play. Everyone's going to leave it all out there, so I'll be ready.
Mike Cation, our buddy, told us you're a big Laker guy, or you're a Luka guy.
Luka guy and Pacers.
Okay.
Pacers,
yeah.
And Luka guy, just Luka.
Yeah,
So
I do love Luka, but I like Halliburton more.
I was going to say, are you specifically distancing yourself from what's going on with the Lakers right now? Because it's a little up in the air.
I wanted to get some conspiracy theories. That's where I thought,
No, I'm Pacers. Pacers all the way.
Okay, I see. All right.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. You're from Indiana.
Yep.
Like, that's Pacers country.
Yeah.
How did you become a Luka guy?
I mean, I just like the way he plays. I've always liked the way he played since he came into the league, but I would say my favorite player right now is Tyrese.
All right. So tell me this. What are your expectations for the Pacers this year?
I mean, the East is so deep. I think it'll be tough, but I mean, I see them coming out of the East.
There you go. I mean, I would think if you're a Pacer fan, you'd look at the Knicks last year and be like, look, if they can do that.
Yeah.
Because nobody was picking the Knicks going into the year to win the whole damn thing, or even the East.
Yeah.
So if they could do it, why not us?
Yeah. I mean, there's 7 or 8 teams that are probably thinking that, so it'll be a good season.
At least you got one of those teams.
Yeah.
Better not.
Well, I want to talk a little bit more about the state of Indiana. You and Rajiv, how do a couple guys come out of a program in Indianapolis? I know the Smiths obviously do an unbelievable job, but for any program to create 2 professional tennis players is unbelievable. Can you talk a little bit about, your time growing up there, and maybe was it your goal to be a player, or did that just kind of happen, or what was it like?
Yeah, I mean, I started playing tennis super early in California, and I moved to Indiana when I was 8 and started working with Brian Smith, who you mentioned, Rajiv's coach, basically right away. And I mean, I always was playing tennis full time, playing events nationally and internationally as I got older, but I would say to become a professional tennis player, I really only started believing it when I was 15, 16. But having someone like Rajiv was a huge inspiration the whole way. Also that he's Indian, and just, I mean, he's always mentored me since I was super young. I hit with him a lot especially during COVID, and I really improved in that time. So it was great having someone like that to look up to from a small town like that.
Your backhand's way better, though.
I think he can agree on that as well.
He probably would agree.
I would take his forehand any day.
And then you went the college route for a little while. What part of you grew the most? You think personally or tennis-wise at Stanford?
I would say personally. I mean, in high school, playing junior tennis, I didn't have the most time to be social. I think college really opened me up in that way. And then, of course, tennis, you play a lot of great matches. You're on a team. It was just a super fun experience in general, and I really developed in those 2 years. But I would say personally, I mean, it was some of the best time of my life, and those teammates that I had and the friends I have I'll have forever. So
are they trying to get you back with like some of these NFL guys, like going from rookie training camp back to play college?
I mean, maybe a couple of joke phone calls where they're a hint of
NIL money,
but but no. So
pretty. Look, Stanford has moved to the ACC. They won an ACC title with Paul Goldstein, which is still a little bit strange to the All-Coast Conference now.
Yeah.
Do you still follow what the team's doing?
Yeah, of course. I mean, I was in Europe earlier this year during national indoors. I still say college tennis is the best sport. I enjoy watching it more than I think any other sports, especially since I know the guys, and it's super entertaining. But
would you like to see pro tennis become more like college tennis? Do you think the fans should be allowed to cheer at all times and be a little bit more rowdy out there?
Yeah, I mean, in Next Gen Finals last year, for instance, they did open fan experience. Fans could walk around, say whatever, and it didn't really bother us. I think it's more tough for players to deal with when there's just one fan yelling. I think if the whole crowd's able to move around, speak whatever they want, I think it would be cool. But I think there needs to be a little bit of disparity between college and pros. But there could be more team events maybe.
We were talking about favorite courts here. Do you have a favorite court here outside, the big couple stadiums?
I mean, I haven't got to play on Nash Armstrong or Grandstand here yet, but I think 17 is a really cool court. I've played here a couple of times. I played last year, main draw first round there. And when it gets packed, it can get really rowdy and loud in there. And I think Grandstand as well can be really good. And then 4, 5, 6. I think court 5, the middle one there, is a great court as well.
I refer to that as the most New York court.
Court 5?
Because it's like rush hour traffic at all times. That's the closest thing to college tennis probably, right?
Yeah.
That court 5. Because I could see a lot of guys who hadn't experienced any of that kind of getting freaked out by playing on that kind of court. Because it's just mayhem at that point. It's pretty cool. Look, you're handling yourself really well. You seem pretty composed about the whole deal. You just came through in straight sets on 17, which is probably, how much did it help you to have already played on that court before?
Yeah, definitely helped. I mean, today we can get the chance to warm up there, my opponent and I, so I had a little bit of upper hand there, but I think it helped for sure.
Nishesh Pasvaretti, congratulations on your second round win. One more to go, man. Best of luck tomorrow in the third round. Thanks so much for taking your time out to do this.
Thank you for having me.
All right, good luck tonight. Try to get some sleep, and we're going to take a quick break on U.S. Open Radio, and we'll be right back to the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guessed. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guessed and book now at IHG.com.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos du Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos du Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. Mulo, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies. You'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
With Faye Total Plain Greek yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit USA.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Get down, everybody. New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights. And for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it. The U.S. Open. Spectacular awaits.
And welcome back to the 2026 U.S. Open. It is Wednesday of Fan Week here on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Russ Taylor and Mark Lucero here with you until the 7 o'clock hour in New York City, when we will commence live ball by ball, first ball to last coverage of the mixed doubles semifinals and finals, which will take place at Arthur Ashe Stadium. It'll be Mike Cation on the call for that one, along with our buddy Macca. But right now, we're still talking about qualifying that's happening all around the grounds. Kei Nishikori is out on Stadium 17, and a player that a lot of players have looked up to over the years, especially those from Japan. And one of those guys, Rei Sakamoto, 20-year-old Japanese player who has idolized Kei Nishikori, is also on the court playing his second round qualifying match. This is the stage he lost at a year ago in qualifying as a 19-year-old, but the junior doubles title holder from 2024 at the U.S. Open is in full control over Alexander Muller. He's up a set and 4-1 against the Frenchman, who's the 23 seed. And we'll keep our eye on that match, maybe do a little play-by-play as that match gets towards the end of things. And we've been talking about, players to look up to and different cultures having people to rally around. And certainly Kei Nishikori had the Japanese fans wrapped around his finger for a long time here at the U.S. Open.
I mean, what a career from Nishikori, and for someone like Sakamoto to see somebody, similar background in terms of like where you're from, where you train, it makes it that much more real for you when you're trying to chase down that path of being a pro player.
No doubt about it. And Sakamoto, I would say, has more physical gifts than Kei Nishikori brought to the table, even though Kei, a finalist here, obviously in the main draw. Sakamoto, 20 years old, 6'4", lanky frame, very much has that modern player look and feel to him, no?
A big upside. I mean, I love what I'm seeing from him. It just makes you think like the sky's the limit. Like being able to have that sort of weaponry, that firepower, the serve can make life a little easier out there on tour.
No doubt about it. And Sakamoto is already putting the pressure on Muller as Muller serves down a set and 1-4. It's 15-all on the Muller serve, as those two continue to play on here in the second round of qualifying. Jay Clark is the player who Sakamoto took out in round one of the qualifying event here. And to me, Mark, it's so interesting building on the conversations that we've had since we started at the 3 o'clock hour here, because it all sorts of comes into play. How do you prepare for a match? How do you prepare for a third round final qualifying match? The fans that are on the grounds and the stadiums that are packed now all over the place. And even these guys are playing on court 6, and it is packed out there. I mean, absolutely jam-packed on the grounds today, watching great tennis. It also helps that it's picture-perfect weather, so it's great. Even if you're in the sun, you're not baking.
Well, I think the fans get a sense, too, of there's certain players that feel like they're on the fast track. And Sakamoto could be that kind of guy, the way that his scoreline looks, and just if you look at the physique and what the game looks like, I keep going back to it. I see so much upside.
I think when we watch the players walk around the grounds, and players are just getting bigger and stronger. Like everybody's bigger, stronger. Like everyone's 6'4", it seems like.
Oh, I feel short in the locker room. I mean, I'm 6'2", and I'm on the shorter side.
Yeah, amazing.
I usually don't feel like that.
not in real life.
Not in real life.
But it's professional athletes here.
Yeah.
It makes it even more impressive. The guys that are 5'8", 5'9", that can pull this off and hang with these guys, and we've seen a bunch of those. But Rei Sakamoto definitely now, as he serves, leading 4-2 and is set to the good against the 23 seed Alexander Mueller.
Sakamoto leads 4-2.
Well, the thing is, he's 6'4" and can move.
Right.
These guys are 6'3", 6'4", 6'5", and can move.
Well, that's the difference, right? From years past, where the bigger athletes, you say, yeah, they hit a big ball, but if you can get them on the run, now.
Oh, you're playing a big guy. Oh, let's move him a little bit.
Yeah, getting out of the corners is no big deal for these guys. And you talk about at the top of the game, like a Yannick Sinner. Yeah, I mean, with that skiing background, he's like basically carving up the court the way he comes out of corners. Sakamoto forehand to the net, so he's got to be a little careful here. He's only a break to the good, even though it's 4-2. Looking to take this thing to 5-2. And Sakamoto now serving at 6-3, 4-2, love 15. It's funny, it's Wednesday, middle of the week, middle of qualifying here. They're deep into this thing, but there's so much on the line for all of these players. Nerves have to be playing it. You have to try to keep your mind quiet somehow through all of this. I thought that was interesting, talking to Sheshbaz Faretti, who lost in the final round of qualifying a year ago, or 2 years ago, sorry, here.
I was actually thinking, too, when you're the kind of player that's past this stage and you're here practicing, you sort of look out from inside Ash or from wherever you are going to practice, and you're like, oh, thank God I don't have to go through that right now.
Because it's so hard.
Yeah,
and the players
so hard.
Are so good, too. That's the other thing.
Rarely easy matches. It's so hard. It's so, they're so nerve-wracking. There's so much anxiety. You're like, oh, man, what a deep breath. I'm glad I'm not those guys.
Sakamoto doing a really good job of moving forward and finishing the point at the net and moving ahead to 30-15 on his serve at 4-2 in the second.
And I love how he took that backhand early there. Took it backhand early to open the court after the first serve, after the second serve.
And the recognition that Mueller was going to have to take a hand off the racket, he moved quickly to close off that volley. And an ace. Again, easy points, something you look for a kid of that size. And he's got the power to do it. That's his 7th ace of the match for Sakamoto, 4th of this set. 40-15, points for 5-2. That one he just spun into the forehand. Mueller just chipped back. Now from the middle of the court, forehand down the line to the forehand. And now goes inside out to Sakamoto, but he misses wide on the short angle. And it's 40-30.
I like to keep an eye on how quickly these players play at this stage of a match. Obviously trying to serve to keep the break out in front. You keep an eye on like how quickly are they moving between points? Are they taking the time? Are they going to the towel? Here he went pretty quickly to the line.
And he induces the error off the racket of Mueller. And Sakamoto holds for a 5-2 lead. So he's a game away from the final round of qualifying. The crazy thing about tennis, right? It's like Rei Sakamoto. He's 20 years old, still a youngster. But he finally qualified for a main draw in Australia this year, and he runs into a guy his own age, and Rafael Hodar. So it's like it doesn't let up. You can feel like, oh, I'm young and up and coming, and there's a guy his age. I mean, Joao Fonseca's the same age too.
Yep.
There are other guys in your age category who have already broken through. And I can imagine that's a double-edged sword too, because you feel like, well, if they can do it, I can do it. Also, wait a second, if they're already doing it, why am I not already doing it?
Well, then you got to look over your shoulder.
Because there's someone younger.
Yeah, because there's someone younger right behind you. Yeah.
That's the crazy part. Yeah, you're right about even at 20 years old, there's going to be someone coming up.
I mean, Mueller was that young guy a couple of years ago.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's someone who was around about 50 in the world, probably. Now he's playing qualies. I mean, you have to sort of change your when you're that guy, you change the lens too through which you look at everything.
Right.
It's not easy to go back to play qualies.
He got up to 38 in the world
38.
about a year ago.
Yeah.
I mean, that's straight into most tournaments.
Yeah, everything,
Whatever,
really.
yeah. If you're top 40, you're into every tournament.
You're in everything.
Yeah. And here he is in the second round of qualifying, battling for his life down a set in 5-2. And part of it might not be because of anything he did. It's just the kid on the other side of the net is a heck of a player.
Yeah, young, hungry, ready to put this guy on an Air France flight.
Here's Mueller serving to stay in this match, and a fine way to start, an ace out wide. Got a tremendous angle on that first serve, really short in the box. Sakamoto didn't have a play on it, and now it's 15-love into the Sakamoto backhand, a return into the net so quickly to 30-love from Mueller.
Yeah, a couple players I coached had this thing where they always, the night before every match, they always knew when the flights were.
That seems like self-defeating.
I didn't like that. I couldn't do it, but yeah, they just always wanted to know what the options were going to be if they lost.
Right. I mean, I guess so, especially if you don't have anyone else on the team that's doing that. I mean, the last thing you want is to lose and be like, okay, what are we doing now? And you're thrown for a loop. I guess I understand it in that way. I would just hope that it'd be someone else and not the player. I'm surprised as the coach they didn't ask you to do that.
No.
As a coach, what are the day-to-day responsibilities? Are you booking practice courts?
Oh, yeah. Practice, rackets, I mean, pretty much everything.
Okay. except the tennis. Well, you're doing the tennis too.
Yeah, I mean, whatever you're going to do in practice, book the practice court, book the practice times, find who you're going to practice with. Talk to whoever you need to talk to, the physio, massage, whatever, arrange those things. Some players will take a little bit more on or have their agent do some of those things. Most of the things are for the coach. Make sure the rackets get strung, that kind of thing.
How much time do you have actually to work on things during an event? Can you, or is it really just
a lot of times you'll do some sort of mix, like during the tournament or in the days leading up to it. A lot of times we would do an hour with another player where you play some games, and then I would book another court for 30 minutes, and we'd go out and do some feeds, do some whatever individual needs that player needed.
Right.
Generally, it was like that.
So Mueller has held, and now Ray Sakamoto will serve for a spot in the final round of qualifying. 6'3", 5'3", young man from Japan.
And once the tournament was underway, actually in the event between rounds, that day between rounds, we would play with a hitting partner so that we would do only stuff that my guy or my girl needed to practice.
Okay.
We would get a hitting partner from the tournament,
right?
Which the tournament has a collection of hitters.
Yep.
Usually college guys or other people that are, maybe challenger guys that are around. And you get with so if you were a hitting partner, they'd like, oh yeah, give me Russ out there. And so we would spend 45 minutes doing only what Stevie needed, because basically you're a punching bag.
Mm-hmm.
And you would
if you were going to play a lefty next round, you look for a lefty who's the lefty.
Exactly. Yeah, or playing a tall guy, we'd call Chris Eubanks.
Right,
if you're going to play Karlovic, you get Eubanks out there. There was one time Stevie was going to play Karlovic, and so I'm like, give me someone tall. Let's get Eubanks out there. And Eubanks was like, I was so excited that Stevie asked me to practice until I looked at the draw and saw he was playing Karlovic, and I'm like, oh.
Yeah, of course he did.
Yeah.
He wants the tall guy with a serve, but
yeah, exactly.
You're not allowed to make a second shot.
But yeah, basically, you do those things so you can get in and out and do what you need to do and move on.
Serve +1 sends Mueller to the ground, losing his footing after being sent the other way. And Sakamoto at 30-15 is 2 points from the final round of qualifying now. And it is our hope that if he comes through, that he'll come join us on the set. And we appreciate everybody watching on ESPN Plus and our YouTube live channel. Also listening on SiriusXM and the TuneIn app. and all the people outside standing in the plaza watching us inside our glass enclosed studio. And now it is 30-all for Sakamoto.
A little gut check moment here for young Rei Sakamoto.
This match could turn on a dime here. It is
Yep.
just one break to the good. Sakamoto serving at 6-3, 5-3, 30-all. First serve offering from the young man from Japan is going to require a second toss. First toss he didn't like. Second toss coming. First serve right into the body. Chip forehand return to the middle of the court. Forehand to forehand Sakamoto goes. He'll take a forehand from the middle of the court and run Muller to his forehand corner, then go down the line for a winner. A 1-2 punch from Sakamoto brings him to match point.
Oh, that'll get the job done. What a fantastic forehand. He took the ball at the top of the bounce. What a change of direction there.
Couldn't have drawn it up any better. Here comes match point number 1 for Rei Sakamoto. First serve down the tee. Chip return from Muller, middle of the court. Forehand to the forehand. Now backhand from Sakamoto. Back to the forehand of Muller. Forehand to forehand they go. Muller goes down the line to the backhand, and Sakamoto nets that backhand. And we're back to deuce. Muller hanging on for dear life now. Doing a good job of making Sakamoto earn his way through. It is deuce. Sakamoto into his windup. And blasts an ace down the tee. 5th of the set, 8th of the match. Second match point for Rei Sakamoto.
135 down the tee.
So here comes match point number 2 for the man they call Samurai Rei. Because of his victory celebration, which is the unveiling of the samurai sword, we'll see if he gets to do it on his second crack at a match point. First serve out wide, unreturnable for Muller, and Rei Sakamoto is into the final round of qualifying.
6-3, 6-3.
Taking out the 23 seed Alexander Muller, 6-3, 6-3, in a subdued celebration from the young man from Japan, and now he will soak in the applause. Firing a ball into the crowd. Actually firing it so high, he's waiting for it to come down. And it actually, I don't think it got out of the court. Now he got it out of the court. So no samurai revealed for Rei. Maybe he hasn't earned it yet. Maybe once he gets into the main draw.
Yeah, maybe not in qualifying.
That's right. Don't want to get ahead of ourselves too much. Rei Sakamoto giving his towel to some very excited fans in the stands. We'll take a quick timeout here on US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the US Open.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Calling it ahead of the call. Feeling the break point as it breaks. Anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health services provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Don't sweat it with Dove Invisible Antiperspirant, the official sponsor of underarms at the U.S. Open. Dove offers 72-hour sweat and odor protection and invisible application for no white marks, letting you serve your best looks and cheer on your favorites without worrying about your pits or fits. Don't sweat it. Make a racket with Dove at the U.S. Open. To learn more, visit dove.com.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more, all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
AT&T Business offers reliable connectivity for small business owners. It's time to choose a provider that's as committed to your vision as you are. Get AT&T Business at business.att.com.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the US Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Harvey is the agentic platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious. The possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey. Or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more, all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Center court falls silent before the serve. The right entrance commands attention. Quiet power, unmistakable presence. Elevate your arrival in the all-electric Cadillac Escalade IQ, the official vehicle of the U.S. Open.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at ticketmaster.com/US Open.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guest and book now at ihg.com.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the breakpoint as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Harvey is the agentic platform platform for legal, built by lawyers and trusted by more than 75% of the AmLaw 100. Harvey, serving legal precision. Learn more at harvey.ai.
With Faye Total Plain Greek Yogurt in your fridge, chances are you'll never skip breakfast again. Thick, creamy, delicious, the possibilities are endless. Top off a bowl of Faye with strawberries, granola, and honey, or add Faye to your favorite smoothie. You can feel good about the naturally delicious taste of Faye yogurt in every bite. Visit usa.fage for even more irresistible ideas.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Tracking your health doesn't have to get in the way of your serve. The new Oura Ring 5 is the world's smallest smart ring. It's designed to disappear on your hand. Track activity, recovery, sleep, and more all from your finger. Get started at auraring.com.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guessed. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all the hospitality you'd expect. With 21 hotel brands, 7,000 plus global destinations, and the IHG One Rewards loyalty program, it's time to bounce. Get set to guest how you guessed and book now at ihg.com.
Since 2005, Polo Ralph Lauren has been the official outfitter of the U.S. Open. We are endlessly proud to be part of this special history. Dressing fans, on-court ball crew, and officials of the U.S. Open and Wimbledon. To check out this year's U.S. Open collection, visit the shop located beneath Louis Armstrong Stadium on club level of Arthur Ashe or on ralphlauren.com/US Open.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex fan experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Enter to win tickets to the 2026 U.S. Open Singles Finals, courtesy of Mount Sinai, official health services provider of the U.S. Open. Enter by September 7th. No purchase necessary. See official rules. Visit mountsinai.org/US Open Sweeps.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Protect your game with La Roche-Posay Anthelios UV Pro Sport, the official sunscreen of the U.S. Open. High-endurance, water-resistant sun protection. It stays put while you're active, without running into eyes or staining clothes. Dermatologist tested, athlete approved.
Drink Evian and celebrate 200 years young. Served from the French Alps since 1826. Naturally filtered for 15 years through glacial rock. Evian water emerges from the French Alps with naturally occurring electrolytes for a cool, crisp taste.
Every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
Get down, everybody. New York knows the spotlight.
the highlights in summer nights.
Aryna Busta 1 point away from leaving the competition. Volleys into Shelton, who has time on the ball, will put the backhand pass away. Then Shelton wins the battle of the former US Open semi-finalist.
And for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The US Open, spectacular awaits.
So here comes match point number 2 for the man they call Samurai Ray. Because of his victory celebration, which is the unveiling of the samurai sword, we'll see if he gets to do it on his second crack at a match point. First serve out wide, unreturnable for Muller, and Ray Sakamoto is into the final round of qualifying.
6-3, 6-3.
Taking out the 23 seed Alexander Muller, 6-3, 6-3. And welcome back to U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express. Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero, pleased to be joined by Ray Sakamoto, who just comes off the court after a win. Well done, Ray. How'd you feel you played, and also, why didn't we see the Samurai today?
So, yeah, I really wanted to do the celebration everyone does, the smashing the ball outside of the court. I did it, but then I hit it too high. It came back to my side.
Too high?
And I completely forgot about the Samurai celebration.
All right, well, maybe you'll get a chance to do it again.
Do it again, yeah. Yep.
How did you feel like you played in the match?
So I was playing unbelievable, actually. First round, I had a little bit of a tough moment with myself. I wasn't really, I wouldn't say that was my 100% on the first round that I played. But this time I was like almost playing, I just said, like I said, I was almost playing out of my mind. I think the strategy I was doing, I was committed to, the things we were talking about, and I executed really well.
So what have you been working on recently, like with your coaches and with your team? What are kind of like the things that you're trying to focus on, especially like leading into a big tournament like this?
Yes, I can sometimes play an unbelievable point, but I can sometimes play like a guy that just have grabbed the racket. So to find the consistency in delivering my tennis, some days I feel really good like today. Some days I'm not, but to find like consistency in it.
I was told that you're really good at impressions. Is that true? Do you do impersonations?
Oh yeah, I'll do that.
How do you? Yeah, who do you do? Who's your best?
The first one I came up to my mind is Francis Tiafoe.
Oh, give us some Francis.
Should I take?
Yeah,
this
you
off?
can take it off if you want.
Okay. Should I do it just here?
Oh wait. Oh, is this on the court? Is this? How are you impersonating him? Yeah, if you need
like
to.
Like a physical. I do it with the physical.
Oh, with the physical.
Physical.
Oh yeah. Is it easier if you take off your headset?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to move the chair. Yeah. Here we go. Okay. All right.
So this is Francis
Tiafoe. Yep. So here we go. Francis got the butt out. Oh, there he is. And the forehand, it's got the... That's awesome. That is so good. That is so good. If you couldn't see it, that was a picture-perfect Francis Tiafoe impersonation by Ray Sakamoto. That is, and I bet Francis would love that just as much as anything else. One other thing before we let you go, because I know you want to get to your recovery and everything. There are a few guys your age that are doing really well on tour, the Hodars and the Joao Fonseca, who unfortunately couldn't make it here. How much of that is inspiration to you? And how much are they sort of contemporaries of yours, the people you look at, you say, if they can do it, I can do it?
I mean, yeah, it's really, how do you say, like it really stimulates me as a, like sometimes when I don't feel like I'm working out or when I don't feel like showing up to the court, I think of them. My people my age doing great things at an ATP level already, and what am I doing here? Sometimes I try to like push myself that way, and it really helps a lot. So, sometimes I look at them playing and then get stimulated. It's a really nice thing.
That's really good. You got anything?
Yeah, tell me a little bit about baseball. I mean, Mike tells us that you really love baseball. Or not really?
Sometimes when I used to work with another coach back when I was juniors, I used to like, do catches with my coaches to warm up shoulder. Yeah, but then I follow Dodgers.
You follow Dodgers?
Yeah, we were thinking you probably would, right?
I mean, yeah, if you ask any Japanese, like, they would love Dodgers.
Is Shohei going to go back to pitching or what? Or
I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, ask him. But yeah, I'm not a crazy fan, but
Okay.
I love baseball.
maybe tell us a little bit about your relationship with Kei and what
Who's
he's
on the
meant
court
for,
right now playing.
Yeah. And then, I will play one of them. So in the next round.
There's a possibility you could play Kei Nishikori in the final round of qualifying.
How about that? Huh?
Yeah. What would that mean to you to be able to play Kei?
Just pure honor to be sharing a court with him. That's what I grew up dreaming about.
Where were you and how old were you when he played in the final here?
I was in my grandma's house, and 2014, 2 years ago, I was 12 or something. I was just chilling at my grandma's house, watching Kei on TV.
How clear is your memory of that final?
I mean, I have the clearer mind of the semifinal when he beat Novak. So that, the moment he won against him, Novak, I have the clear mind. I can, picture it right now.
Have you ever hit with him before?
Oh yeah,
you have.
Yeah.
So that would be a comfortable thing to go out and play a match with him. Then you felt his ball before.
I mean, I'll be tight as a rock, but I mean, no, it's not. It's not the first time.
Well, I'm rooting for that to happen. I'm just going to say that right now. I would love to see a Nishikori Sakamoto third round of qualifying at the U.S. Open. I imagine you're rooting for that too?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
All right, that's awesome. Ray Sakamoto, congratulations on your win. Really nice to meet you, young man.
Appreciate it.
And best of luck to you. Take care. We're going to take a quick break, and we'll be right back as we approach the 6 o'clock hour here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center.
Be there for all the epic matches and iconic moments when the world's best tennis players return to New York City for the U.S. Open. As the official fan ticket marketplace of the U.S. Open, Ticketmaster has the widest selection of tickets available. Witness every drop shot, topspin, and slice in person. Get your U.S. Open tickets today, including 100% verified resale tickets at Ticketmaster.com/US Open Tennis.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at IBM.com/US Open.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Every day brings a new challenge. Pushing that extra mile, grinding through the heat of the day. That's why I trust Electrolyt's science-backed hydration formula to feel ready for what's next. Electrolyt, science of hydration.
At the U.S. Open, excellence is everything. Savor every moment with Clos de Bois, America's #1 premium Chardonnay and the official wine of the U.S. Open. California Table Wine, copyright 2025, Clos de Bois, Modesto, California, all rights reserved. Total U.S. MULO, BWS, latest 52 weeks, ending 7/6/25.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at IBM.com/US Open.
Celebrate the magic of tennis with Moet and Chandon, the official champagne of the U.S. Open. Come and discover the Moet and Chandon Clubhouse Bar, just steps from Arthur Ashe Stadium. To learn more, visit Moet.com. Enjoy responsibly.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Vital Proteins chats with world tennis champion Jessica Pegula.
I want to feel like I'm going out to win. I want to feel dominant, confident. Vital Proteins helps me do that. Stay vital, stay you.
Vital Proteins, official collagen partner of the U.S. Open.
every point, every upset, every captivating moment of the U.S. Open is played with a Wilson tennis ball. Always New York, always Wilson. The official ball of the U.S. Open since 1978.
New York knows the spotlight, the highlights, and summer nights.
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments.
New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear. And for sure, how to have a good time. We know greatness when we see it, and we know better than to miss it. The U.S. Open, spectacular awaits.
This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
And welcome back to the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Centers. We crossed the 6 o'clock threshold in the PM here in New York City. Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero with you on US Open Radio, presented by American Express. We're less than an hour away now from sending you to live coverage, first ball to last, of the mixed doubles semifinals and finals coming your way live on US Open Radio here on the ESPN Plus. Also on our YouTube channel, that's US Open Tennis Championships, live on Sirius XM and also the TuneIn app. Mike Cation, David McPherson on the call with that one, with Gil Gross courtside for the semis and finals of the mixed doubles. But right now, let's go back into qualifying, because British veteran Heather Watson is on the court right now in a third set battle with Angela Fita of Spain. Watson won the first set 6-4. Fita took the second 7-5 and held to open up set number 3. And here is Heather Watson serving, 34-year-old from United Kingdom. The rough first round draw and a fantastic win over American Claire Liu in the first round. But now Watson facing Love 30 at Love 1 here in set number 3. Watson's been as high as 38, and she's got 4 WTA titles. And we've been talking about this sort of all week, Mark, where you just see players in different points of their careers. And Heather Watson is sort of an archetype of one of those players who has been to the mountaintop, so to speak, and now trying everything she can to squeeze everything she can out of the rest of her career to get back.
That's what I was thinking about the other day. She's been out there for so long, and working at her game. She's reunited with her old coach Diego Veronelli. And to see, obviously, the hunger still there, it's really is tremendous.
15:30 now, Watson in the far court, if you're envisioning this, or if you're watching along with us, serving to Fita into the backhand, turn down the middle, back into backhand, they go down the line. Fita is left-handed. Now the left-handed Fita moving to her forehand, but she doesn't need to make a play on the ball because Watson put her backhand into the net, and it's 15:40. And Fita, the 27-year-old from Valencia, Spain, has 2 break points. And Watson has been the one providing most of the unforced errors and most of the winners in this match. So the ball's been on Watson's racket for a great portion of this. Here's Watson, first serve at 15:40. Tried to go down the tee, clips the top of the net, and stays on her side. So it'll be a second serve. Second serve from Watson, facing break point at 15:40 to the backhand return cross court from Fita into the forehand of Watson. Backhand again to the forehand of Watson. Now a slice backhand into Watson's forehand. They're going cross court. Who's going to change direction? Nobody needs to, because Fita puts her backhand into the net, and it's 30-40.
Well, Fita's going to continue to try to pick on the Watson forehand. That's the weaker side for Heather Watson. The forehand's evolved a little bit over the years. It looks like she's sort of modified the grip a little bit more. It used to be closer, almost like a traditional Eastern or even a continental grip. Now it looks like it's almost a proper semi-Western, getting a tiny bit of spin and rotation on the ball.
Heather Watson still facing break point. 30-40 here at Love 1 in the third set for Heather Watson. Fita returning with the forehand into the backhand of Watson, goes right back to the backhand, and Fita goes right back to Watson's backhand, crushing one into the forehand corner. Watson's got Fita on the move now. Backhand down the line from Watson, and a clean winner for Watson, and a big yelp and a come on that gets her to do, saving 2 break points.
Oh, that's why you play the forehand, because the backhand side is money. She can place it anywhere in the court that she wants to. That backhand down the line was about a foot from the sideline, about 6 inches from the baseline. Is just perfect.
So Heather Watson now serving at love 1, now deuce after 15-40, saving 2 break points. Big serve out wide into the backhand of Fita that doesn't cross the net. A fist pump from Watson, and now a game point to level this third set.
It's a fantastic wide serve there. A lot of angle from Watson.
So now game point for 1-all. First serve clips the top of the net, sails long. Second serve coming up now for Heather Watson. It's been 11 years since her career high of 38 on the WTA Tour. That came in January of 2015. Second serve into the forehand. Now a forehand into the backhand of Watson from Fita. Again, Fita going to the backhand of Watson. Still going cross court. Fita whipping that backhand into the Watson backhand side. Watson managed to slice a backhand low, forcing an error from Fita's forehand. And we are at 1-all level in the third set of this second round qualifying match at the 2026 U.S. Open. This is court 5, the smallest of the stadium courts here at the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center, and probably the busiest around the outside. People moving to and fro at all times. It must take exceptional concentration to keep your wits about you in this type of environment.
Well, behind too, you have the whole walkway that goes between those courts and the practice, like P1 through 5.
Yeah, 5 is like in a major thoroughfare. It really is. Nice first serve from Fita that got into the left hip of Watson. She wasn't able to get out of the way and pushed her return wide. So it's 15-love. First serve into the forehand of Watson. Now a drop shot from the Spaniard. Watson moves in, a chip forehand approach. And Fita's passing shot is just wide. And it's 15-all.
Fita needs a lot of time to produce that swing, but plus with the grips a little bit on the extreme side, we see Watson getting some unforced errors from that side, but rushing it the last few points.
15-all. The left-hander, Spaniard, Fita, winds up and delivers down the tee to the backhand of Watson. Return to the forehand of Fita. Now Watson deep to the forehand side of Fita. Now forehand to the backhand side of Fita. Forehand from Watson, crushing it into the backhand corner. Fita throws it up high. Watson backhand into the forehand of Fita. Now Watson with a high forehand down the middle. Fita trying to loop that forehand, catches it a little bit late, and it's 15-30. If Fita has the game style and also perhaps the nationality of someone who's grown up on the red clay and has played most of her tournament tennis on that surface. These courts at the U.S. Open a little bit tough, coming at you quick off these hard courts.
The balls are quick too. The Wilson balls here they're a ball that big hitters tend to like.
That's a nice first serve, making use of those balls. This is one of the few tournaments, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I think they still use different balls for the men's and women's here, right?
Yeah, they switched, I think, for a year to use the same ball, and they switched back.
Now it's coming to me now. It was actually Iga who was one of the people pushing for them to switch to the men, the
of course
heavy-duty ball. But the thing is, she won the tournament with the other balls.
Everybody wants what's best for them.
Right?
I remember that tournament. The tournament when they switched the balls to use the same as the men, I saw Rybakina on the practice course, and I was like, hey, do you like the new balls? She was like, no, they're terrible. Because she wants the faster ball.
Sure.
You know what I mean? Everybody just wants what's best for themselves. It's not like a gender thing. It's people just want what's best for their own game.
Which kind of makes sense. Heather Watson forehand into the backhand of Frida. It's 30-all at 1-all here in the third set. Watson forehand down the line, opens up the court. Fita does a good job with basically a defensive lob to reset. Now Watson moves forward and knocks off a forehand down the line winner. Well done from Watson to reset. She had to win the point almost twice there.
Well, the depth from Watson is giving Fita all kinds of trouble. She's late on all these shots, leaving the ball short. It was a great smash from behind the baseline.
Yeah.
Change the tenor at that point.
Off that defensive lob, Watson took it as an overhead off the bounce and really injected some pace into that ball. So Watson with a break point now. 30-40 on the Fita serve. The left-hander going to deliver into the ad court. And that first serve tried to go real wide. Big time can opener, but sent it too far wide. Watson will have a look at a second serve. Second serve, Watson backhand return down the middle. Fita right back into the backhand side of Watson. Now Fita tries to throw it up high to the forehand, and Heather Watson with an error. Whips that forehand into the tape, and we're at deuce. And to your point, she actually took all the pace off the ball just so she could get a high ball to the Watson forehand, and it worked.
Yeah, these matches are all about countering. You know, how can I play the points under the conditions that I want to play them? And for her, it's going to be getting the ball up above the shoulders of Watson.
So deuce after saving a break point. Nice serve out wide to the Watson forehand, and a swinging volley from the midcourt from the Spaniard gives Fita a game point now for 2-1. Set it up with a nice first serve out wide to the forehand. The opposite way you would expect a lefty to serve on the deuce court.
I think it's the toughest serve to return, though. I don't know how you felt, but like playing lefties, you know they're going to slice it to the backhand, but I hated the kick serve to bounce the opposite way.
And another good first serve from Fita. And Fita holds for 2-1. All right, so as the players change ends on court 5, we'll take a quick break and be right back to U.S. Open Radio presented by American Express.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
Calling it ahead of the call, feeling the break point as it breaks, anticipating the turn before it turns. With data, insights, and AI analysis, IBM gets you closer than courtside. Learn more at ibm.com/US Open.
Incredible events are even better when you're with Amex. Like at the US Open, where card members can discover tournament perks at the Amex Fan Experience and relax in the card member lounge. Because no one serves up the US Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the US Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
New York knows legends and history, and we know how to grind. And for sure, how to have a good time.
5-4, second serve, Venus outside the try lines. Oh, what a shot that was from Venus. Outside the try lines, down the line with a forehand.
What did she just do?
Get ready for the next unbelievable moments. This is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Russ Thaler and Mark Lucero here with you on ESPN Plus and on our YouTube channel and on Sirius XM as we cover second round qualifying action from the 2026 U.S. Open. Angela Fita and Heather Watson of Great Britain are now playing into this third set on court 5, almost 2 hours into this matchup as Heather Watson serves at 1-2, 15-love in the third set. First serve goes into the net, and Fita will have a look at a second serve. Second serve coming from Watson, the right-hander, the left-hander Fita whipping a forehand deep into the backhand corner of Watson. Watson throws it up high, and Fita then overcooks her reply, and it's 30-love. First serve off the top of the net. And Heather Watson pick a second ball out of her skirt and get ready for a second serve at 30-love here on court 5. It's 1-2, 30-love. Heather Watson serving to Fita. Backhand returned into the forehand of Watson. Now a forehand back into the forehand corner of Watson, who goes down the line. Now Fita throws it up to the backhand of Watson, who goes down the line to the backhand of Fita, who nets that backhand, and it's 40-love.
Well, Heather Watson is just very aggressive with her court positioning now, staying on the baseline, trying to get inside the blue of the court. She's trying to find any way she can to rush and put pressure on the Fita ground strokes.
Been one of the stories of this match. Heather Watson controlling play, for better or worse. She has more winners by 29-20 and unforced errors by 37-26. And now a first serve way out wide, unreturnable from Heather Watson, giving Fita a little bit of a taste of her own medicine from when Fita went out wide in the deuce court. And the right-hander can do that in the ad court. That creates some problems, and Watson holds for 2-all. Watson there used the flat serve as opposed to the kick out wide. And now Fita serving to Heather Watson. First serve off the top of the tape and wide. So second serve coming for the 27-year-old Spaniard. And Watson backhand into the forehand of Fita in the middle of the court, and Fita sends her forehand wide. Off her back foot. Caught that just a little bit late. Was really just trying to roll it up high to the Watson forehand. Wasn't really trying to do too much damage with it, but just misfired wide. So it's love 15. Watson now return on the backhand side into the middle of the court in the forehand of Fita. Watson moving forward, taking away time, exactly as you were saying, and hits a forehand winner into the open court.
This is where the effects of the loose air on point number one sort of start to compound. All of a sudden, Fita, after holding serve fairly routinely in recent times, a little under pressure.
Yeah, love 30. Watson now a forehand deep into the Fita backhand corner, moves forward and a little drop volley, and suddenly Heather Watson has 3 breakpoint opportunities. It's love 40 on the Fita serve.
Well, she made a big effort to take the forehand early after the return, take away some time again, get Fita on the run, try to expose the movement.
And Fita was all the way back at the back curtain, didn't hardly make a move for that short volley. Wasn't necessarily a drop volley, just hit it short in the court. All she had to do. Now Watson has a look at a second serve on break point to the forehand, a return down the middle. Now Watson a backhand deep to the forehand corner of Fita, a backhand down the middle of the court as they rally right down the middle, and Watson just blasts it long.
A rare error on the backhand side there, a rare error. You don't see that too often from Heather Watson.
Especially middle of the court sort of rally ball there. But it's still breakpoint opportunity at 15-40 for Heather Watson. As Fita serves from the far court, the left-hander winds and delivers into the forehand side of Watson. A soft reply in the middle of the court, and a forehand to the forehand of Watson. Oh, and the lights have turned on. As the sun is beginning to go down, we're going to replay this point. And Fita might feel a little bit hard done by that. She seemed to be in control of the point. But the chair umpire called for the point to be replayed as the lights have just been turned on. Ahead of sundown here in New York City, which still is a ways away. The lights take a little bit of time to heat up. It is 6:20 in the p.m. in New York City. And a first serve into the backhand of Watson. Now a drop shot attempt by Fita, and Watson returns it in kind. A dropper off a dropper, and Heather Watson has broken serve for a 3-2 lead in the third set on this second round qualifying match on Court 5 at the 26th U.S. Open. We'll be right back.
Whether scaling a global business or building a legacy at home, everything you've built deserves expert protection. Chubb provides business and personal insurance that has been protecting the world's ambitions for over 230 years. A world leader in commercial and personal insurance. Chubb.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/US Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
Fandom takes on a whole new meaning when you're with Amex. Like at the U.S. Open, where you can visit the Amex fan experience to cool off, relax, and find even more ways to have fun at the tournament. Because no one serves up the U.S. Open like Amex. That's membership at its best. Capacity limitations and terms apply.
When you're flying Emirates business class, sampling our range of vintage wines from the largest selection in the skies, you'll see that your vacation isn't really over until your flight is over. Fly Emirates, fly better.
New York has always known how to welcome the world and how to put on a show. New York knows where to be this summer and what to wear.
Get ready for the next star to shine. Live from the USTA Billie Jean King National Tennis Center in New York, this is US Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Russ Thaler, Mark Lucero here on US Open Radio. As you watch us on ESPN Plus and our YouTube channel, you're listening in perhaps on SiriusXM or the TuneIn app. And Heather Watson serving up a break now in the third set, leading 3-2 over Angela Fita of Spain. Watson, the 2009 US Open Junior Girls Champion. And now a second serve and an unforced error, a double fault, as she looks to extend her lead in the third. Not an ideal way to start out this service game.
Oh, decel there. There's no racket head speed, only 68 miles per hour. That's, it's second round quality. This could be some nerves. Normal.
Totally. Ninth double fault of the match for Watson. Love 15. First serve now into the forehand corner, but long. And a second serve coming. Watson's a 3-time Olympian. And a second serve coming to Fita. Forehand returned right down the line for a clean winner. Fita ran around her backhand and found a perfect return, and it's love 30.
73 miles an hour in the middle of the box, and Fita, that was a green light kind of shot for her.
And she should have a green light shot again at love 30 as Fita tries to get back on serve and level this third set at 3-all. It's 3-2, love 30. Watson tried to go big down the tee. That's her out pitch if she can get it.
Well, I think you're going to see a tight second serve here also.
Here it comes. That first serve was 105. We'll see what the second serve comes in at. Second serve is long as well, 78 miles an hour and deep, and her 10th double fault. And then Watson whacks the ball with all her might into the back fencing out of frustration. And after breaking serve, she is now in grave jeopardy of being broken right back. It's love 40. Watson now winds and delivers. Let's see if she puts it in the box. She does not. It's wide. Serve letting her down here in this 6th game of the third set. Fita ready to return a second serve from Heather Watson. 2 steps inside the baseline, now steps back to take a backhand return into the forehand of Watson. Forehand to forehand, they go down the line. Watson rips a forehand winner inside out.
Very passive point from Fita, like accepting the backhand on the second serve. Should have been a forehand, rolling another forehand in the middle of the point. You got to play aggressive on break point.
On love 40 especially.
Love 40, you got a freebie right there.
So it's 15-40 now. Watson still has life, serving at 3-2 in the third. First serve into the backhand of Fita, weak reply, and Watson takes her backhand cross-court for a winner. And now it's 30-40. That's 2 very passive returns from Fita with break point.
Playing a veteran like Heather Watson, you can't think she's just going to come out and miss a ball. Serving at 3-2 in the third, you need to make her miss.
So now 30-40, 2 break points saved, 1 still coming for the Spaniard. And that first serve is long off the racket of Watson. So Fita again will have a look at a second serve from Heather Watson, who's already double faulted twice in this game. Fita has hit a return winner from this side of the court. Here comes the delivery down the tee to the backhand of Fita, puts it to the forehand of Watson. Nice depth there. Forehand now into the forehand of Watson, inside out. Now Fita goes down the line to the backhand, opening up the court for herself, and Watson takes advantage with a backhand winner. Fita may have played herself out of that point with that forehand right to the backhand of Watson.
Should be a big mental boost there for Heather Watson, getting out of that love 40, hopefully getting out of it, getting back to deuce.
And Fita looking at her box, thinking, what is happening here? I had love 40, and now it's deuce. Heather Watson has climbed her way back to level here at 3-2. Her first serve is into the net, and here comes the second serve offering from Heather Watson. 3-2 in the third. The Brit leads 3-2. Second serve at deuce into the backhand of Fita to the forehand of Watson. Now a backhand into the middle of the court. Watson again to the backhand of Fita. Again, Fita going cross court. Both players Playing to the middle of the court. Watson backhand down to the forehand of Fita, who rolls it high to the backhand of Watson, and she just eats it up down the line for a winner. And now it's game point for Watson.
Oh, you know I love a backhand down the line, Russ. That was just a thing of beauty. She does a great job getting her feet set. But again, it's Fita letting Watson play from inside the baseline. Like, that's not going to beat anybody.
Fita had love 40 and has played passively for the most part since then. And now a game point for Watson. And a first serve into the backhand of Fita, and she blocks that backhand return long. And Heather Watson has to feel a great rush of adrenaline, overcoming love 40 to extend her lead in the third set to 4-2.
I mean, when you see an opponent play like that, when they have a lead, like a love 40 lead, you smell blood in the water. I mean, that's somebody who's not ready to win. And for Heather Watson now, I expect to see her put a lot of pressure on the Fita serve.
Fita found some joy on her serve, kind of going against the grain into the Watson backhand. This time she slices it right down the middle of the court, to her forehand. That was to the backhand down the middle. Watson forehand down the line. Fita's on the run, throws up a defensive lob that hits the baseline, and Watson will just play an overhead from the baseline and reset the point. And then Watson missed her next forehand long.
Well, that's where she's going to miss from, when she's 2 feet behind the baseline out near the outsides of the court. But when she's inside the court and able to, play one cross, one line, change direction fast, that's vintage Heather Watson.
Angela Fita serving at 2-4, 15 love, the left-hander into the wind and into the body of Watson, returned down the middle. Now a forehand to the backhand of Watson. Forehand to the forehand of Watson, who rips it cross court into the backhand corner of Fita, who sends her backhand long. Fita on the move, unable to create the topspin. Just very flat and very deep. It's 15 all. So Heather Watson, as you said, Mark, now going to try to apply even more pressure, tighten that grip here in the third set, all really leading 4-2. Heather Watson looking in intently, awaiting the first serve offering from Fita. Fita is up and tries to go out wide again to the Watson forehand, but sails it long. So Watson has a look at a second serve at 15 all. Backhand return into the forehand of Fita. Fita goes deep to the forehand corner of Watson and again to the forehand corner of Watson. Watson doing well to keep her depth, but then kind of a skidding ball off the baseline gives Watson all sorts of trouble. And she puts it into the bottom of the net. It's 30-15.
Yeah, weird sort of scenario there. I don't know if there was a strange bounce or what.
The way Watson reacted to the bounce made it look like it skidded off the line, which, we don't see very much here at the U.S. Open because it's all pretty much one thing. But either way, it's 30-15. Fita serving at 2-4 in the third. Now down the tee to the Watson forehand. Returned in the middle of the court. Fita has options. She moves forward. Watson, nice slice to keep it low. And a 2-shot pass from Heather Watson. Nice whipped cross-court passing shot.
That's just like what you work on at the practices. You got the first ball low, nice slice. Couldn't hit a clean pass from there. And kind of a misplayed half volley, too. Not the best half volley I've ever seen.
Kind of popped it up a little bit.
Gave her a little bit of time.
And well done. It's 30 all. All the pressure on Fita now at 2-4. First serve is into the forehand of Watson. Backhand down the line to the backhand of Watson. Forehand to the middle of the court. Watson tries to take her forehand inside out, but puts it into the net, and it's 40-30.
This is where you'd want to see Fita step up, maybe play a little bit more aggressively on the first shot after her serve. Maybe get the ball wide, try to hit a first ball forehand, and prevent Watson from camping out in the baseline.
See if she can do it. Game point now for the Spaniard. Trying to go wide, and that left-handed first serve in the ad court, but misses her mark. Second serve coming from Fita. Second serve into the backhand of Watson. Well placed. Good depth on the second serve, inducing the backhand return error. It's into the net, and we remain on, and Watson remains up a break at 4-3 in the third set on court 5. So Heather Watson, a 4-time winner in singles, a 5-time winner in doubles on tour. She's got a mixed doubles slam title. So Heather Watson has done a lot of cool things in this game. And she's also dealt with injuries that have kept her off the court for periods of time, but she's still chugging away.
Very popular among her peers as well. Really well-liked player, well-respected, hard worker.
I love that we've said that about multiple players today, right? There's just some good people out there on tour. And Heather Watson kind of spans generations. When you're 34 years of age, 2009 junior champion here at the Open. Must be so interesting, too, in the locker room. It's just like different generations of people listening to different kinds of music.
Yeah.
You know, the technology has, think about the way technology has changed.
Well, think about how the venue's changed.
Oh, my goodness. It doesn't even look the same from 2009.
Yeah, how the event has changed. No silent disco in 2009.
No, we got new stadiums in 2009. Now, Court 5, I can't remember if 09. 5 was, I doubt it was the same in 09.
Probably had the old grandstand at that point.
Maybe. The old appendage?
Yeah.
No. That was off the old Louis Armstrong Stadium way back when.
I don't know what year that was.
Oh, yeah. I don't know either. Oh, well, 02 is when they built Ash. All right, so here's Heather Watson serving at 4-3. First serve is in. Fita looping forehand to the Watson backhand. The problem is, for a left-hander to go into the Watson backhand, you better watch out because that's her strength, and Heather Watson cracked that backhand cross-court and picks up the first point of this game. I imagine Fita would love to just roll forehands into, a backhand, but with Heather Watson, you're playing with fire doing that. First serve at 15 love into the forehand of Fita. Deep return into the forehand of Watson, and Watson again with some good depth. High forehand giving Watson problems one more time, though, and an unforced error again off the forehand wing of Heather Watson.
I would think that's a ball we're going to see a little bit more often, but the challenge for Fita is that it's hard for her to get the ball up if Watson's playing fast at her and the ball is staying low.
And it's also up with no pace is giving Watson more of a problem, too. Watson's first serve at 15 all into the backhand of Fita. Now backhand back to the backhand of Fita. Now Watson rolls her forehand and Fita slices it down the middle off the backhand wing. Now off to the forehand into the backhand of Watson, who thought about going down the line and might have changed her mind because she completely bricked that backhand long. And it's 15-30.
That looked like a mind change.
Yeah, right?
A little second guess right there.
She didn't commit to the down the line at that point because she looked like she pulled off it. Almost thought about it and then was like, I'll go. Yeah, by then it's too late.
You instead of the first choice or the second choice, you made no choice.
Right. And if you choose not to decide, you still have made a choice, by the way. Down the line, down the tee on her first serve from Watson. Now approaching the net is Heather Watson and a particularly unpleasant looking backhand volley into the bottom of the net makes it 15-40.
I've seen better. That's
the feet got stuck. She took one big step, and it was all a mess at that point. Is that fair?
A little bit of a bailout point, to be honest. I don't think it was like a fully committed or fully thought out tactic right there. Maybe can I steal a cheap point?
Second straight service game. Watson has faced 15-40 on her serve, playing with fire. First serve into the backhand of Fita. Good return into the forehand of Watson. Now Watson's forehand back to the backhand of Fita. She's sticking on the Watson forehand. Fita looping that forehand up to the forehand of Watson, who goes down the line, generating pace. And Fita is unable to corral the reply, and it's 30-40.
I mean, if you're Heather Watson, I think the line of thinking on that 15-30 point or the 30-all point was, I don't. There's no downside to doing this because I don't know. She hasn't shown that she's going to take it to me. So she's going to let me play on the break points, and then I'm going to play solid, and she's going to push, and I'm going to get my way out of the problem.
Well, here we go. It's a second break chance here for Fita at 30-40. Watson's first serve down the tee to the backhand of Fita, return down the middle of the court. Watson inside out to the forehand of Fita. Now Watson backhand from the middle of the court back to the forehand of Fita. Now a forehand from Watson, backhand of Fita to the forehand of Watson again. Backhand of Fita trying to go to the forehand of Watson, but hitting that backhand wide. And for the second straight game, Fita's at 15-40 and unable to convert any of those break points. It's deuce.
Yeah, Heather Watson's like, prove to me that you can beat me. Prove to me that you can play the big points.
It's fascinating because Watson, for the most part, has been the aggressor. But when she's down, she just plays solid and tight tennis. And Fita hasn't been able to keep up. Now it's deuce at 4-3. Watson tried to go big down the tee again and missed long. One thing is Watson has reined in the double faults in this game. She double faulted twice in her last service game. I hope I didn't just jinx her. Second serve coming at 4-3 deuce. And that ball barely made it over the net, but it did, and now they're into the rally. Forehand into forehand now. Watson goes down the line into the forehand of Fita. Now backhand right into the forehand corner of Fita. Watson lines up the backhand down the line. That time she was a little more decisive about it. Had a forehand in the middle of the court. Had to generate all the pace and completely covered it and put it into the middle of the net.
Slow and high.
Right?
That's the one that she doesn't like. If you're playing with pace, Watson's fine, totally grooved, can change direction. This the higher one, the slower one in the forehand especially, doesn't like it.
I would imagine it could be a little bit nerve-wracking to actually try to play slow and high because it feels like you're feeding the ball. But that's what's been working for Fita, and she's got a third break point opportunity here to level the third set at 4 games all. Break point for Fita. First serve from Watson. Backhand return down the middle of the court. Watson forehand right down the middle. Fita goes into the backhand wing of Watson, forcing the error. Fita getting a little more aggressive for the first time on a break point, and it works to her advantage. It's 4-all in the third.
Well, there you go. I mean, the thinking is, why not do something differently? Right? Like, why not do something differently? And there, finally, she was aggressive on the first ball after the return, and it worked out for her.
So we'll see if Fita can capitalize on this, having just broken the Heather Watson serve. Both players have broken serve 4 times in this match. Watson did it twice in the first set. Fita 3 times in this match overall. 1 time here, she just did it. Watson's return sails wide on the first point, so it's 15-love to Fita.
Didn't miss by much right there.
No.
Fita was making sure they had the call. You know, she was raising her finger, letting Watson know the ball was out, just in case.
All right, first serve into the Watson backhand. Now a forehand in the middle of the court. Watson moving forward. Volley deep into the forehand corner, but Fita has too much time and rolls a cross-court passing shot winner. And it's 30-love.
Wow, the match is just feels like it's turned quickly right now. Again, there was a high forehand there that Watson didn't quite handle cleanly. Got stuck playing a low volley that popped up for Fita, giving Fita too much time.
So 30-love now on the Fita serve. It feels like it's been a while since she hasn't been under duress under her serve. Let's see how she handles this prosperity. First serve deep into the backhand of Watson. Nice return deep into the court, too, putting Fita on her back foot. But Watson again misses a high forehand. This time it's long, and it's 40-love.
I think you have to find a way to control the speed of the match right now. You need to take a little bit longer between points, use all the time on the shot clock. Hit the towel, try to break this rhythm.
So Fita at 40-love. Points for 5-4. Big first serve down the tee. Watson puts a forehand return in the middle of the court. Fita cracks a forehand. The most aggressive we've seen the Spaniard in quite some time. And that aggression paying off as Angela Fita takes a 5-4 lead in the third set on court 5. So that was interesting, with Fita actually getting aggressive all of a sudden, and it works.
Well, and then stayed aggressive.
Right.
Yeah, and then stayed aggressive after that. I mean, I think this is where the coaching can help. Like, you need someone reminding you, giving you some cues, and then giving you the positive reinforcement. Hey, keep doing that. This is where you, now in the lead, go out and be aggressive again. Put the pressure on Watson. The way that Watson looked last game, you got to keep that in mind.
Heather Watson, a lot to think about now on the changeover. She was up a break. It was looking like she was going to extend that lead, perhaps even to 5-2 in the third, and here she is staring at 4-5, serving to stay in this thing. It wasn't this past service game from Watson, but the one before where she double faulted twice. she's got 10 double faults on the day, and you just wonder about nerves.
Yeah, she'll feel, I think, some pressure here, especially if she is forced to hit a couple second serves early in the game.
And a nice full packed crowd checking out the action on court 5 as we approach the golden hour in New York City. It is 6:41 in the p.m. Coming up at 7 o'clock tonight, we will have live coverage of the mixed doubles semifinals and finals live from Arthur Ashe Stadium. Mike Cation will have the play-by-play call for that one here on US Open Radio. Here's Heather Watson now to the line, serving at 4-5 to stay in this match. First serve to the backhand of Fita. Fita returns to the forehand of Watson. Forehand down the line from Watson, now moving into the midcourt with the backhand, moving forward with a backhand approach. Watson cannot handle the reply at her feet. The touch is gone. It's into the net, and it's love 15.
Well, it feels, again, just like a half-committed effort. You know, when you see her come forward like that. Not that a half volley, drop volley is the easiest shot to pull off. That's a difficult shot.
Love 15. First serve into the box. It's good. Backhand return down the middle of the forehand from Watson. Again, forehand from Watson. Cross court to the backhand of Fita. Now Watson comes into the forehand. She opened up the court by going cross court and finished the point going down the line. It's 15 all.
Well, the points where she plays with this structure where she's playing 2 cross 1 line or even 1 cross 1 line, that's when she's at her best. Like when she was a top 40 player, she was changing direction quickly, very effective, opening the court that way. And you've seen these are her best points, but it's when the point doesn't have the same structure and she starts to struggle a little bit.
15 all. First serve to the backhand of Fita down the middle of the court. Now forehand into the backhand of Fita, and they're going cross court. Again, forehand to backhand. Watson's forehand again into the backhand corner, moving Fita further along and has the open court in her backhand. Had the shot she wanted, was unable to execute as it goes into the net, and it's 15-30.
Got to look for Fita here to try to find a forehand. If you're the coaching team, got to yell forehand, forehand.
And Fita's done really well by being aggressive in these situations just in the last 10 minutes. Before that, she was being actually really passive when she had a lead. Now it's 15-30. Fita is 2 points from the match. Watson's first serve to the backhand of Fita. Down the middle of the court it goes. Watson backhand into the forehand middle of the court, and Fita clips the top of the net. Keep going. Fita backhand to backhand. Now Watson down the middle of the court. And again, Fita playing really passively. Watson punishing her with very safe backhands down the middle of the court, forcing the error. It's 30 all.
Yeah, the last one, she put a little more pace on it, and pace through the middle of the court is a great play against someone who's used to slower conditions. Yeah, it forces them to rush. They can't get out of the way of the ball, and they end up being late.
30 all at 4-5. It's all happening right now on court 5. Packed house for Heather Watson and Angela Fita of Spain. Watson's first serve is into the net. Second serve, 4-5, 30 all. Watson, the British veteran, serving to the 27-year-old from Spain. Backhand into the forehand of Watson. Forehand into the forehand of Watson. And now Fita moving into the front court, tries to go inside out, looked to be aggressive, but that forehand clipped the top of the net, and Heather Watson has a point for 5 all.
But just missing some racket head speed there. It just looked like the racket was dragging through the zone. The ups and the downs right now, just crazy.
So Heather Watson now with a point for 5 all. First serve to the middle of the court. Backhand from Fita into the forehand of Watson. Now forehand inside out, back to the forehand. Fita's trying to work the forehand. Watson goes short on the forehand angle. Fita slicing deep to the backhand of Watson. They reset to the middle of the court. Now Watson's starting to push Fita around, and Fita's backhands into the net. A fist pump from Heather Watson. And Watson survives to level this third set at 5 all.
That's her best shot, the backhand down the line. That thing is money.
And it is getting tight out here on court 5. Nobody is moving an inch. The tension is palpable out there. You see it on the fans' faces who are watching this match. Hard to tell if one player has more fan support than another. Heather Watson, obviously, the more familiar name. But Angela Fita serving now. 5 all. First point Big first serve down the tee. Great return from Watson deep into the court, and Watson moves forward to swat away a swinging forehand volley, and it's love 15.
Wow, really good ball recognition. She saw that so quickly and was up out of her ready position so fast to take that swing volley.
Yeah, it was a terrific return from Watson that forced the feeble reply from Fita, and it's love 15. The left-hander winding and serving down the tee into the forehand of Watson. Return to the forehand side of Fita. Now Heather Watson backhand down the line to the backhand of Fita, forcing another error from the Spaniard, and it's love 30. Momentum swings aplenty here, and now it's all on the side of the British veteran.
Things have changed so quickly again. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, the pendulum swings, and it's love 30 as Watson looks on. Locked in. Big first serve from Fita. She needed that down the tee. Watson blocks the return long, and it's 15-30.
The free point right there is so nice. As a server, love to see that ball float over the baseline.
Fita's had 4 aces in this match. None in this final set so far. So Watson's just 2 for the match. Now it's 15-30. First toss, didn't like it. So Fita will regroup and rewind. And first serve into the backhand of Watson. Cross-court returned into the forehand. Nice deep reply from Fita. Fita getting a little more aggressive here. And Watson's error into the net. I mean, I think we're sensing a pattern here. The more aggressive player seems to be winning most of the points.
I like this move from Watson here. Kind of walking over, taking the towel, take her time. I think you have to make Fita wait here.
5-all, 30-all. All the pressure is being felt by both of these players. Their U.S. Open lives in the balance here in 2026. 30-all, 5-all in the third. First serve into the top of the net. Second serve coming from Angela Fita, 27-year-old from Spain. Heather Watson awaiting the return. A backhand return is short in the court. Fita running in on the forehand and then completely overswings on the forehand, going for broke, pushing it long, and a break point for Heather Watson.
That was a great second serve, I thought, from Fita. A lot of kick, aggressive lefty kick, got up over Watson's shoulders.
And now, break point opportunity for Heather Watson. First serve, long and wide. Fita feeling the pressure. Second serve from the left-hander. Break point down at 5-all in the third, and she double faults. Fita sends the second serve long. They'll change ends, and Heather Watson will serve for the match and a spot in the final round of qualifying at the 2026 U.S. Open. It's hard to keep up with the momentum swings on this court.
One player plays more aggressive, the other plays more aggressive. One player starts missing out of nowhere, the other starts missing out of nowhere. Second round qualies, that's what happens, I guess. Big crowd, a lot on the line. Chance to play for a main draw position tomorrow.
This match continues actually on ESPN Plus. You can watch a live call of this match on ESPN Plus. We need to sign off right now on U.S. Open Radio as we get set for a championship night from Arthur Ashe Stadium, where Mike Cation, David McPherson, and Gil Gross will have the call of the semifinals and finals of the mixed doubles competition. So for Mark Lucero and me, Russ Thaler, thanks so much for hanging with us since 3 o'clock in the p.m. We will see you next time on U.S. Open Radio, but don't go anywhere. Semifinals and finals of the mixed doubles championship of the 2026 U.S. Open coming up next on U.S. Open Radio, presented by American Express.
Chase has been a proud sponsor of the U.S. Open for 45 years and is committed to providing the best experience for customers and fans. Visit chase.com/U.S. Open to learn more. J.P. Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
At IHG Hotels and Resorts, we're here so you can guest how you guest. As the official hotel sponsor of the U.S. Open Tennis Championships, IHG has hotels that are serving all